Hi, Manga. Hi, Nan. Good to see you. Sorry, guys. I'm a little bit sick today, so I'm just gonna take things slow setting up. Ooh. I don't know why I'm sick right now, but hi, Sarino. Hi, Manga. I hope it gets better too. What was I doing? Oh, I remember. I'm faded. Hi, Maelstro. Hi, Halo Man. Hello. I hope you're doing well. Hi, Maisaka. Hi, Gordog. Hey, 1 second, you guys. I'm just putting in my Minecraft. I completely forgot to download Minecraft because I'm a fucking idiot. Post that. Oh gosh. I'm a little sick today, so I'll probably only stream Block Wars. I'm sorry about that. No, no. I bust. Nane, come here. Why don't you have this? I love Nane. There you go. I fixed you. I fixed Nane. Excuse me. How you guys doing? Guys having a good day today? Maybe I just need some fluids. Drinking water makes me feel a lot better. Hi Revolver, hi Cash, hi Maka, hi Itsugi. How is the day? It's the days of days. The day of days. I'm doing okay. I'm a little sick today. If you can't hear it, my voice, my throat probably sounds a little strained. I woke up today and I was like, "Ugh." So there's a slight ringing update with my model chat. There's a slight ringing update with my model. So you guys may notice it probably looks a lot better. I asked Val to fix something that's been bothering me for a little bit. It was a miscommunication on my part. It was a miscommunication on my part. Um, and it was just like, because I asked, I said, Val, I'm like, hey, Val, can I wiggle a lot more on the top? Like, can the top be a little bit more fluid? And Val took that as, oh, let's increase the sway so she like turns sideways, basically. And I was like, fuck, that's not the right thing. So I changed, I had Val change things. So I also added a little bit more arm movement. So my model looks a lot more fluid. I'm happy. I'm happy with it now. I'm really happy with it. I actually didn't check everything to make sure it's okay. Let me fix my toggle too on it while I'm just on the waiting screen. Ow. Jacket. Hotkey action. Set action. Jacket. On, off. Now this should work, right? No? Okay, awesome. Loves you. Thank you, Stream Deck. Oh, my Stream Deck's not open. There you go. Jacket. Jacket on and off. No? I want my jacket. There you go. Oh, yeah. This looks a lot better, you guys. Okay, awesome. Yeah, the plushie got funded. Hello. I still haven't fixed everything. I apologize. Look, chat. Whoa, is it better? Does it look better? Hey. Does the model move better? Yes or no? Yes or no? Let me know. It's a slight earring change, but it's a big change. It's a big change. I don't look. I can actually like. I don't turn sideways. I don't know if you guys ever what it looked like before, but like, I don't know if that's bothering you. So I asked about like updates and stuff. So hopefully, also look, my arms move a little bit. Like, not a lot, but.
Do you know how much it costs to fire this gun for 12 seconds? $500,000.
I don't think that's a number. I'm okay. I don't think that's a number. I told you guys I'm a little sick today. Prep for me to be coffee and weird. I need to take like a big hot shower. 500,000. Yeah, 500,000.
I think we just blew up an orphanage.
That's okay. That's okay. They didn't need a loving family. Or rather, I guess the loving family didn't need them. You guys have a nice day today? But yeah, so the model's a lot more you know, it's stable, so I can wiggle. I can wiggle and not have it like look weird. So like when I move around now, it's not like. Do you like it? Do you like it? Is it better? Is it better? I hope it's better. I hope it's better. Also, look, I did some tuning, so I lean better when I actually get close to the microphone now. Hey, it's hot. Hey, I have a secret to tell you. You're stupid. No, because I lean forward. My neck's not gone. I lean forward. Look. I can lean back too. Like that. Is that good for you? I thought so. But yeah, no, it is a little bit better. Well, it's a lot better, I think. Because like, I don't know if you guys remember how it was before. I can open up Paint to show you guys. Hold on. Let me go to pictures. Screenshots. And like, I don't know if you guys remember. Okay, hold on. Let me go to Paint. I don't have all this shit open. I didn't drag and drop in Paint yet. It was like this before. It was like this before. And I asked Val, I'm like, can you tone that down a lot? Because like, I like the movement, but like, I was like, you guys see what I'm saying? I can't do that anymore. I can't do that anymore. I can't go that far. So it feels a lot better. It feels a lot better now. So I don't like I don't like fucking tip over. Yeah, I'm on lean today. Hi Busta, hi Non, hi Combat, hi Deathlord, hi Rakid, hi Jesse, hi Candy. Hi Laga, hi Mario, hi Hitachi Johnson. What a name, what a name. What a name. I feel like that's like, is that because you like cooking? Hi Maka. Hi Maka. Hi Maka, good to see you. Hi Foil. Did I say hi to everybody? Did I say hi to you? Smell pussy. Pussy fart. Fuck you. You gonna take that? You gonna take that, huh? I'm doing okay. I'm pretty sick today. I'm just chilling with you guys though. Whoa, da, 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 da. I'm excited for Block Wars Day, even though I'm like, Todd, I have to get suited. I'm probably just gonna stream Block Wars Day though, guys. I don't want to like disappoint you by like promising a long stream today. I am not feeling the best, and I think that's because I might have overextended myself yesterday. My bad. Hi, Loaf. Who's the squad? Hold on. I get that up for you, actually. Give me 1 second. Let me find it. Let me find the motherfucker. Put the motherfucker in it. That was on the 23rd, right? That was on the 27th. That was on the 27th. La 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 la. Let's see. There we go. This is it. So I'm with our BTMC, Meika, whoever that bitch is, Caboodle. Apparently Caboodle sounds like me. Apparently Caboodle sounds like me. I'm not sure about that, but that's fucking crazy. So Schrodinger and Wallabear. Wallabear, Schrodinger, Caboodle, and BTMC, who has a, I think they're an Osu player. I don't want to creep them out by zooming into their face. I was curious about the Osu pillow, not their face. Where's my alcohol? Not alcohol. I'm not drinking alcohol. That was like, I don't know why I said that. I thought it'd be funny. This is Diet Coke, chat. I love Block Wars because like, I love Block Wars because like, I can say like the most like I don't know, like I'm always like, I don't know who this person is, but they're here and you guys are like, oh my god, Poopy Whoopy 35, Poopy Whoopy 35, and I'm like, you guys know that person? Who is that? And you're like, dude, they're only the most like famous so and so, and I'm like, oh, that's cool. Oh my god, Poopy Whoopy 35 is on your team? No way, no way. Wow, no way. Poopy Whoopy 35. Is this thing, can I join the server yet? Am I able to? Yes, okay, awesome. I'm the first person in here. I don't like being like, I have to set all my settings up. Hold on, chat. Let's go to the, let's do a face. We can do a face cam for this. Hell yeah. Minecraft. Point, don't call me a fucking Minecraft streamer. I'm gonna kill you. I'm gonna fucking kill you. Oh, chat, this looks so cool now. For Block Wars, this looks awesome. Holy shit, my new setup's gonna be awesome. Like, I gotta get a cool frag. Why is my resource pack not loading? Hold on. Oh my god, I'm not used to Minecraft feeling this smooth. Like, I'm not used to Minecraft feeling this smooth. Chat, I have a good PC now. Look how fucking, oh my god. Guys, I've been nerfed by my frame rate for years. Where's options? Resource pack. Let me, it didn't give me, oh, let me disconnect, reconnect. It won't let me download the resource pack. No, it's like, look how smooth it is. Guys, I've never seen Minecraft. Whoa. I've never seen Minecraft that smooth. Sorry, I'm fucking freaking out about the fucking smoothness. You don't need it. I need it. I need it. Dude, I'm the only person on. I'm freaking out. Why can't I? Why can't my resource pack download? My resource pack won't down. I don't get a pop-up for the resource pack. Right. How do I get it? Thank you, flower. Happy. I'll ask just so I don't embarrass myself. Is it on prompt or enabled? Oh, how do I do that? God, I played this game for how long? Online? What does that mean? How do I get there? Chat, what setting is that? Exit, rejoin? No, I did that already. Where do I see that setting? Oh, when I select this, hold on. It's on prompt. Let me just do enabled. Let me try that. Fixed it. Smile. Fixed it. Anyways, chat, how you guys doing? I love Block Wars. I know it doesn't pull hella people in, but it's just so fun. Oh my god, they're all answered me. I was so scared. I think Anthos stinks. I know it doesn't like get crazy people in here, chat, but like it's so nice. So the event is supposed to start at, hold on. Who's adding me? Check in. Yeah, but it's a VTuber model. Make her. Yes. 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 Awesome. Aw, no. You smell, Ty. You smell. Excuse me. Then, too few to mention. La 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 la. Na na na. Hi, Somex. Hi, Moisty. Chat, you have to grade this on a woman scale, okay? I can't burp like you guys. I don't have the vocal, like, finacity. So, chat, I think we're gonna cook, okay? I think we're gonna do good. I have something to fight for, chat. So, this is a, chat, Block Wars is doing a Twitch Rivals event. It's for charity. It's for charity. And the winners get to represent a 100, excuse me. Excuse me. the winners get to represent a 100K donation. I'm gonna turn off the hub music for now. I like the hub music, but you know. Hello, Demi. I don't. What are you donating to? It's 100K to the nature conservation. 100K to nature conservation. Crazy. La 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 la. La la. Dude, this new setup's so good for this too, chat. This looks so clean. It's so clean. It's so clean. So, chat, this is gonna last longer than other Block Wars. This is 4 hours today when it starts. So we'll be here for 5 hours, which supposedly, because they're doing a lot more like extra stuff around. What is that? Okay, that's fine. I don't know what that means. I mean, house. I don't need a house. You guys are no. That'll give me money. I don't need any money. Money's fake. Honestly, chat, half the reasons I think I've died in Minecraft. And this sounds crazy. This sounds crazy. I'm not lagging anymore. Hold on, I gotta test my skills, chat. I have to test my skills. Fuck, how do I go back to spawn? Oh my god, this feels so good. Hold on, I just gotta get good. Jones, thank you so much for getting into this. I have to get a new sub. Thank you so much, motherfucker. Motherfucker, save your money. Damn, chat. Ooh, I'm cooking. That's a little far. I think I'm good at that. I'm trying to figure out, like, I don't know how far it actually goes. Like, right here, right? That's perfect. Okay, and then I would shoot right here. Yeah, okay. And then right here, like that, right here. Oh my god, no! I got my whole new PC set up and everything feels really nice. Ah, my tummy, you mother fluffer. Oh, they got little Christmas lights set up. Blaming lag? Chat, you know. You know. Alright, listen, you know. You gotta know. Look, we'll do the Elytra, chat. I'll prove it in Elytra. I'll prove it in Elytra. Let's fly back. Thank you, a sub to Sussy Suck. Thank you. Very cool. Very cool. Well, now I upgraded my PC. Now, like, chat, I'm complaining about before. There's gonna be no lag complaints now. Last time when I would stress out during Spleef because my PC had like 20 frames. I'm dying. So you're always so mean to me. You're always so mean to me. I give a perfectly balanced and reasonable response and you're like, cope. It's coping. You wanna chat? You're coping. You're coping because you have to watch someone play video games because you're so bad at them. Yeah, you don't like that one, huh? Don't like that one, huh? SMH, Team Cope. Well, if you're not on Team Cope, are you? Please don't tell me you're on Team Cope, bro. I'm tempted to 1v1 you. You suck at games. You guys have no idea. You guys have no idea. You guys have no idea. I don't have a PC. Then you can't say anything. You can't say anything. I don't have a PC. I have a potato MacBook. You can't say anything. Unless you 1v1, you can't say anything. Yeah, I'm letting them cope. Honestly, Loaf, that's the way things should be. Oh my god, I almost died. Holy shit. I'm having a fun time with you guys. Honestly, life's awesome, chat. Life's awesome. I'll rob you to a pint. I'll hope you rob. What are you saying? What does that even mean? I'm not coping. You guys are just annoying. Chat's got one fit. It's you suck at video games. You're coping. SMH. SMH. I might die. My chest is burning right now. I didn't eat anything today because I almost threw up when I drank water. I almost threw my drink water. I had a little bit of ginger ale and that helped too. Pineapple. I like pineapple. I like pineapple until like the second bite when it starts burning your lips. You guys know what I mean? Like, you get one bite of pineapple, yummy. 2 bites, cool. 3 bites, my lips are burning. I can't do it anymore. Remember Brighter Shores? I played Brighter Shores and I didn't like it. It just felt like RuneScape, but less free and less things to do and less like reasons to play. Are you allergic? No, pineapple has an acid in it. It like burns your lips. Like it makes your lips tender. Does that not happen to you guys? I'm not allergic to fucking pineapple. Pineapple has a chemical in it that makes your lips tender and then the acidity bothers my lips, chat. Skill issue? I think you're just a whore. I think you're a squabbed up fucking whore. Coffee is not good. Like coffee ice cream's banger, but like regular coffee sucks dick and balls, dude. I have to put like, I'm like my mother. 10 sugars. She go to not Donald Trump, what the fuck? She can go to Dunkin' Donuts and she'd be like, can I get 9 sugars, 5 espresso shots, and 4 pumps of caramel, please? Pineapple has microscopic needles in it called raphides. Well, I'm just saying that plus the acidity, like, you know when you eat ketchup, guys, and you have a cut on your lip? That's how it feels. Hi, Sino, how are you doing? How you doing? No, not Starbucks. Not Starbucks. Dunkin' Donuts. You guys know there's a TikTok account. Let me pull this bitch up. Let me pull this bitch up. Ow! My leg. La 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 la. Yeah, 20 sugar. 1 pump of something something. 2 pumps of Stinky Winky. I'll set it later. I love you guys. I'm always... Listen, can I just say, I'm actually thankful for you guys when you pop up during, like... I know not a lot of people, like, come in for the events like this one. You know? Because there's, like, a lot of people streaming stuff. But I'm really happy that you guys, like, pick my channel and stuff. It makes me cry. It makes me cry. It makes me cry. Like, why are you guys being so nice to me? Get out of here. Yeah, winning POV. I'm gonna kick ass. Dude, I got a new PC. Literally, cry about it. I might. It makes me happy. Cause like, I don't know how to explain it, right, chat? Like, to a streamer, like, viewerships are important, but the way I look at it, right? The way I look at it here, right? Cause this is important to me, is that it doesn't pull in good viewership, but you get to meet new people and you get to hang out with chat. Dude, what the fuck is that? What is the slime? What is that? Honey? What is that? Can I have your old GPU? Do you want it? I mean, I'm not paying for shit. I mean, I could pay for shipping. Honey slide? Ugh, I don't know how to do that shit. Well, how do I get back up there? Is it like it's like a one-off? I guess I can like... Can I please get a waffle? Can I please get a waffle? Let me find the... Okay, TikTok. 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 TikTok time, everybody. TikTok. Okay. Can I... TikTok, can I... What is going on? Why can't I click on... I can't... Hello? Okay, 20 sugar. 20 sugar. Dunkin'. Okay, chat, this guy. This guy records their Dunkin' orders, chat. Okay. They record their Dunkin' orders. They do. They record all their Dunkin' orders. Come here. Look at this. Every single one. And this one is 20 sugar for Carla G. Carla G, 20 sugar. $20 sugar, medium ice, original, Americano, black. It says, I don't think that can be, isn't black coffee supposed to be like no sugar? Like, isn't that supposed to be no sugar? That's crazy. Okay, so like, it's a sugar water right now, right? Or I should say sugar sludge, because it's gonna be thicker than a motherfucker. We already know. We already know this is gonna be thicker than a motherfucker, right? Look. Oh my god. Shake it. Shake it. No, you gotta shake it, bro. You gotta shake it, not this. Oh my god, Carla. Did you guys see that at the end? It was like, it was not mixing, dude. What else does Food Make 2022 have? They do their, okay, this is one. I'm so excited. I'm so excited. They get the ice from their ice bucket. I want to know what it is. It doesn't tell me. Okay. Oh my god, wait. 5? 15? 20? 20 sugar? Oh. Oh. Oh god. Okay. They got their 4 cream. And their, what is that? Is it the mocha? That's the mocha swirl. They're getting 5 mocha swirls. And what is that? Piss? They're putting a little piss in it. They're putting a little piss in it, chat. Okay. Where's the coffee? Where's the coffee? Where's the coffee? Who's fishing me up? Come here, bitch. Trying to be assaulted. I'm being assaulted by a guy named Beanbag. Beanbag. Yeah, half an ounce. I wanna see more of these, chat. Like, what else? What is this? This is the lady? I need to share this with Top. Hold on. Can I get a link? Yeah. I need to share it. Top, this is the lady that makes all the coffees. That's the lady, chat, that makes all the coffees. Dude, there's no way. This is the lady that makes the coffees? This is the lady that makes the coffees. Oh my lord. This is amazing. This is amazing. My teammates today are Bit MC, Caboodle. I'm blanking. I have an announcement to make. It's I'm with Caboodle, Schrodinger Lee, Wally Bear, and Bit MC. I'm not graduating. No. Oh my god, look at this one. 13 TST chocolate, 4 hazelnut. Dude, what the cold foam? And her name's Heaven S. Someone said it. They said, name is foreshadowing. Oh, look at the layers. Ew, bro. Look at the layers. At tongues? No. And you think, oh, this can't be real, right? Dude, my mother got these. She loved these, dude. It makes my skin crawl seeing like the sugar like pop up. Where's the coffee? There's no coffee in that. This one's 15 peppermint mocha swirl and 18 sugar. In a medium? A small. It's a small coffee with 18 sugar, 15 peppermint mocha swirl. It looks like an ice cream sundae. Ew. Oh my god. It looks like a fucking ice cream sundae. Who the fuck hit me? Oh, TRD AD man. Okay, is there gonna be there's the coffee. There's the piss colored coffee. Bro, and it's, guys, the icing on the cake, it's a small decaf coffee.
Thanks, chat, for funding my dream of being able to throw May into a blender. A slight reminder that the full charge will happen end of March when the campaign goes live. Also, May, someone's gonna do the jar.
No, you put a fucking, mix it. She even fucking mix it. Bro, this lady's pissing me the fuck off. Like, like, is it me? Is it me? This lady's pissing me the fuck off. My teammates are online. I'm gonna wait before I hop in VC with everybody. I gotta get my yap with you guys. I love you guys too much, so I don't let you guys go too early. I also want to try something. Hold on. What if I hold on? I want to see something. So you guys don't have my gaming color on top of my screen. I want to try something. Let me go to color correction. I can't see anything right now. What the hell? There we go. I gotta go somewhere dark real quick, chat. Hold on. I need to see if this works properly. Did you get my cheese pizza? I didn't get a cheese pizza. Let me show you guys the pizza. Give me 1 second though, okay? I need to check something. Okay, yeah, it's way too full. Oh my god. I wanted to do something, chat. I want to see if I can like I want to see if we can turn on like a rave mode, right? Hold on. Rave mode. Move value. Filter. Rave mode. Single setting. Q shift. Okay. No, I want to do audio move. Audio move. Hold on. Filter. Filter. Let's do move value. No. Filter. Audio move.
Has new merch. Get the merch now so we can all line up the standees in a shrine. Also,
what's his name again?
Hellhound considered a hot dog.
Let me turn this off. Let me pause the music real quick, chat. 1 second. I want to try something. It's me worth it, chat, if this works. Okay, filter. Setting. Gaming color. Gaming color. Filter. What was the question, Sock? What was the question? Sorry, I was setting something up. No, I'm sorry. What was the question? I'm sorry. What was it? What was it, guys? I was busy doing something. I'm sorry. Okay, let me scroll up. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to miss your message. Oh, glorious VIP. I'm bowing down to you. I'm so sorry. I missed a message. Oh my god, the end of the fucking world. Okay. Chat, did you know May has new merch? Get the merch. Also, can we all line up the standees in a shrine? Also, May's a hellhound considered a hot dog. You put like 4 lines and then how was I supposed to hear the question? You yapped about that. You gotta separate the merch and the questions. Okay, I tune out when you guys go like, wow, give May $10. I don't want more money. Save your money. Donate to charity. Donate to charity, motherfucker. I want to try something, okay? Does this work? I don't know if that's working. Well, let me turn it up a little bit. Let me turn this up a little bit. I wanted like a rave mode, chat. I want to do a rave mode. You don't have to advertise for me. I don't need anything. Hold on. Chat, I want to do this. Oh, this might work. Hold on. I want to like...
Am I not donating to the Fonks charity? I think Boink would agree.
Is this working? It's not working as much as I want it to. Oh, that's good. That's good. I want like a rave mode. It's like I turn on lights. Like That's all I wanted, chat. I wanted a rave mode or something. You guys would be nice to me, okay? Be nice to me. I'm sick today. I'm sick today and can't focus on stream as much as I normally could. So be nice. Be nice. Be nice to me or else, chat. Be nice to me or else, okay? I don't need more money. I don't need more money. Oh, I love you guys, but stop giving me things. I don't... No more money. I don't need any more money. No. I really appreciate. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. Let me get my Twitch activity feed up. Thank you, Boinky. Thank you. No. And donating to me is not charity. Shut the fuck up. I think you'd puke if I was being nice to you. Can I be honest? I like when you guys are nice to me. I like when you guys are nice to me. I don't know why it's not popping up yet. I like when you guys are nice to me. Seriously, I love when you guys are nice to me. It makes me happy. But you guys are always mean to me, so I gotta be mean back. And you guys are like, and I'm like, okay. I love when you guys are nice to me. I do. I like when you guys are nice to me. It makes me happy. Look at these. I can look at all these guys. Wow, 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 wow. You guys are always mean to me. You always bully me. You hate me, chat. I'm gonna take one of your book. You hate me. Chat hates me. Ooh, chat hates me. Ooh, chat hates me. Guys, all my teammates are in the yellow VC, but I'm not in there yet. I'm gonna go yell at them.
No. Alright. Well, I'm gonna try to go over to my team. So
Hey.
wish y'all luck.
Thank you. Except for
Please,
Anthos, right?
Lewis, I gotta pull in the.
Except for Anthos, right? You don't want to wish Anthos luck, right?
May I'm
wishing
going to
Anthos
target
luck,
you
no.
in sleep. Me and Joe, we're gonna come after you.
What's happened?
All right.
Cool. What's up, guys?
Hello.
Hey,
Nice to
Mika.
see you. Nice to see you. Hi. Hello.
What's up?
May, I'm gonna see you in battle. I'm gonna body slam you to the ground.
Actually, I'm gonna play Fairy because I didn't realize I had a regeneration healing aura.
Yeah.
Is that
Yeah, I
new?
mean, that's
Is
what
that
that's how you had that you played Fairy, remember?
no? I played Medic.
And did you? Wait, then he
Yeah,
played
no.
Fairy.
Grimmy.
Oh,
Grimmy
fuck
played
you.
Fairy. Grimmy played Fairy. No, she played
Yeah,
the
when it
other
was our
one. What's the
team.
other one?
Totem Master or whatever.
Yeah, the other motherfucker. Totem Master. Can I switch? I'm sorry. Shorting, I didn't ask. Are you PG?
No, I am far beyond PG, bro.
Okay, good. I can say motherfucker. Thank God. Oh my God.
PG.
Oh, hi, Caboodle. Oh my God. Nice to see you. Hi.
Nice to see you. Hi.
This might get
Sure thing,
confusing.
okay. Lee, are you aware that your skin is on the wrong setting?
One second, on my skin right now.
You have the black bars on the back. You're on a wide skin. Your skin is slim.
Oh.
You have the black bars.
Yikes,
You
that's
just made a
embarrassing.
Minecraft sin.
Wh-
It's a
wh- wh-
Minecraft sin.
What does that mean?
That's
what-
like
what
getting
was?
naked in like the dreams in school when you're not wearing clothes. Like that's embarrassing, dude.
What?
That's
Wait,
embarrassing.
Is that
Yeah, it's like the equivalent. Yeah, it's
Mhm,
bad?
mhm.
Continues. It's like what is it? Like what
Basically,
is it?
Press
Is it-
F5.
When you press the skin, yeah, press F5 and look behind you. There's the
Yeah,
black
I see that.
bars on the back of your skin. Yeah.
Yeah.
Basically, what it is if you go to your launcher and you press edit on where the skin is, you have to change the setting from wide to slim so that
Well-
it shortens your arms.
Well, so I'm wide right now. Do I have a bigger hitbox?
Yeah,
or
you're a bit
something?
wide.
It's
Yeah,
only
well,
fat?
no, you have the same hitbox, but it's just that the
Yeah.
black bars are on your skin and it's annoying me.
Oh, no, I'm gonna keep it that way. Actually, it's gonna distract my enemies. You know what I mean?
You know,
Yeah,
that's
yeah,
good. That's
yeah.
good. If someone goes
Yeah.
behind you to like shoot you in the back or something, like you're not gonna get shot.
really
Fair.
pissed.
That's
Yeah,
fair.
yeah.
Uh-huh.
They'll get so annoyed.
Yeah, they're
Is
gonna
it- wait, isn't that not
underestimate
what
me.
you want to be doing?
I don't remember. That's fucking crazy. Holy shit.
And then they're gonna think I'm shit, and I'm just gonna own them. Yeah.
Oh, I understand.
Yeah.
Okay, I see the strategy. Sorry, I was not familiar with your game.
No. It's actually all intentional. Yeah. It's like a fun game.
Oh, apologies for.
Nice to
for
meet
not
you,
seeing that, Steven.
Schrodinger. Nice to see you again,
Nice to
Caboodle.
meet you. Nice to meet you.
Hi, May. How are you doing?
Hi.
Everyone's gonna get so confused.
I
I'm
know.
so
I'm sure they're
excited.
gonna. Okay, can you tell? Like we're both talking. Can you tell who's like talking when we're both talking? Like how similar is it?
Did you just wake up or what? Did you guys just wake up?
I
No?
woke up like half an hour ago, but
I woke up an hour ago.
I woke
time
up
zones.
15 hours
Did
ago.
you,
Yeah.
did you stay up?
Yeah, I
Did
stayed
you
up.
stay
Yeah.
up?
I'm-
You what is wrong with you? You didn't get any fucking sleep.
Stream right now. Let's go.
Mate, Leah's in my time zone for reference. He's in the Australian time zone, and it is 9 a.m. currently.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that.
Oh my god, it's 9 a.m. What the fuck? You didn't take any sort of
yeah.
sleep?
God.
No, I'm popping a Red Bull right now. There, I'm gonna be.
Oh my
don't worry
God.
I
about
didn't
it.
stay up.
Oh my god, May! Oh my god, May! Oh my god, May! I love you!
Oh my god, Froggy, I love you! I love you! I love you! I love you! This Froggy, I want you to. That fucking ADHD bitch. Excuse my language. I'm from Boston.
No, trust
No,
me,
actually, I don't
swear
say you're from
you're
Australia.
waking
You
up.
guys swear.
Yeah.
You guys are like me. You guys are like me.
Yeah, I swear so
Yeah.
fucking much.
Yeah, you're
It's
from where
okay.
I'm from. Okay, you understand me. You get me.
I get it. I get it. I get it. Don't worry,
Yeah.
I get it.
You're Australian as well? What?
No, I'm
You
from
Australian?
Boston.
No,
I'm from
no, she's
Boston.
from Boston. Yeah.
It's just similar. It's just similar. Yeah, cause like I
Yeah.
do you know who Prince Sam is?
Sam. Yes.
Yeah, Sam was like, you sound like Caboodle, and I'm like, what are you talking about? And apparently we have like
me.
similar like what's it called? Incantations, not to spell.
Like mannerisms.
Mannerisms. Yeah, that's the word.
Yeah.
Alright, cool.
It's fucking crazy.
So Boston
Yeah.
is the Australia of America, apparently, is what I'm hearing.
Is it?
Or is it not?
Yeah. No. Well,
think
I
it's
would
just
say
we have
like
very similar mannerisms.
I would say like
But-
attitude-wise, probably.
It honestly, yeah, honestly, Boston. I was actually in Boston recently, and yeah, it's out of all the places I've been to America, it's the most similar to Australia. Granted, I've only been to LA and Texas and Florida, so that's not exactly the best of interest, but it is the most similar.
Okay, Froggy.
Hi.
I need you to understand. I need you because you have autism, and you can pick this up. Okay.
All right.
Do me and Caboodle
all right.
sound alike?
Do we
Like
sound
do
similar?
we sound similar?
Do we sound similar?
How similar is it?
However, Caboodle sounds like you if you were dignified.
The fuck does that mean? The fuck?
Oh my
May-
god! We coming out throwing hats today. My god.
Okay, Froggy.
You asked for my earnest and honest opinion, and I have autism.
That's
so
why I
can't
asked
tell
you because
lies.
listen, I'm gonna be honest.
I'm sorry,
People with
I can't tell
autism are the
lies.
most blunt motherfuckers I know, Froggy, and I know you would be honest with me.
No, okay.
You are so blunt. You are so blunt. You say what's on your mind, and I respect that.
You are bona fide, but you are not dignified. Do you know what I mean?
Oh. Oh.
Chat, what does
Ooh,
bona fide
damn.
mean?
This is what I mean. That's what I mean. That's what I'm talking about.
What do
I
you?
can already tell we're gonna get along great. This is awesome.
Rocky's not even on our fucking team. She's just the mother.
Wait, really?
Yeah, I just yelled at her to get the fuck in here because I'm like I want to know. She's gonna give me the honest opinion. Hello.
Guys, I have a question.
You guys are gonna win because you have me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, what's your question? Hi.
I have a question. Okay, when you're super sick with colds and stuff, do you use your shirt? Like, if you run out of tissue, you use your shirt, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
nothing
dude.
wrong with that.
I
Yeah, use
just
it
do
for
that,
yourself.
and I throw it in the fucking wash, dude. I usually, actually, I'm gonna be honest. I usually get a towel. I usually get like a soft towel, but not my shirt. But I'll use a towel.
I'll just have like a roll of toilet paper if I run out.
Cause
of
like
tissues,
if your nose just keeps like fucking shooting out gunk, like you're not gonna go through a whole box of tissues. Just use a fucking towel.
Situation, yeah. If you're in an emergency situation, then yeah, shut. But like, I
Hello.
normally use the sleeves.
Hey.
Exactly.
Hello. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Guys.
My god.
Hi.
Hello.
I get
You know,
along with my
you're
life.
dignified,
You're
Demi.
the
No
one.
problem. Or vilified. That's the word. No, that's not the word.
Who was
Valid,
listening to
validated.
this?
Thank you. I have
Who's not here? Is it
dyslexia.
Wally?
Yeah. One second. I need to restart my Discord real quick. Okay. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Bye. Are we gonna win today? Are we planning on winning today, guys?
I think. Listen,
Inevitability.
I think we're gonna
it's
cook.
so
I think we're
true.
gonna cook.
Complete inevitability. Yep, we're gonna
We're
cook.
cooked, says who?
No, we're going.
No, we're
going
gonna
to
cook. We're
No,
gonna
we're
cook.
Okay, I like that. I like that
We're gonna
mindset. I like that. I like
yeah,
that.
Yeah.
Do you guys already have a Discord stream kit set up?
Yeah. Do you want me to send it?
Okay, I'm sending
The what
it
thingy?
right now.
It's
A
the
Discord stream
bubbles.
kit?
Discord
Yeah, it shows like the
bubbles.
Discord bubbles of who's
Yeah.
talking.
Oh no, I'm a VTuber, so these things called like Fujis.
Oh, Fuji's. Oh, I remember
Yeah.
those. Those are sick.
What
Oh,
is
do you not
that?
know
Yeah,
about
how
those,
to do it,
Caboodle?
No.
They-
What
so-
is that?
You can upload an avatar, and it shows like bouncing avatars on your screen. And every VTuber uses this. Let me send it to you.
Oh, I do know. Okay, no, I've seen that on other people's streams, but I've never known what it is.
Here, I'll put a link for you if you want to use it, because your Fugi's just your avatar right now.
Thanks.
But you can get like, it's so
Avatar
cute.
again.
Okay. Avatar?
Yeah, Avatar. Yeah, that's not too
Yeah,
bad.
Avatar. Yeah, Avatar. No, I'm from
Avatar.
Boston. Like,
Yeah. Alright, cool.
Oh, I see it. Oh, I see it on your stream. Oh, that's adorable.
well, that's Caboodle. Is your name Caboodle on Twitch?
We're chilling.
Someone's
Caboodle,
asking,
it's
like, they're
just
like, who's the girl
Caboodle.
that sounds like you?
It's
Just
got-
Caboodle.
It's just, yeah, there's a just
Yeah.
in front of it because I
Just
wanted to
Caboodle.
be confusing on purpose.
No, I think that's like, I think Froggy's right. That
Yeah,
makes
at
you more
least didn't do something
dignified.
Like Cadoodle 2, Cadoodle 3, Cadoodle
Mm-hmm.
4, Cadoodle 6, Cadoodle 8, Cadoodle 28, Cadoodle 6,428.
Yep. There's just alt accounts, hundreds and hundreds of alt accounts.
Yeah.
Manga.
Oh man, I'm so
But
excited.
yeah,
to
I use
win.
the
Okay.
Fugi. I use the Fugi. It's good shit. I linked it for you.
Okay. Now, I think.
Mm-hmm.
What is everyone's estimated like own skill level here? Just out of
Like
curiosity.
in Minecraft?
In Minecraft.
I'm
Okay,
goated at
so
extraction.
It depends on like which
Okay.
area of the game. If we're talking
Mm-hmm.
like building stuff and creativity and looking good
Yeah, Thor.
buildings, no.
Okay.
If we're
let's
talking
look at
like
the build.
Okay, I thought you were gonna say that's the only thing I'm good at.
hello team.
Hello, Willow.
Oh, hello.
hello.
Wally Bear, what's good?
How's it
going? How's it going,
Hi, What's up? We're currently
Wait, I have to ask a
discussing our
question.
strengths. Oh,
Is
yeah.
Wally Bea and what's your name again? Sorry, BTMC.
Oh,
Uh,
just, you can call me Ed or
Ed. Okay, are you guys PG? Are you guys PG? I always ask.
I can be PG. Do you need me to be PG?
No, I swear like a mother trucker. So like I don't want
Both
to.
really PG.
Oh, yeah, you can swear,
I'm really
it's
not
okay.
PG. Oh my god, not PG.
Okay,
oh my
okay,
God.
I will be PG.
Not
My
PG.
chat thinks I can't be PG. But
No,
I'll
I
show
don't think you
that
can't be
that I am
PG.
They think you.
No, I'm very PG. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
We shall see about that.
I don't think I believe any
I'm
of
not
that.
PG, unfortunately.
shall
I'm
see
the
about that.
opposite of PG. I'm
Yeah,
like
me
very
too.
unholy.
Come on, Lee.
Yeah.
Me too.
No,
I blink you.
I can't do it. It's
Swear
for
to the
nature,
kids.
actually. It's not for the
Lee,
kids.
there are
That's
kids
good. That's good. I
watching.
think they whenever they
Swear
make
for
these
the
teams,
kids,
they
swear
like
for the
put
kids.
people
Doesn't worry
together
about swearing. It's okay.
that are always like
Yeah.
not PG.
Yeah, yeah.
Bro, we're literally playing a block game. Come on, man.
By the way, I think our team is really well rounded. I think we have a good team there.
I'm
This is-
real-
this
so-
We definitely have a cool.
Yeah,
okay,
yeah,
what's
yeah.
everyone's strengths though? I'm curious.
Extraction and deliveries in order up are like my
I'm more
go-to.
comfortable
Okay.
with PvP focused game modes, but
Mm.
my
Wonderful,
PvP
that's good.
is like 2014 PvP. So like
Oh, so like
Ah, right, okay,
carpal
so, like,
tunnel,
old-
spam left
old-
click.
yeah.
yes. Wait, so you know.
Yeah,
let's
yeah.
go.
Wait, do you also play Osu and use the drawing tablet and like?
No
You know?
way! You know what Osu is? That's
Yeah, I do, I do.
Yeah.
Yeah, Osu,
I like
yeah.
Osu. Osu's cool.
That's cool. That's cool. I can't play it. My
Use
hand
X,
like
it's a lag.
gets fatigued like 2 hours in.
Osu.
Oh, dude, you're not the only one. Don't worry. Osu has claimed many victims when it comes to hand injuries.
In battle, I'm
is
probably gonna
crazy.
play medic or like fairy or something.
Being an Osu victim is crazy, bro.
Osu victim. Oh my god.
Osu victim.
Oh my god,
Yo.
that's a phrase. That's a phrase.
It is.
Yeah, my bad.
Osu victim. Oh my gosh.
My bad, guys.
No. We got this.
I don't need a
So
bracey
what
brace. I
what
don't
do we
think.
think our strengths are? PvP based game modes?
Okay.
I'm more comfortable with PvP, but it's whatever.
I'm really good at
I didn't
extraction
even-
That's
and
good.
crossbows. Yeah.
That's a PvP game mode. Let's go.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Extraction's like Valorant one, the Valorant one, I think.
Oh, where you shoot and there's one shot, one
yeah.
kill or something?
Yeah, Captain
Yeah,
Sparkles is
it's
in
like,
this.
well, it's
Hold
it's
on.
3 shots. I
He's the
think,
fullest.
and
You guys
then
wanna
it's
see
like
who's
a
all in
round
this
bonus and a round
playing?
crossbows.
Oh yeah, I remember that. I
Yeah.
remember that. Kalidor, you are frag out or what? Like, I haven't played in so long. I'm not
So-
an event player no more.
Theoretically, I should be good at PvP because I'm on the lifesteal SMP.
Yeah,
however,
yeah,
I'm
lifesteal over
not.
here.
So here's the issue is that I'm
yeah.
not. So
No.
we're gonna go with
Listen,
that.
you gotta get the mindset. You gotta get the mindset.
But
You're blossoming at PvP.
we don't thug it out.
Yeah, I'm blossoming. I'm improving. I'd say. I don't know. I did decently in race last time. I think I got like 10.
Yeah, I know about the sneaks. Actually, I fought Sneak Snack in I think it was the
I'm good at party.
the
I like
one
party.
thing. It was
That's a good one, and I
the
know
what's
they're
the other
bringing
game
party
mode with
back, so
the
I'm really glad
motherfuckers? The one I'm
multiple
doing
minigames one
on
where
the
there's, like,
fuck. I'm doing it on the
beaches.
8th. Man, Chad, there's so much.
Shoot each
Man.
other.
Yeah, the one where you shoot each other.
okay,
Yeah.
I know.
Yes. I'm mainly here for moral support. I'll say that. I'm mainly the cheerleader.
That's
But we'll
cap.
go. How we go.
I think you can. I think you can do more.
That's Caplo, bro.
You're powerful. Hey, Noisebox, thank you. My dyslexia is so
specialize in
bad.
Storytelling in Minecraft rather than the actual skill.
That's
of the game,
amazing,
so
that's
we'll see how this
amazing.
goes, but
Well, okay. Let's get a better frame of mind. You're telling a story about how you won
Frame of
Block
Mind, I
Wars.
love that song.
Okay,
This is how I won Block Wars.
here's
on
the
Twitch
thing.
Rivals.
Block Wars based on the power of friendship. It's okay. It's the power of friendship.
Oh, I love My Little Pony.
My Little Pony, friendship is magic.
I can
It's
see
okay,
the
we got
YouTube
this.
title, the thumbnail, and you open up with, "This is how I won Block Wars."
This is how I won Block Wars Twitch Rivals.
There you go.
Like, is this like everyone's like third or fourth? Like, how many
Yeah.
blockers have you all done?
Oh, like
This is my third.
9.
You're
Oh, we got a better end.
I've been playing since like early Block Wars. But
This is either my 4th or 5th one. I
You're
can't
like an
remember.
OG.
Fourth or fifth?
Yeah, it's-
yeah.
I think
No, Maker, you're actually really good. No, my chat was telling me that you're like
Yeah.
nuts.
I
Yeah.
just
there you
I
go.
actually
Like
Low
top
key.
15 or like top 10 or some shit.
low key.
Yeah.
I got a new PC, and half the game modes I would lag in, like Spleef especially.
Yeah.
But I got a new PC with no lag.
Spleef,
Like
yeah.
I'm at. Hold on.
That's awesome, really. That's sick.
Yeah.
Alright,
Plug
good
the
stuff.
sponsor right now. Who was it? Who built it?
My chat. My chat.
Yeah.
Let's go!
Good.
Shout out to Mike,
That's
your
awesome,
chat.
actually.
Damn.
Wait, what kind of PC do you have? Like, what are the parts?
It has a 4070 Super, a
Whoa.
Ryzen 9. Hold on, let me check this out.
Yo.
I don't remember what the stats are. A Ryzen 9, fucking
What
uh,
It means
Ryzen
it's really
9.
good.
What is it?
That's what it means.
7950.
Lee, don't tell me you don't know anything about these parts. Come on,
Dude,
man.
I don't know. I did Alex one of my mods.
Yeah,
I gave
cool
him
beer.
$5,000. I was like, just build the best you can. And he just built it
You're
for me.
joking, dude.
I don't know anything about PCs, but I'm like
You've
super.
never built a PC?
No.
I built a PC and one time I pushed the RAM card in and something bent and it still worked and it was fine.
Yeah.
But it made the worst crunching sound ever, but it worked fine.
It's like the scariest game of Lego ever. I'm not
Yeah.
going near that, bro.
Alright, that's own. So like everyone, okay, so Maker is just May, is that okay? And
Yeah, call me May, yeah.
Cab is fine.
Cab, alright,
Yeah.
and then Wally. Bet.
Bang a song, chat, bang a song.
Wally.
Maybe have some fun with these. I love doing Block Wars.
How's it going?
Let's go.
These are so fun.
Where's everyone from?
Where's everyone from?
Yeah, if
I'm in
you
LA.
Yeah.
I'm from North Carolina in the United States.
You know.
That's amazing.
Fair.
Where's the
And
East Coast?
yourself?
I'm in Los Angeles, California.
Oh.
Me and Caboose are both from Aussie, Australia.
Yeah, it must be like really late for you guys, yeah?
It is 9 a.m.
9 a.m. It's 9 a.m.
Damn.
Yeah.
Rise and
I
grind.
woke up 30 minutes
It's
ago.
9 a.m.?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, hell no.
Except I woke up 30 minutes ago and Lee has been awake since like
Since
what,
like all night?
8 p.m.
Yeah, I've been awake
8
since
PM?
5 p.m. yesterday. Yeah.
Well, wait, was that when you woke up?
Yeah, that's when I
it's
wake up and I started streaming at like 9.
Yeah.
I'm 10 hours, 10 and a half hours
Streamers
in.
are on really horrendous
Oh my
sleep schedules.
gosh, what the?
No,
Wait.
no, it's calm, dude. I'm on an energy drink right now, bro. I'm feeling livid. I'm feeling nice right now.
okay.
I feel like
I'm ready.
you're like
Let's go.
me when I
Alright,
didn't sleep
plug
one
it.
time.
What's the energy drink?
Red Bull. Just a regular Red Bull.
Red Bull.
Shout out
Give
to
me
Red
those
Bull.
Leon
Give those
dollars.
small brands
That's
a little
amazing.
shout, you know, hey.
Those small brands.
Hey,
Yeah, it's
give
a
those
Red
little
Bull.
brands a little. Hey.
All right, bet.
If you
bet.
drink enough of
Support
those,
local
they
small
you get wings,
businesses, Red
right?
Bull.
Yeah, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Supporting small businesses.
Right. Yeah, honestly, how is our team looking? Like compared to the other teams? Are the other teams like sort of scary or what?
Listen. You win based off of the team's vibes, and I think the vibes here are like
The vibes here are immaculate.
exquisite.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I
good
think-
synergy right now.
Okay.
I think
let's go.
Phantoms is gonna give people a lot of trouble, but I think they also balanced it
ooh,
with
Fire Red
Froggy and
Manor.
Line Shoe.
Where's that?
Okay.
Purple is Phantoms, purple.
Oh,
Yeah,
purple-
purple
little
Fro-
worried
Fire
about-
Breath
Oh,
Man.
wait, they got Fire Breath Man and Purple. The way that's kind of.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm
but
worried
Fro-
about it.
Froggy,
Yeah, that happened,
Froggy's a
but
friend of
they
mine,
paid a lot.
and she's like, she's okay. Well, like she's not bad at the game, but like
If she's bad,
with all the
just
other
say it. Is she bad? Say it.
no, with like all the
Just
other
say it.
with all the
Just
other
say it,
people,
man.
with all the other people, she's underperforming.
Balance.
But she-
Wait, just say it,
balances
Brad.
it
Wow.
That's
out.
the PG way. That's the PG way to say it.
PG way.
I'm Demia. I'm being
She's
Demia right now. I
bullied,
love her. I can't. If she would cry right now. I love
Honestly,
her.
I'm a little scared of the Feinberg Pyroscythe team, honestly. Knights, they're both very good at events. Like top
I'll be honest.
5 good
I've
at
never
events.
seen. Yeah, I've never seen
So-
Feinberg place less than
Don't look in
third. So
chat.
like.
Don't look in chat.
Yeah, I've seen Feinberg win. Like, it's either Fire Breath Man and Feinberg are
Dude,
always top
that's 'cause he
2
pays to
every
win.
time. So he pays to win.
He pays to win.
Dude!
He's like the top dodo. I actually don't know, but
Don't
No,
rat
Fire
me out,
Breath Man
bro.
is
What the
very, very
fuck?
good.
What does that mean? What does that fucking mean? What do you
Nothing,
have
Froggy.
dukes?
Nothing. No, it means you're good at Minecraft.
She said you.
It means you're good at
goofy.
Minecraft. It means you're good at Minecraft. 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 You're good at
How
Minecraft.
you're going to win because I'm garbage. No shot you're in here saying that, and I came in.
I
here
didn't
and
know.
was
I
like,
didn't say that. They were
"Dude,
asking what the
May
other
is
the other
best.
team looks like,
May is
and you have
awesome.
purple. You have purple in Fire Breath Man who are
gonna
really
win.
good,
You're
and you're
gonna
good. And
win
I was
because
saying they
May is
balanced it by putting
great.
Froggy in the team because she underperforms compared to the other members because she's newer to Minecraft, but she's really good at building. She's really creative and cool, and she's awesome. And I love Froggy.
That is that's even worse. I thought you were just saying, "Don't worry about it, Froggy's shit." I didn't know you were saying Froggy is so bad.
So-
No. You're better compared. You're like 30. You're like 30. You're like 30.
Alright.
Froggy, can you do me a favor? Can you do me a favor?
Oh my
I
god.
came in like 26th last time.
Froggy, can you do me a favor?
Yeah, anything, babes.
Can you
want me to
can you
talk
do
like
the
Jennifer
can you do
Coolidge for you?
Yes, please. How'd you know I was gonna ask about the hot dog? Please, please.
Oh my god. We should do a charity stream that raises money for Costco so we could have even more fucking hot dogs.
Whoa, PG.
No, you fuck.
That is not what I was expecting to wake up in here today. But
I love hot dogs so much.
Oh my god.
I actually said freaking back there. Sorry, that's my bad.
They're not actually PG. They're fucking with you.
Sorry. I haven't had a hot
Jennifer.
dog in a while. Jennifer gets a little cuckoo crazy when she hasn't had a hot dog.
What's going on?
Yeah, I wasn't.
Did you blink out?
I'm like stun locked. I like don't know how to react to this.
Like,
Froggy,
right now? What's
Froggy
happening?
has that like behavior on people. She just like
Peter,
She re-
Peter, the horse is here.
Peter,
Peter, the horse
Peter,
is
the
here.
horse is here.
Do any of you live in Texas?
No.
I don't think so.
Not yet.
Girl, the
Welcome to
fuck?
Spirit.
Well, because if Texans know how to like ride and milk horses just as soon as they're born. And also, horses apparently just walk around like, you know, outside cats. People who like let their cats outside.
Wait,
It's
really?
crazy. Yeah, like apparently horses just wander around in Texas like outside
That's
cats.
awesome. We don't
I
have
hate
horses,
that.
but we have kangaroos and spiders. So
Oh my god, dude, there was some
I don't know
massive
if that's
spider in my room
equivalent.
today, bro.
You're Australian!
Oh my god.
Wait, is it true that Australian spiders are like 5 feet tall?
yeah. Have you ever heard of drop bears?
What's a drop bears.
Oh, my friend got attacked by one of
drop
those.
bears.
It fell off the
they're
fucking tree.
They're scary. They jump off of trees
Yeah.
and attack people. Yeah. They're really
What?
scary. They're like they're worse than spiders. They
Yeah.
like hang in trees and actively attack people.
So what happens if we just like burn Australia?
Oh, that's a bad idea.
Then-
And
then
in
two
Melbourne,
kings
they
would
have
away.
exploding trees that if you light on
It's okay.
fire, like it
Dude,
explode.
Have
The land of the
trees, so,
free.
Yeah.
Dude, you want to bring drop bears to America? You guys wouldn't last a day. You
Boodle,
guys-
you've been to Boston, right?
You've
You've been to
swooped
Boston,
by a
right?
Magpie? I have been to Boston, yeah.
You know about the tea tap, right? Underneath the sink, you get tea straight from the Boston
what?
Harbor.
Wait, really?
What?
Yeah.
We're talking about the
There's-
Boston Tea Party?
No, there's a tea tap
I
in
forgot
Boston
That happened.
that you just
Yeah,
get
me too.
fresh
That's
tea.
awesome.
You get fresh tea from
Ooh,
Boston, right from the
fresh
harbor.
tea?
Yeah, it's a tea
Wow.
tap
What
underneath
type
the
of
sink.
tea? What type of tea?
We call it harbor tea because every year on 4th of July we get on the Independence in May, the old boats that the pioneers used to come from, and you know
Oh, yeah.
we throw tea off them.
Oh,
Wait,
it's
I
like
got
a
a question.
celebration.
Someone from my chat is asking, is it true that Australian people eat spiders?
Yeah.
It's completely
It's what I
factual.
had for breakfast.
Yeah.
this
That's
morning,
awesome.
Yeah. We have something in my backyard called the spider bush. This is actually true. I have a spider bush in my backyard that I keep all the spiders in, so that we can.
Oh,
have them
it's
as
like a breeding ground, so you can go over and just like
Yeah,
snatch one up
pretty
and
much,
cook them
yeah.
up.
Wait, I
You
actually
cook
can't
them, eat
tell
them
if y'all are
raw.
Trolling. What?
Okay, I don't eat the spiders, but I do have a spider bush.
No, I eat the spiders, most definitely. I deep fry them and eat them. Yeah.
The tea tap is real. The tea tap is real, dude.
I don't want to mess with those.
The tea tap is real. Come on.
They're a little evil for that.
No, talking
Give
about
it, give it,
spiders,
give
bro,
a homie a little bit of
okay, so
credit. Come on.
Let's give me the clip, bro. There's a massive spider in my room today, bro.
Whoa,
Like,
really?
actually, like big as my
Dude,
hand.
there are spiders in my car. Like every single
sorry.
time I wash my car, the
sorry.
very next day there's going to be a spider web that's like in
What?
between like my side mirrors and the door.
Oh my
Like
god.
big ones or small ones?
I had a
It's like
friend.
it's like a little web,
Medium.
but like
anything about
yeah.
I had a friend who would
You're
wash
from
her
New
car,
York.
and then 3 days later, spider webs would keep appearing. and they
I'm
were, like,
not
hidden in
from
the
New York,
crevices of her car.
Higlity. How would I be from New
It was
York?
So bad. She would never know where they came
How
from.
would
and
I
she'd
be
never
from
see
fucking
them,
New
but the
York?
spider
Yeah, the
web
tea
would
tap's real.
just
Thank
appear.
you.
Yeah, I need
Fucking
deep fry
thank
my
you.
car.
Fucking thank you. The tea tap's real.
Anyways, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I live in New Mexico now. And
Oh.
yeah, they
How's
got roadrunners, and I didn't think they were real until I came here.
Oh.
And I just saw one. I just saw one. I'm like, what the fuck is that? Yeah.
What's a roadrunner?
It's like a bird. You ever see Looney Tunes?
No. Honestly, no.
Okay, it's a bird that runs on the ground. It just got really long
Oh.
fucking legs. It's like a mini
okay,
emu.
look at it go.
Yeah, it's like a really
Oh,
tiny.
okay,
it's like
that
a
I
baby
understand,
emu.
that I
Yeah.
understand. That I understand. I had an emu attack my phone one time because it was at the zoo and it was really funny.
What?
I think my favorite photo of all time is literally about half a second before this emu tries to attack my phone, and it's the best photo I've ever seen. I want to see if I can find it. It's so funny. Wait.
Yeah, dude, roadrunners are real.
Look at the
They just like you see them. You see them.
Okay.
I didn't think they were real, but they are real. They are real. It's crazy. It's insanity.
Oh wait, really? Okay, wait.
It's a pretty
Let
big
me-
one as well. It's pretty freaking
That's
big.
horrifying. Okay, wait.
Yeah.
Let me share stream as well.
Yeah. Keep that.
Here we go.
And I looked around my room for like a good 30 minutes. I just could never find it. Yeah.
Where is
Oh,
it?
you guys want to know what about
that's
teams?
awful.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
Fighters. Fighters are gonna
what?
be bad for us. The teams, fighters. That's a
Yeah.
crack
Fighters, that's the
team.
pirate
Like
tag
actually.
team. Yeah. Yeah. that's
Five
the
up,
pirate
fruit
team.
berries, sleepy. What the? Wait, they're stacked. Wait,
Is it?
actually.
Wait.
Yeah, no, like they're
Yeah.
also really good at like
Yeah.
FPS
sorry.
games. So
Shit. Alright, but. Wait, how long is this event usually? Like 3-4 hours, right?
yeah, it seems that there's some delay and stuff.
Bet. That's all good. Calm. Alright, let's go.
Cause they got the Twitch rival stuff, and the casters like just kind of like yeah.
Alright, bet. So if, I'm done. What if one of us is dragged for an interview? Oh god.
I would cry. They did that to me.
Did you guys say yes on to the
Was
interview?
it?
Yeah.
Sorry. Oh yeah, I did.
Yeah, I did as well.
I didn't want to be like, nah, teehee. Like, I was like, okay, everyone said yes, I gotta.
I just need to put my mask on if I'm gonna turn a camera on because I'm faceless. My face just doesn't.
That's the
exist,
perk of being a VTuber. I can just like,
Yeah.
yeah.
You're like Medusa. Like if
Buddha, you should get a VTuber. That'd be fire.
I actually have a VTuber.
Yeah, you know, when I saw your profile picture and your whole setup, I thought you were a VTuber. Like,
Well, it's because I
Like-
originally was. Like 2 years ago, I was a VTuber, and then I.
Wait,
sorta, like,
really?
Yeah, like in
Oh,
like
that's
2022,
interesting.
I used to be a VTuber, and then I sort of just went more into like the Minecraft base of the community and like the SMP niche, I guess, and sort of drifted away from it. I still have the model though, and all of my I still
yeah,
use all of
but
my
I think
assets
the
and
other
things like
people
that.
balance it out.
But yeah, I just don't use the model that much anymore.
He is
was
here.
it like
That's
similar to your design right now still?
It's exactly the same.
Oh, okay.
It's the same
fair.
design, yeah.
Gotcha. Alright. Better
I've only been a VTuber.
VTuber is sick
I don't know
though.
why. I don't think I never really had a reason as to why I stopped. I think it's just it's because I stopped using it in streams because I would start using it as video footage, and I didn't want to have my VTuber in the corner of video footage, so I could like edit it more freely. And then it's just like everything I did became video footage, so I just never used it again.
Ah, okay. That makes sense actually.
Yeah. But that
I know
was-
some people
that
like
was pretty much
they
it.
have the they record their same time as they're streaming, and they have like separate things show up on the recording than like stream, which is interesting.
Yeah, I know that that's possible, but I really can't be fucked to learn how to do that.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be so real. I really can't be bothered.
Whoa, I didn't know we
So
were
sorry,
using
so
those
sorry,
words.
so sorry.
Fuck.
Frick.
Motherfucker.
Whoa.
Whoa, leave my mother out of this.
Actually, don't. Sorry.
Leave my mother
Yeah,
out of this,
leave her
man.
in this.
How could you? No, whoa. I've made a friend, guys. I'm so sorry. I might have to betray the team. I've made a friend. They're on the Knights as well. There's this.
We can
this
all make
person.
friends. We can all make friends.
I have to betray. My bad, gang.
Siphon energy from them, or just like, I don't know, just to get information from
Siphon
them.
energy from them. Yeah, great
Yeah.
idea.
The boss is only coming out because I'm hanging out with two Australian people, and like it sounds
No,
just fucking
she's
same.
so like cottagecore and cute. I don't wanna. I can't. Ow.
Wait, who is it? Hey,
It's some
Imran?
Emerome. Yeah, I have no idea who they are, but they're adorable. So we've become besties.
I did the honey slide thingy. I'm so proud of my fucking self.
I'm so excited for this.
I feel a kinship with Caboodle because we just got the same energy.
Oh yeah, we do. We are like the same person. It's great. You get me, May. You get me. You understand.
I understand you. I just like, you know, we got the same like there's a little like energy beam like beaming into my computer, and our beams are like
we have,
hitting.
like, the brain waves.
Yeah, the brain waves.
connected.
That's what I'm thinking about.
They're connected. The brain waves are connecting. Yeah, they're connected. We really do have the same magic.
I'm not from New York City. Yeah, when Sam put out, like, we're both like, that's crazy.
That's fuck. We both go after like saying something.
Yeah.
Wow. How did this happen? How did I find
Right back. I'm gonna grab some water.
Okay,
maybe
go grab some water.
maybe like, have you thought about this? But maybe there's like one person in every continent that's like you, like a doppelganger.
Oh my
And I
God,
met
we
my
have
Australian
clones.
equivalent.
We have clones. No, you're so right. You're the American clone. I'm the Australian clone. We need to find everywhere else. Where's the European clone?
Yeah.
Oh my god. Oh my god. We need to find them.
That would be
This is what
fucking
my
crazy. We
life
can find
is
everyone. Like
now.
that'd be awesome. Like, oh my god.
Yes. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Stop. Oh my god.
Fire Breath Man's saying it too. No. We've started an epidemic.
Yeah, it's okay. You crazy.
I just noticed that Sneak Snack is like always Eggman now.
Maybe that's not, you know, like a joke hawk.
Yeah, he's like the Joker, but he's Eggman.
Yeah.
Could you imagine a Joker movie, but it's just Eggman from Sonic instead?
That would be awesome. What if it was like reshot, like the, you know, like the what was the one, the Joker with like that was like kind of like realistic, I don't remember the one where you dance on the stairs. Like
2021 one.
yeah. Like what if it was like that, but it was just egg, like reshot the same, but with Eggman.
Eggman. It's just Eggman. The Sonic movies take a dark turn.
Yeah.
Eggman. Oh my God. Wait, Shadow's here too. Wait.
Instead of Bruce Wayne, it's fucking like a Sonic or Shadow or something.
It's Sonic the Hedgehog. Oh my gosh. Yeah. DC universe, except it's all like a really dark and twisted rendition of the Sonic universe.
I mean, in the future, like we might be able to just like think things into reality.
Someone in my chat just went, "Why so fast, Hedgehog?" Why so fast, Hedgehog? Oh,
that's what's happening right now, Galactic.
Fixations there.
That is a scary concept, right?
Oh my God.
Oh, dude, I can't like.
Oh God.
Like, oh my God, can you like think about like the like imagine like for just a second, right? That there was like an entire like MCU version, but with Sonic. Like Endgame, but with like Sonic the Hedgehog characters.
Oh my God. And Sonic would be the type though to make like the dumb joke and be like, he's standing right behind me, isn't he? God,
I don't feel so good.
Have you
Roche.
seen Arcane?
I haven't yet, no.
So good, Rouge.
It's good.
Oh, it's so good. Oh, it's so good. It's really good. Highly recommended. Highly recommended.
I can take your opinion, but I think Schrodinger's known for playing Riot games, so they're just kind of like. Of course they're gonna like it.
Actually, it's actually I don't know how to say it. It's like genuinely the best form of creative media I've watced.
It's genuinely.
Yeah,
like,
I've heard a lot of good things about it.
So
I just like.
I think it's like I saw like it's the first in his first ever TV show in history to get 9 out of 10 or higher on every single episode on IMDb or something like that, which is like
that's
crazy.
Actually, kind of crazy, yeah.
It's an insanely good show. Unfortunately, I do also have a bias because I am worse than a Valorant player, but a League of Legends player. So yeah, I know.
Oh no.
I know. Yeah.
You could have said you're like a fentanyl addict.
Oh,
and I would have had
you could have said you did crimes.
Yeah.
You could have said I was a thief,
It's okay,
and that would have been better.
I've been playing League too, Kabul. It's not you're good,
yeah,
bro.
Yeah.
I also
it's been
commit
bad.
crimes.
Yeah, it's gotten ever since I watched Arcane season 2. It's gotten worse.
It's I don't have like I don't watch a lot of TV because like I'm a music person. I listen to so much like
fair enough.
Like fucking like I don't even know, like I like musicals, right?
Musicals, that's hype. Music is awesome.
Yeah, but like
though,
not even like the visual ones. They're like just like the fully music ones.
Oh damn, like Beethoven.
Yeah. No. Like
Do you listen to Beethoven, May?
Like my favorite artist is the Dia Hunter, and he does like a lot of that.
Oh, cool.
Okay. Guys, it is about time.
We're gonna start. We're gonna kick ass.
We're locking in. We're locking in.
Almost start in 2 minutes. I gotta go pee.
We will excel at.
Extraction. Extraction.
Actually, we might do alright in there. An extraction. We might do alright.
Okay.
Yeah, we have a lot of FPS players in this team, I think. Yeah.
Tiny and pee. I'll be right back. Okay, guys. I'm excited. As soon as I had her, I'm sorry about that. I'll be right back. Motherfucker. I'm back. Hello. Hi. Hi, chat. I'm back. It's just starting. Wait. Are you guys Doom posting while I'm gone? What's going on?
Sorry, we're talking about how we're doomed by the narrative for games like Race and like the crossbow one.
Oh,
and
no.
Harley because of our
Remember,
pages.
you're gonna make a video how I won Block Voice,
you're
and then
right,
you gotta
you're
do the full.
right.
Remember.
I gotta do this for the video, for the YouTube
Manifestation. You gotta manifest that video.
Video. So true. Thank you. I don't know how I forgot.
donated $100,000.
There we go.
This is how I beat Fire Breath Man and Race.
That sounds like a tutorial guy.
I can't. I'm not a YouTuber.
Oh, wait, was
That's fair. That's fair.
I don't do that.
Oh hell yeah.
Oh,
Lock it in. We're winning this. We got this. We actually
Team huddle,
got
bro.
this.
Yeah,
Team huddle.
BTMC. Run the DM, like the inspirational, like
Inspirational speech,
right now.
let's go.
Let's get a speech going.
He's not here.
Alright.
Hey guys, it's me, future president of the United States of America. I would like to say, hey, we're gonna win. I'm not good at speeches. You know, this is like middle school when they make you go up in the center. Schrodinger, you take it away. You're good. Yeah. Oh.
Let's go for Nation, 400k Nation, yes! For the YouTube video! Yes! Wait, what? Alright, let's go.
Thank you.
Let's win.
Awesome. See?
Let's win.
Alright, let's go. Lock it in. Nah, let's have fun, let's communicate, and let's try our best.
This is how I beat Caboodle.
Oh my gosh. I realized you can spin really fast in ice boats. Like really, really fast. The point that it like.
I want them to
glitches
do
the
an ice
screen.
boat game mode. I'm really good at ice boats.
Race.
Yeah, that's part of it.
That is part of it.
I do the dropper, then race, and then whatever. Yeah.
Trailblazers, I don't think it's in this one.
What is Trailblazer?
It's basically like you're good at it's like skill honing basically. There's like an Elytra section, there's like a parkour section, there's like a fighting section, but that's not in this one, I don't think. So oh, Shockwave! Oh, if we get to the finale, you guys are good at FPS, yay! Oh, that's awesome. Okay, great. Shockwave will be good then for us, because Shockwave is just Valorant, so.
Down. That's fun. Alright.
Alright, I'm ready, let's do this.
Yeah.
Yippee!
Do we have any newcomers in our team? I don't think so. Right?
No, it's a start. Those two, I guess.
Wait, are there newcomers?
Oh, damn. Yeah, just those two.
Just those two.
Oh, wow.
Well, how should we do a little introduction, guys? What should we do?
We should always just jump in the middle and start twerking.
Yeah, everyone always goes to the twerk.
For charity.
I'm worried about that team. I think will give everyone trouble. Oh
my god.
It's twerking time. Yes.
Yeah. Wait, it looks like why you watch it as Wally.
I was doing something. Don't worry.
What's our team name? We're like the Yellow Rockets or something?
The Thunders.
Oh, Thunders. Yeah.
We bring the thunder.
The yellow Thunders.
We bring the thunder.
The thunder. Oh, you want to actually works out because there's an Australian song. Wait, no, I'm stupid. That's that's Imagine Dragons. Sorry, I thought there, I was listening to what is it, Men Down Under recently, and I got confused with Thunder.
The donut.
No, that's not thunder. All right, what are we voting for? Well, I guess it doesn't really matter off the bat because
I love having dyslexia, guys.
Yeah, it's like I just didn't want it to be just me.
Yeah. Guys, how do we feel in order?
I'd rather all of us be having it.
Are we okay?
I'm really good at delivery.
Okay, fair. Like usually I like to get that out of the way first because one, I don't want Fireman to get that last.
Mm-hmm.
We have a 1.25 multiplier on that. And, I don't know. Order up.
What are we doing? Order up? Yeah, get order up out of the way.
Usually goes first.
Yeah.
Yeah, usually, yeah.
Oh, we need to get Tomb Titans out of the way as well because that is a confusing game.
That one's nice though. Like,
Guidance, yeah.
I kind of got a rhythm down for it.
What is that?
Basically, it's like if you watch MC.
Dude, there's
So we're voting
there's
for
nobody
order,
here.
right?
MCC, I'm in MCC.
Yeah,
Like,
vote
it's
order
like
up.
Sands of Time. But
Oh, good. I love that. I love that.
But like different. There's no sand,
I
and
have
it's
a
like
cat
the world.
Wait,
collapses.
I can grab someone. I'm gonna grab. Wait, I'm gonna grab
I got a
Fine
boom
Black.
stick.
Yeah. They're trying to do race early. Oh, I don't think
Well, I think we
maybe
should do
order
race
up.
early.
Hold
I
on.
think we should.
My cat just left.
I'm gonna grab.
No, no.
Dean. I'm grabbing Dean.
I think we
Okay,
should
okay.
do race
Oh,
early.
5 seconds. Come back. Come back.
It's the powers are disabled. Don't worry.
Oh, okay. Ooh.
Coming back.
Wait, what? How did she get off my head? Wait, what? No.
Oh, we got it.
I think we
100% order up.
I think
Yeah,
won
we
this,
did. We did.
I think we won this. Yeah.
I killed someone over there.
Oh, it's easy.
Yeah,
So who wants to do what? Who wants to do what?
Me too, yeah, we're good.
I can
Make
do
it
delivery. Yeah, I can do that. I can do
You're good
that.
at it? Okay.
Yeah.
I can go on crafting duty.
I
Okay,
can-
you can
It-
craft
the only
it.
thing I'm gonna
I'll
ask
be-
Hey,
is
this
actually I'll
what
do this.
I
Never mind. Don't worry
knew and
about
I
it.
realized it's helped every time. You know how there's the golden order or whatever?
Yeah.
Oh
Wait,
yeah.
is that not a
we
thing
need
in
to
this
look it up.
anymore?
Yeah, it
Mhm.
is right here. I think rush order. Rush order. They changed it to.
I'm
rush
Yeah,
order.
just
Wait,
do the rush
gold?
orders right away.
The rush orders are the things that are. Yeah,
Yeah,
it
yeah.
was a golden order, but they changed it to a rush order. It's the same thing.
How do I
It-
get it?
Actually,
if-
does
if-
anyone know how
if-
to work the
Nothing of
composter? Because I don't know anything about
I'll
that.
do
So-
the
with,
composter. I can
yeah,
do
yeah.
that.
Can we get speed right away? Because it's gonna help us go faster.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Usually,
definitely.
Why is this
I'm not
one-
gonna lie. I just studied Farnberg's VOD. He goes over here, he gets the mushrooms, and he comes back and he does the composter. That's what I'm gonna do as well.
Yeah.
So I'll,
Oh my
I'll
God.
focus on the composter.
BTMC stands for Beast Troll MC.
I don't Wait, I don't know
figured it
anything
out.
about
Don't pick up on
composter.
that.
Everyone's always asked, what does BTMC stand for?
That's what it stands for. Oh, okay.
Am I good to just be on like gathering duty the whole time? I'll just run around
so-
and grab everything.
You be
Yeah.
no, you be on specific areas. I'd say we should do different areas. I can do.
I'm gonna grab
things if you
meat
wanna do
until like we
plants.
start getting deliveries going. So
Yeah. Okay. I'll
I'll
do.
what, plants?
Wait, actually, May, shouldn't you do plants because it's further away?
oh yeah, I'll do plants. Yeah, yeah.
Okay. So.
I'll get
May
apples at the
and-
start and then start
Okay,
crafting.
May and Wally, you guys do
Oh, what
plant,
the heck?
and then I will do meats, including fish, and then yeah, I think we're good.
Is
Does everyone know
that
what they're
grid
doing?
of like
Yeah,
all
I know.
the,
Yeah, we know
the
where.
lines? Is that the map? Like, is that where I'm running?
That's the
Yes.
delivery map.
Yeah, I can deliver really fast. So like, if you guys want to just like stack orders, I can go and grab them once they start piling up. And just let me do them because like if you don't have an elytra, unless you have a second elytra,
It gets so
it's
much
way
harder
too
if you don't
slow.
have an elytra.
Way too
Yeah.
slow.
Yeah, yeah,
Wait, so
Alright, I'll
you
gather
claimed the-
apples.
You claimed the Elytra, May.
Yeah, yeah,
Okay.
I already got it. So
yeah. Okay, wait.
Wait, where-
Who's on kitchen duty?
I'll be on kitchen duty
Okay,
after
sweet.
I gather some apples.
Yeah, get some
Mm-hmm.
apples and coal, and
Wait,
then
where's the plants?
duty, and
Over
then-
this way?
straight ahead is the
Punch
plants.
their
I'm
head.
grabbing the
mushrooms.
the
is to
hay and
left.
stuff. Yeah.
Oh, so
Plants is straight ahead.
advantage.
and
Oh,
then
don't forget to get
mushrooms,
oranges
and
too,
then
because they
I'll
added
go to the right.
oranges and lemons now too.
Oh, they added oranges?
What?
Yeah, there's
Whoa,
oranges and
where do you
lemons
get that
too,
from trees?
right next to the apples.
I
Yeah.
don't know what to do with that, but yeah, we'll figure
There's
it out.
the red tree's the apple
just gonna
tree,
grab a bunch of
yellow's
everything.
lemon, and orange
Oh,
is
you can
orange.
See, you can see there's giant
Yeah.
like things above them.
I know they help me out a lot. I like doing them. Like I know I don't pull in major viewership. Like I probably had like
A lot of the first.
Every time
off
I
my
see a
head
rush
like
order, I'm gonna
180,
call out the
200 people in
materials,
here, and like
Yeah, do that, do that.
it's just fun to do, Chad. I love doing these so much.
Let's go.
Make sure
You can use the jump pad to get more speed.
You guys, oh yeah,
Yeah,
use
don't jump.
it's I think it's speed too. So yeah, don't jump.
Yeah, you can use the jump pad though to get a lot of like, you know.
Yeah.
Alright.
All right.
As soon as
first
the
set
chest
of meats
opens,
is
I'll
in the-
upgrade everything. Yeah.
First set of meats is in the chest.
Alright, thank you. I'm gonna start cooking pork chop.
I'm bringing over a bunch of vegetables. And shit.
I need some chicken as well.
On it.
I need two more chicken, please. Maybe
On
we
it.
can grab that.
Oh, Wally's there.
I'm in
Okay.
the barn right now.
Yeah.
Chest is full of wheat and pumpkins and shit.
Bring it all back.
Okay, thank you.
Wally, just head back and get the stuff back.
Yeah, I have already going here. I'm just gonna put it in this chest in the center, right?
Do you get cocoa beans?
A ton of stuff in there.
I'll get some of
Your
those.
beans are at the thing, right? No? Are they not at the place? Did they change that?
What's the rush order? If we can get that.
Rush order is pumpkin pie and mushroom stew. So I need mushrooms, sugar,
Yeah.
egg, and pumpkins.
Yeah,
Getting
mushrooms, I'll drop in
Is there an egg in the chest already?
Yeah, both mushrooms are in the chest if you want to craft. Yeah.
I don't know where the cocoa beans are. I got these motherfuckers.
Yeah. I've got looting.
Grabbing pumpkin.
Yeah. Alright, cool. Alright, gonna start crafting now as well. We got speed 2.
Thank you.
Chop 3
Chickens in there. I need some wheat.
I put wheat.
I got sugar in here too.
Anything we need? I'm on the way back right now. Anything we need right now.
3 baked potatoes. Do we have those yet?
Cocoa
Okay,
beans.
2.
Cocoa-
I'm gonna deliver an order.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, awesome.
Yeah, get that order. Yeah.
Oh, here you go.
I need
Put that in there.
Okay,
Potatoes.
Is there not like a boss thing we have to
Yeah,
kill anymore?
oh shit. Wait, sorry.
Wally, can you grab the potatoes?
Yeah. There should be some in the chest.
Just more.
Yeah, I can.
Oh, did someone take an order?
Always.
Oh.
I took an order.
Yeah, don't. Just focus on crafting and collecting, because I can do this really quickly.
I need 6 more eggs.
Okay, I got
More
it.
eggs on it.
Six
The
more
chickens
eggs, yep.
are just not here. There's just no chickens.
That's fine.
It's okay. We got cooked chicken in here, anyways.
I know, but the egg.
Potatoes.
I think
Okay, I got
this is the last
potatoes
time as
on
well.
my back right
The
now.
chickens like won't respawn.
You have any cooked potatoes yet? No. Okay.
Potatoes in the
Chickens
chest.
are in. Need some more pork chop.
Pork. Okay, there's no chickens. They're not respawning. So,
That's okay. We're good on chickens for now.
okay.
I'm putting those apples in a second, okay? You have those potatoes for this one?
They're in the chest. There's 40.
Yeah.
Potatoes are still cooking.
Yeah. I'll put the rest of the potatoes in once
I just
they're
need
done.
one more potato, and I'm taking this order.
Yeah, yeah.
Pork chop is in. Now we just need an apple and then the order's ready.
I'll grab some apples too, Vaughn.
Alright, this order's about to be ready.
Okay, I'm coming. Get the order. Just like don't grab them. I can do them real quick. So just
Yeah, don't grab the order.
focus on
Yeah,
crafting.
I'll get this 4 orange. Actually, no, we already have 4
I'm
oranges.
on the origins.
Yeah.
Oh, is this one done? Oh, I'm gonna deliver this.
Yeah.
No, don't say. It's okay. It's okay.
Number 4 is ready to go.
Thank you.
There you go.
Yeah, don't grab the orders. I can do them so quick.
I put stuff. There's tons
You're
of
doing
wheat
bread
on it.
edit? Yeah, I'll do the cookies. Yeah, 3.
Okay. Cake and bread is on a rush
the
order.
rush
I
order?
need
We need
yes.
cocoa beans. Anyone have cocoa
They're in
beans?
they're in the chest at the place. They're
I
at
don't
the,
see any
they're in
cocoa.
a barrel.
In a barrel? Oh, I knew that. I was just testing you. Alright. Yeah.
All right, buddy. All right, buddy.
Okay, I need to make 4 cakes.
That's a lot of cake. Wow. Okay.
That is a lot.
I need wheat.
Let's see. I need
Cool.
I'm getting more wheat.
3.
There's buckets of milk at the place. Where's buckets of milk?
sugar. I have. It's in the chest on the side.
Pumpkins. Do we have pumpkins? I'll get pumpkins.
I'm on
Then
pumpkins. I'm here
So
already.
you have pumpkins? Okay, bet.
We still don't have any chickens.
How? Oh.
I need some more eggs. Does anyone have eggs? Oh wait, I have eggs in my inventory.
How do we get
Chickens
your
aren't respawning.
Oh, yeah.
And milk.
The chickens
We should
don't
probably
respawn
mention that in the
yet.
chat. The chicken aren't respawning.
No, because if they're not responding for us, they won't be responding for anyone else. So.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Probably.
I'm making the golden apple. Yeah.
Thank you.
I have pumpkins in the chest.
Yeah, okay, this one's ready. Order 3 is ready.
Awesome.
Rush order's
Yeah,
ready,
don't
rush
take the
order's
rush order. Don't take the rush order. I'll grab it in a second. I can do it real quick. So.
Yeah. Number 4 is ready as well.
Pumpkin,
For you,
sugar,
man.
and egg.
Yeah.
Do we have any more eggs? I need eggs.
Rush order will expire in
It's
5
I got it. I got it. Don't worry. I got it.
You got it, man?
Yeah. Don't worry. I got it. Yeah, I got it. No, I'm going quick. Don't worry.
We need pumpkins.
Just to focus on the crafting and just let them stack up.
Eggs.
I'm getting those. I'm getting 4 apples for this one.
Okay. 4 apples. Yep. That'd be.
Yeah. I got it. Yeah. Going back.
Cooked salmon.
Oh, salmon. I'll get that.
Wait, I have 2 raw salmon in here.
Okay.
Steak.
And then 3
Is
steaks.
steak already cooking or no?
No.
No. Okay. Do we need to get more steak then? Where's?
I'm on it.
No, we have 39 raw meat.
Oh,
It's cooking right now.
It's cooking. Alright.
Coal in this one.
We do not need any more baked potatoes right now. So.
This pumpkin pie is sitting here for a while. Do we have the pumpkins in the chest already? Or what? Yeah, we do. Okay, I'll do the pumpkin.
Yeah, just make the pumpkin pie.
I think we still need eggs. We have
Chickens are
eggs.
on the top part of the barn.
Anyone have eggs in there?
No, the chickens aren't respawning, so there's no eggs.
Okay,
But they're on the
good.
top apparently. I'm gonna check.
Mushroom stew and cookies. I can make
Yeah, they're on the
cookies.
top. Oh my god.
What?
They actually are? Okay, sure.
Yeah. I'm killing
Oh,
them right now.
what?
Give me
Oh,
a
I'm
bit. Give me
so
a bit.
sorry.
No, it's
I just
fine.
didn't see
The
that.
admin had to tell me that.
I'm making the golden apple.
That's so
Rush order 12 bread, 2 cake. 12 bread, 2 cake.
As well, yeah. Sugar. I already.
I have a lot of stuff.
We need chicken cooking.
Alright, I made those pumpkin pies. Okay, this one's ready over here, man. The order 2.
Thank you.
I'm gonna make a mushroom stew.
The chicken is
3 cakes whole bread.
Make
Need more wheat. So you need more wheat.
We were chilling. Yeah, like it.
Do we have 12 bread cake ready coming up?
We have a lot of wheat, so.
I'm grabbing even more.
Yeah, this one's ready as well. Order 3 is ready for you. Mushroom stew. Who's making that?
Yep.
Only put the pork chop in. Awesome.
Yeah,
I'll get that in a second. There you go. I'll take that in a second. Don't worry about it. Just don't take it. Don't take it.
I have a lot of wheat on me.
Yeah, the baked potatoes. I'm putting that in.
I have 6 bread here.
I'm working on the rush order.
I can make the
3 cakes.
6.
This one's ready. Order 2 is ready as well.
Yeah, just I got it. Don't worry.
Cheers.
Rush order is expiring in 15 seconds. How are we going on it?
Oh, I'm not sure if I can get that. Hold up.
5,
2.
Alright, this one's ready. Another one I'm gonna
Rush order's almost done.
It's expired. It expired.
Damn it. Okay. 6 lemons.
I'm making this
I'll get
cookies.
some lemons.
Lemons are in. 5 cooked muttons.
Do we have mutton there? I have some.
We need more mutton.
Yeah, I'm gonna start cooking mutton. We have a lot.
Yeah, put the lemons in the chest here on the order floor.
Okay, I'll get how many?
4 lemons we need.
Bread is done.
Yeah, yeah.
Order 3 is good.
Yeah, and enough.
Gapples.
Yeah, I'll do the gapples. I got gapples.
Okay.
Okay, we need one more mutton and then the next one's ready. Okay, I got it.
Oh, do you have the apples for the gapples?
Yeah, I put it in already. Yeah, just put the lemon
Okay, I'm putting
Look at that.
in. Order 4 is good.
I'll get in a second.
Potato. 3 chickens.
I got. Yeah, there's chicken in
that
the thing, yeah.
potato, I'll take. Oh, that's already in.
One's
You're doing
cooking.
chicken.
Rush order is 11 bread and 4 mushroom stew.
That's easy. That's easy.
I'm gonna get more wheat.
Yeah, I can
Three
do
mushrooms?
the. I can do the
Yeah,
bread.
you got mushrooms,
Yeah,
Chloe?
Yeah, I got
I'll do
it.
the mushroom stew. I'll do it. Yeah.
I have 6. Wait, why do I have 6 bread in my inventory? Wait, what? Okay.
People are dropping stuff instead of putting it in the chest. I'm like, oh.
I'm coming.
Yeah, sorry. I dropped.
No, it's okay. I was trying to get the baked potatoes to fill in.
Yeah.
I'll put 2 of the other
mushroom
ones
stew's in there.
Yeah,
Oh, there we go. It's ready. It's ready. Take it, man.
Alright, rush order's ready.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I bought mushrooms back.
We need 3 cooked chicken.
Golden carrot, I'll make the show.
Okay.
We need
this order's
cookies.
ready.
I'll make some cookies.
Okay, golden carrot. Can you make it a
I'm out
carrot?
right now.
Yeah,
Do you need
make
anything?
Cookies are in.
Okay, man.
Do you need any materials?
We're like chill right now.
That one's ready. Orders 4 is ready.
I'll just
I'll get in a
Two's ready as
second.
well.
I'm running.
I'll make those golden carrots again.
I'm throwing some carrots in
I got a
the
potato.
composter.
Yeah, cheers.
Oh wait, you have to actually right click it.
Okay, that's
No
ready.
way.
You just
Yeah.
make the carrots.
Yeah.
Okay, I feel like when we get
I
into
guess
this
I
like
can't
almost
grab
overtime,
those.
we should just start taking stuff. Okay, the bread is done.
Yeah, no. We want to craft because crafting gets locked, but you can still deliver in overtime.
3 is done. Yeah.
I know, but we should all be. Okay, that's done. Order 2 is done. I feel like we should really take them that aren't being taken so overtime can start. Cause otherwise,
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Go, man, go, man.
Do we have cod or not? Cooked cod?
Yeah, cod and bacon.
already done.
We're done. It's just May. Okay, so we will be tying with 4th when you deliver this, May. Okay.
Yeah.
That's okay. They're a little bit ahead of us.
Oh, if you guys kept stuff in your inventory. Oh, wait, never mind. We got it. Okay, that wasn't bad, guys. We actually did really good. That was hard because, like,
Yeah, that was like mid.
tough.
We did middle.
well,
I
I've
still
never
did
seen
okay.
31 orders is crazy from the other people. Like,
31 is insane.
24 is okay. I'm cool with that.
Yeah.
We'll take
Better
those.
than usual.
Good shit, guys. Well done.
They must have like an
Yeah, the
assembly
Fire
line
Breath
going
Man
on there.
purpled combo. This is one. I'm actually glad this game got out early, and I hope they do race next too, because then that means we can probably pull it back later. That's crazy.
Race next. What do you guys reckon?
Yeah, because
Race
that's gonna be
or
Fire Breath Man's and
honestly-
Purple's best games.
Yeah, they're gonna win that. But I have watched Fire Breath Man purposely try to lose in race and still come 3rd. So, like,
Honestly, Team Titans isn't even that bad. Like, I actually.
Doom
don't find
Titans
that
is
bad.
fun. It's if you my thing is like, just use the crossbow. It's everything
Yeah,
just
it's
dies
not-
to the crossbow. You get free arrows.
Eat my ass, May, you fucking asshole.
Hi Froggy, I love you. Whoa, hey.
What team is that? that person on?
Oh, that's Phantoms. That's Phantoms.
Wait, we are purposely like targeting that person in battle. Like,
Yeah.
we're just full diving for Froggy.
Yeah.
If we see her in battle,
Yeah.
we're just fighting.
Damn.
No, I'm down for that. I'm down for that. All right, all good. All right. Okay, not too bad of a first game. Good shit, guys. Good shit. Good shit.
I think that team will struggle in battle. They'll definitely get a big ego on race and stuff, but
Yeah.
battle's where we'll take it back, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
I think what I like doing in battle, healers have really good kits, so we get 2 healers and the rest can do whatever.
It'll be in terms of fighting that team in battle. I imagine it'll be like looking for people that are lacking behind, so someone who's like slightly behind and picking off like the weaker people, so that they're just left with less of a team.
I'll
will be the
probably
important thing,
play
honestly.
like a healer, and then if someone else wants to tag team with me, get good armor. And if you play medic, you can use absorption right at the beginning and get like extra hearts right away.
Yeah, but the absorption only lasts for like 2 minutes though. No.
I haven't played Minecraft that much at all
I know you
recently.
mentioned before that you wanted to go fairy. I usually go fairy actually. Yeah.
I can do medic
Is
if you.
that-
I want to try fairy, but you can if you want to play fairy, I'll do medic.
I think I'd actually appreciate that, Luke.
Yeah, okay, I'll do that, no problem. Because medic's just
Appreciate that.
free absorption and
It's the
health.
only one
So.
that I played actually. Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's really good. It's really good.
Cool. Yeah, I came 3rd or 2nd on that last time, I think.
I literally haven't streamed Minecraft in like 2 weeks. It's an event.
Wait, 5 minutes?
Don't call me a Minecraft streamer.
What is this, man?
You guys, I'm never gonna touch Minecraft again out of spite. I hate when you do that shit.
Oh wait, where's the practice area? I need that. Look here.
Right click the hub, the compass thing.
Look at my Twitch streams. I haven't streamed Minecraft since Cobblemon, and that was like 3 weeks ago, 2 to 3 weeks ago. It makes me like I won't be happy when I want to play Minecraft. I'll get really sad and upset. I'll be like, man.
That wasn't me.
Oh my god, I'm not gonna lie, you both.
I want to play Minecraft, but chat's gonna hate that. That's why I don't play FPS games.
Good shit.
That's why I don't play FPS games. Yeah, Froggy has 2 of the best people, Purple and Fire Breath Man on our team. But listen.
I still don't know how these tridents work half the time either.
No, chat, don't say that stuff, chat. It makes me upset.
Like Elytra practice too.
Yeah.
I'm gonna stop streaming out of spite, and then I'll be sad because I want to play games. I don't play them because you guys complain about it. That's why I stopped playing Mahjong on stream, and that's why I don't play FPS games on stream, and that's why if Minecraft ends up like that, I'll cry. I'll fucking cry. I'll fucking cry. I even started streaming it less after all the events. I'm like, oh, chat's probably tired of Minecraft, and I guess doing that shit. Oh my goodness, I'll cry. I love Mahjong. I don't play it because chat would cry about it every time I boot it up. They're like, this game sucks, blah 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 blah. Things like that. It makes me so sad. I love Minecraft. It's one of my favorite games ever. Let me stim, motherfucker. Don't make me feel bad about my stims, chat.
Individual Fire Breath Man is still in first place. How is he still here?
Are we? Like, how do you
I was down for Mahjong. It was a year ago. I used to play a lot of Mahjong, but at every fucking stream I'd have someone come in and be like, May, fuck Mahjong. I hate Mahjong. Like, okay, I don't give a fuck. Let me enjoy my game.
Fire Breath Man is still in first place.
Yeah, good.
You know, let me have my stem, chat. All right, don't ruin my stem. I mean it. I get upset. I like stimming. I do. I'll beat those people. As I don't play Valorant and stuff anymore, like FPS games, because someone in chat would always complain about it. I'm like, dude, it's my stream. Let me do what I want. Then complain. I'm like, okay, fine. You know? That's why I'm shutting you guys down right now, because I want you guys to make me feel that way about Minecraft and make me cry. I love Minecraft, right? But I already have felt that way before about Minecraft, where it's like I don't like streaming it that much anymore because someone already complains about it. Someone complains about me playing Minecraft. That's why I haven't done it recently.
It's after if you teleport. To
I can't chat things. You guys are important to me, but I don't like when you guys do that shit.
There's like a pool with a trident. Go inside that and jump
I
inside
can't.
the-
I don't like playing Valorant on stream anymore because I know
Okay, just
people
kidding.
feel
Go for
bad
the
about it,
water
right?
block and go into
Once
the
I'm
purple
aware of an issue, once I'm aware of an issue with my
Wait,
stream or
where?
something, I
What?
just don't do it anymore.
So use the hub navigation and teleport to the sumo area.
It's not like a bad thing. It's just like
And
how
then
things
jump
are, I
into
guess,
the,
with that.
the water block, and then into the elytra portal.
I just like playing games and hanging out with you guys, like, you know?
Oh, wait, this is a Trident portal. Where's the Elytra one? What?
Yeah, people say that, but like,
You have to. Do you see the purple balloon? If you teleport to the
it's
sumo
also
area?
like a noticeable difference in my energy, and then like that energy gets to me and
purple balloon
stuff,
has,
and like,
a elytra thing in it.
I don't know. It's just one of those things, chat, that I don't
over
like
there,
when
you
people
have to
do,
use
so I
the
always
trident
shut it
to get
down.
giant water block.
Oh, that's
And then launch
And I probably sounds a little insane. I don't know, but I always shut down when I see people doing that. I'm like, let me have my fun, please.
Oh,
Let me
this
have
is
my
sick.
fun, please.
Oh, this is so cool.
I just don't like Minecraft. Oh well. Shut up.
How have I never known about this? Oh, is this new?
Let me play my game. I don't want to hear Minecraft sucks. I'm freaked out at Minecraft. Let me have fun. Let me have fun. I'm sorry. You know, let me have fun, please.
Yeah.
This is that one autism game that no one like gets mad at.
First time, you're just confused as hell.
Yeah.
No, it's because it's not even that combat. It's like there's a lot of stuff with that too, with like people that would like come in every time I played Valorant or Mahjong. It was a lot of people. It wasn't just like a couple people. Like that's why I legitimately like whenever I want to play an FPS game, I feel bad about it on stream.
Oh, okay. Speak your truth. Okay.
I feel bad about it on stream, and like then people say like, oh, you're playing this a lot, and I'm like, oh, I'm sorry. And they're like, when are you gonna do something else? I'm like, oh, I'm sorry.
Event paused.
No way. No
I
way.
imagine it's for
8
Twitch
minutes go
rivals.
by and they have to
You know,
pause.
and it's just like I don't know, like I just want to have fun and play games.
It's probably just Twitch rivals.
I know, like
Yeah, no,
you know, that's probably
Yeah,
not
they're
like
doing
how a
this-
streamer
I
should
opened the
be,
stream, they're
but
doing little speeches about.
I don't know.
things.
I like no, that's not an FPS game. That's not that that's like a story-based game. When I say FPS games, I want to play CS:GO on stream. Someone's gonna get mad about that. Someone's gonna get mad about that, you know?
Back in. Good
We're
morning.
here. Okay.
Okay,
I got
so
so
I was
next
gonna do
one?
race.
I thought my
Push
monitor
a race,
turned
push
off.
a race here.
Where are we going? Race?
Yeah.
Uh-oh. Red Oons is killing people. And he just killed Fire Breath Man. Wonderful.
They're trying to do Tomb Titans.
They're trying to do Team Titans. Why?
That's fine. That's a good one. That's a good one.
That's fair.
I don't know. Yeah, that's why I don't stream those games because they're not enjoyable for me anymore. I play them and I know like a majority of my chat doesn't like them now, and that's why I don't want to be aware of that, you guys. I don't want to be aware of that. That's why I say like don't tell me anything like that.
I feel like I'm stuck in party.
I might be stuck in the middle.
That's why if I seem frustrated or something, like I'm sorry, I am sometimes. I just don't like when people are like, oh, you're a Minecraft streamer, you stream so much in Minecraft and stuff like that. Like I'm sorry,
Alright,
I
what's
just
next?
want
Team Titans?
to have fun and play my games, you know?
Fairly confident just running around by myself.
It just like
I usually don't die.
I shut that shit
Usually
down
don't
because it's just
die.
like,
Yeah.
man.
I'll go with you anyway.
Oh, interesting. It's like a map and it's like RuneScape.
Yeah.
Wait, Wally, have you played this before?
No.
Okay.
Look for
Honestly, yeah,
I haven't
it's really
played in a while.
look for
So
glowing
basically,
particles
this game
and
mode, it's like a
like
dungeon
candles.
It's PvE, and you're like looting around. There'll be like pots that you can break, and you can get loot. There are also
Yeah, let me have a
monsters
good
that you
time,
can
Sap.
kill to
Please,
get
then.
loot.
Thank
There
you.
are
Okay.
also like secret chambers that you can
I
find by if you
I
see
know I
like,
play
buttons in the wall
a
or
lot of
whatever in the
Minecraft
wall.
and
Make
stuff,
sure the
and I'm
flip
sorry
goes
about that. I
If
like
you
the
die,
game.
you have to
It makes
wait
me
for your
happy.
teammate to res you, so
It's a
always
fun
important to go in
game.
at
I
least
enjoy
into
it.
two.
And I'm sorry for that.
Just run around, break all the pots, get as much loot as you can.
I've been trying to play less because I saw people like a couple like weeks ago complaining about all the Minecraft I've been doing and stuff, and I'm like, okay, you know, I'll play a little less, you guys.
There's not really any PvP unless you go into a PvP room, but I usually just
Is a
avoid them and just
PvP
focus
room
on
what?
magic.
Boss rooms?
Yeah.
You know,
Honestly,
it's
it's
like
like
I just like my game. I like playing my game. I like yapping you guys. I like creating things to you guys. It's I don't want my stream to be about the games I play in the background. I want it to be about me and just the energy and the fun, and not that I've seen too much Minecraft and I'm like, I'm sorry. Like if that I'm gonna say if that upsets you, then I just leave. You know, I'm sorry. I'm trying to have fun, guys. I don't want to see people in chat complaining.
Sellable areas around.
I'm sorry if that upsets you. I really
You only wanna
am.
sell things that are worth like helmets that are maybe worth like 1 point or something. That that can't stack things, because that will be the thing that's clogging your inventory the most. So you want to.
Two people go right, two
Yeah,
people
yeah.
go left, one person go forward.
Yeah.
This is Toon Titans, Maka. It's collecting stuff. I'm gonna split up.
I'll go with Wally Bear since he's
I can split up. I'm pretty good solo. I'll just have to be careful. You can revive people. If someone dies, make sure to revive them because it's better than not getting anything.
Caboose, I think I'll come with you then, and then I think May, you chill.
If you have the crossbow, use that because you can do so much damage with it. It's just free damage because you have a wooden sword at start. They get like an iron sword or something.
Yeah.
Sure. Is the crossbow like an instant reload or not really?
No, not instant, but it's
like a
in the outer ring area, because the closer you get to the center, I think, or like outer, you get harder mobs but better loot.
Cool. But overall, just the most important part is that we need to extract.
Okay, I didn't want to upset you guys or anything. I'm sorry. I like doing my thing.
Yeah, when it gets to about 2 minutes left, start looking for a portal.
It's not even one guy. It's just like I wanted to address the whole like general topic chat because like I've seen people do that before and I hate that stuff. Like, no, thank you. Don't do it, please. It upsets me. Like,
will start flashing bright red.
I know you guys are different than my old community a long time ago. But a long time ago, people would like shame me for playing certain games and stuff, and I just like,
I think it's the center. I don't know.
it would upset me. Like I'd play Valorant and someone would be in chat would be like, oh, not Valorant again. And like people were like, yeah, I hate Valorant and things like that. So I stopped playing Valorant on stream and CS:GO on stream, and I stopped doing that. And I can't bring myself to play those games anymore because like I guess like it's like I don't know. It's just how I am. You know, and people do that for Mahjong. Every time I played Mahjong, and I'm so like scared to play Mahjong on stream despite liking it, because like people would like non-stop like go, no, Mahjong, I hate Mahjong, I hate Mahjong. I'm like, what the fuck?
Here we go.
This would happen to me a lot, and I just
for charity.
didn't like the game.
For charity, break everything.
Yippee for charity!
Yes.
Can you break the little pots too?
Yeah, break literally everything.
Yeah, you can't sprint.
Oh, you can't sprint. I was gonna say this is weirding me out.
What about that? Yeah. Do you want that sword? Do you want to use that sword?
No, you can use it. Yeah.
Okay.
Alright, so if you get a speed pop it immediately.
Watch out behind you.
Make sure you get all the yeah, the shards are sellable. Okay.
Cheers.
Yeah, I'm okay.
I found a button.
Yeah, buttons are good. They give you mad money.
Wait, I'm going into this puzzle thing.
Can you drop that axe?
I'm splitting a little bit. I'm splitting.
Press the puzzle. Oh my god.
Oh shit! I jumped in the trap. That's bad.
I know. I'm here with you. Uh oh.
Really? That's
Okay,
bad.
there's nothing else here.
Dude, this skeleton is fast.
You good to computer or no?
I'm going to be in about 3 seconds. Give me half a second. I'm good.
Cool. You got that, Riz?
I always
yeah,
do.
well, I just need to kill everything else that's here.
I always strive. I love doing what I do, and I want to keep it that way. That's why I'm like telling you guys, shut the fuck up. Let me do what I want.
We came together.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I'm like my shit. Yeah, that's actually really good that we came together.
Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna press another button.
Wait, where's the
Yeah, I'm coming with.
I'm clearing house right now. Yeah, I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm playing it really safe. I use crossbow and just like stand from the distance.
Oh, this area.
Here, let me go.
Whoa. You need to take some HP.
You good?
Get those arrows I missed.
You got an extra sword for me? Something that's not a wooden sword?
Yeah, it's just like no, I do, but it's just like I can't play some of the games I want to anymore because like they just are like ruined for me. Like I can't I play Valorant. I'm gonna feel bad about it, so I don't do it anymore.
Yeah, what did it do?
If you get low on health, you
activate like newer areas.
on it, so you can use that.
Yeah, I'm doing fine on my own right now.
Okay, that's good.
Defense.
I got decent armor, so.
Nice. I think we can get out of this place.
I'm going this way. We should look at the map.
Yep.
Going down here.
Oh, we should go into a different room. Maze in here.
No, I'm not. Upstairs.
Oh no, you. Oh, you're upstairs. Okay.
Nice.
Yeah, I'm doing a challenge room right now anyway, so.
So we can run into other people in here, but we won't be able to fight.
We won't be able to.
Only in boss rooms.
They won't be able to hurt you.
Only in boss rooms can you PvP.
Killing everything.
Back, yeah, there's an unexplored path over here.
Oh, is
Go
that?
that way
Okay.
instead.
We can go this way instead. Yeah. Wait, no, up there. That's where May is. Up there.
Dead end.
No, I'm in a different part. Don't worry about me. I'm not near you.
Oh my god, gold armors were so much. Holy shit.
So at the end, you're selling all your armor too.
Yeah, you sell everything.
Fake.
Oh no. Hey. Help.
You need help? Yeah, I got you.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Okay, we might need to take a second to regen.
I'll come back to you.
We regen naturally, so.
This is a dead end my way.
Dead end? Okay.
Oh, actually, no. Make it more? Oh, I see somebody though. I see pink. I'm with the purple team right now.
Oh my god.
Alright. Oh, I just looted somebody. I just looted someone's dead body.
Nice.
Yeah, you can do that.
That's huge.
That's actually huge, yeah.
Dude, I'm yoinking everything from these people.
I found a button room.
Alright, bet. Hold up.
Oh, I'm gonna follow these people around.
Molly, I'm coming with you.
Coming?
I'm here with you.
Yeah, I'm on my
It's
way
kind
now.
of empty now. It's kind of empty.
Wait, oh, I found a merchant actually. Wait, I'm just leaving this room real quick.
So should I not go where they've been? Like they've been this way. Should I not go this way?
Don't go that way. No.
Yeah, probably go
Well,
somewhere.
that's
turn around, let's turn around.
Sorry. Yeah.
Is there a way to go left?
Alright, I'm going back.
How many points you guys got, by the way?
There was another location.
64.
I got 151.
Damn.
Yeah, I'm cooking right now.
How do you know your points? How do you know your points?
I'm
on the side.
right side.
My special awareness is pretty good. This way is new.
Did somebody already cleared the 151?
Yeah, that's quite a bit. Yeah. What's up?
Lily, come here. I found a challenger. Yeah.
Alright, bet. 1 second. Stealing some on the way.
Wait here. I'm gonna give you some.
Oh, do you have extra armor?
Somebody cleared out the boss room already. That's crazy.
Great.
Okay, I got it. I handle it. Don't worry.
Alright, bet. Cool.
Come back to you.
Yeah, let's do it.
I'm at a. Actually, no. I don't think someone's cleared out this boss room yet.
Do you want
I.
to test it?
You can die really
That's
easy.
fair. Yeah.
I am not even using my shield. I'll put this thing right.
Alright, let's go towards the other side.
Yeah, this
Man,
one.
we still got quite a lot of time.
Is the purple room the boss room?
It's a white border room.
The what?
It's a white border room. Purple's just better, I think.
It's got a white border around it.
I'm going towards these purple ones. Border on this room.
It's a lot hotter though. A lot hotter.
I love
There's a
it.
lot of stuff on the way.
Thank you.
Funny, bro.
I like how that sounds though.
Yeah, hotter.
I'm dropping down. I don't know if that's a good idea, but I'm doing it.
How you doing in health? I'm pretty healthy.
I'm got like 5 hearts, so I'm like decent. But...
I got a bunch of regen pods and speed pots.
That guy, oh my god, I'm gonna die.
Oh no, okay.
I'm next
What
to
is
you, it's
this?
okay.
Yeah, I'm chilling. What? Oh wait.
Yeah, purple team is here
I'm
as
gonna play it safe. Use my crosshair a little bit.
Red team.
You good?
Yeah.
that
I'm
desert
chilling.
area.
I'm just playing it. I'm going back to you now.
What does this mean?
Oh, there's a secret area here.
No, Resi, hold right click.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, the tomb slowly collapses in, so make sure you're not in collapsible area.
Alright, welcome back. You can get your loot
Where are
back.
the merchants at? I need my inventory's filling up.
You have to follow the.
I found one. He's highlighted, so.
Do we keep pushing him, still?
Yeah. I found the chest. Hold up. Alright, I'm out.
Alright, let's go.
Alright, there's another button
see
over
me on the
here. I'm gonna press it.
Yeah, I see you.
Okay, yep.
Open up a door. No.
It's here.
Oh, candles. Is that what it is?
I got him.
Candles, yes. So we're near an exit.
Okay, yeah. Let's try to portion sell or whatever.
So I'm just throwing my leather armor away.
Oh, this is the exit right here. This lock.
Like the exit?
The exit. So don't go in.
Wait,
it should unlock when at like a certain point in time.
Should I have been like dropping things for better things?
Yes.
Probably.
Oh, it's fine. Like how much
we
money
gotta
do you
go.
guys have?
Yeah.
Come on, let's go.
Alright, I'll follow you.
Gold armor is more valuable.
Yeah, but I'm just valuable. Okay, wait. I need to go through my inventory.
How do we get out? Where's the out?
I'm okay.
I'm gonna
Uh-oh.
put this armor.
Wait, can we
I
pause?
found a way out. I'm buying, just hanging out right now.
I think we just go here. Come this way to the left.
Okay. Uh-oh. This is a problem. This is actually really bad. Okay.
Yeah, come this way. No, it's fine. Come
You
back
found
here.
it? Okay.
Yeah, found it chilling.
Okay.
Yeah.
Phew.
Me and Wally Bear are by an exit, by the way.
Right, but
That's
make
good.
sure you have like pots on your top pots.
Yeah, I got it. Alright.
Cool stuff. You gonna sell anything here real quick or just keep going?
No, I think we should.
Oh, you guys guys found a merchant?
Yeah, there is a merchant, but no, I'm not gonna do anything with it.
Oh, someone started the boss fight. Should we go?
What is this white?
No, we don't want to fight with that.
You know that?
Pardon?
This white.
That's the boss room. That is the boss room, Lee.
Okay. Alright, cool. I knew that. I was just testing you. You feel me? Alright, let's go with this.
Yeah.
Okay.
Have shit.
He still this fucking merchant. How do I get to him? That's how.
This way, I imagine.
Yeah. We need to go to the left side.
If you can get to me, I'm really far away. I found a portal and a merchant.
Oh damn. We should probably start heading to you now. How did we get there?
I know, right? This is so like weird. I think we have somewhere up.
Probably. There's probably an up somewhere. Yeah.
Oh my god, I'm fighting skeletons and zombie horses.
Where? My god. Okay, maybe we should. Okay, we need to find an exit because otherwise we're gonna strand here. Honestly. Oh my god. How did I not see that? Honestly, I think we should like go around the outskirts
Yeah, I
of the
think we should go.
boss room.
Yeah.
We don't really have another option, so let's go.
Where's the purple room?
Oliver, you're alone
This way,
right
this way. I found May.
Yeah,
Oh, shit.
Oh, I also found the boss room. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Tubbo's right here. Tubbo's right here. Oh my god.
You guys have 2 minutes, so you might want to just like head over here. I'm just like trying to grind off of people.
Yeah, okay, so how do I go back? I'm lost. How do I come back to the exit? Is it more like find a portal?
You see where I am? Right up here. You have to get up here. Do you see that glowing, the white glowing guy over here? You can see, right, come over this room up here. You have to head up in this way, and there's a portal room.
They should go up, like 1, 2, and then 3. I see somebody through a wall right here.
Yeah, come up here, up here. That's where you gotta come up here. This is where I am.
There's a chest here.
Here, I'm gonna try to get you guys.
Do you want to play around with the boss room? Yeah, there are like monsters inside of it. We can kill them. Wait, I'm gonna keep.
Here, I got you guys. I'm right next to you.
Alright, cool. This is all closing. Wait, is this a PvP room? Can we kill Tubbo or no?
Yeah,
you can.
Anything?
Wait, we should go for the kill him, bro. Anything for the points to get.
Yeah, I'm coming to you guys. You need help?
No, not here. Oh, sorry. I thought you meant in the boss room. We can't come in here.
Oh no, the boss over here. I want to kill him so bad. I'm not gonna lie. I want to kill him. Okay. Wait, what do we
We're just gonna follow him.
So not that way, right? Yeah, we need someone go down and to the left. Yeah, over here.
Watch out. You looking at me? Who's he looking at?
Here, I'm trying to get you guys. Right here. Come here, over here. Yeah, right here. Okay, up here. Caboodle. You come up here and go straight, and you said glowing guy. That's where the portal room is.
Noted, thank you.
We have a minute though, so I'm just trying to gather some last minute stuff real quick, and then I'm gonna go.
Oh yeah, there's a portal on me as well. I'm chilling.
Yeah, you guys need to get ready to go in.
How long do we have? 1 minute? Okay, don't worry.
Yeah, 1 minute.
I'll
60 seconds.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a lot of stuff. Alright, well, we should go ahead. And get into the portal. Where is it?
Yeah, run toward the portal.
Follow me.
Alright, Caboodle, let's go.
Oliver, come around. 40 seconds.
This way.
Is it where you're at? Yeah. Follow me. 35 seconds. It's like, yeah, I'm just gonna leave. Then. Gonna make sure I have nothing that's worth 2.
I got you, Caboodle. Come down here. No problem. And the portal's right here.
Swap this here.
Wonderful. Sweet.
Nice. I only had 94 items, but I escaped with like 261 points. That's not bad.
Second is good.
How many
Yeah, I had 261 items. Or points, rather.
On the side, it says 1,436.
That's not bad.
Wait, we did pretty good.
Yeah, 3rd place. Dang.
400. I had 400 points.
Good job. Well done.
Nice. Let's go, guys.
Well done.
Right there.
That was really close, too, yeah.
That was really close.
I went the highest individuals. I was doing crazy. I had 261 points.
Hell yeah, man. Hell yeah.
Well done, guys. Well done. Good team effort.
Indeed.
Yes, sir.
And that was Pauly's first time as well. You're gonna first time I
had no hesitation. He was just going in.
Oh, not bad. Dang. 315. Whoa. Hey.
Alright, calm. Well done. Fourth overall is not bad.
Dude, if I knew the item thing sooner, I probably would have gotten first. I'm gonna say it.
Oh, damn.
Because I was throwing like stuff out that was probably worth something.
Oh, wow.
I didn't realize that gold was worth more than iron.
Yeah, I threw out all my chainmail and iron.
Well done, guys.
That was good. Yeah, that was
Mm-hmm.
that was good.
That was good. We'll take that.
Was that a nice
Like,
chat?
fourth overall now?
I love you guys. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah, fourth. Damn. Okay.
Yo.
13th. Oh.
Pretty good.
Okay.
Oh, Beast.
Good
BMC,
job,
you got
guys.
8.
4.
Nice.
Is there individual scores on here?
Yeah. If you press the little, you see what Fire Breath Man is on the giant golden leaderboard right
I
next
got
to it, there's
8th.
a little picture of you.
Schrodinger got 21 and Kaboodle got 23.
Oh, okay.
Wait.
Not bad.
I don't see it.
Not horrible. Okay.
I got 8th place.
Do you see Wally? Right here.
Yeah, it's not right. It's not. I
Click
don't
on it,
see
you have to click on
Oh,
it.
it's in the chat. Oh,
Yeah.
lag. My bad. My bad.
But I just realized that
No,
player
I'll
that you looted
still play
probably got you
Minecraft.
super
That's why I
juiced
yelled
then.
at you guys, like not to,
They literally died
not to,
right
not to
in front
do
of me. I
that.
was like, give me all that.
Because I didn't want people to ruin Minecraft for me. I didn't want you guys like to make it a problem game for me.
Oh,
Like other games have been. Like I don't play Mahjong because like people would non-stop complain about Mahjong and it just like took out the fun for me. But I'm gonna play Minecraft. That's why I yelled at you guys.
I didn't even know you could do that.
May, I'll say this then drop it. Play what
It's
makes you
time to
happy.
get my
Chat will be
spoils.
done sometimes.
What are we thinking on the next game?
Enjoy you
We're going race, right? Let's get race out of the way.
Yeah,
How
we just need to get race out the way.
I know I
It's not
should
a strong forte for all of us.
be better with it.
Yeah, and I'll be happy with like
Thank
a
you,
fourth.
Sunken. I know I should be better with it.
A fifth,
It's
perhaps,
just
yeah.
hard for me because I you guys know I have PTSD,
Race will be a
right?
good one, and then
Like
you know,
I have
I've completely forgotten
PTSD
every single
and
other game on the roster.
Yo, Twitch
It's
stuff, yo, mods, yo, what is wrong with
hard
you?
for me
Purple
when
team,
something
purple
gets
and
tainted
FPM
is what I
mods.
say.
Let's
Yeah.
get this bit
You
down.
know,
Let's
like
get
when you
this
guys
shit
like
down, shall we?
make fun of me and
No,
stuff,
we
it's
were
fun
moving the charity
sometimes,
match,
but like
come on.
when it comes to like things I like, it's
Nah,
like
it's chill, it's calm, it's chill.
it hurts
Wait, actually, it's
sometimes.
wild
Like
how
when
much
when people are like, I hate Mahjong, I hate Mahjong. I'm like, okay, I'm sorry, I'll stop playing it. And I shut down and my like I can't play it anymore. You know, that's I don't want that to happen to Minecraft. Like I already saw it happening a while ago because people were like complaining about Minecraft a while ago, and like I don't want to come like Mahjong or like people complain about CS:GO or Valorant and stuff, and it was just like I don't know. It's funny, but it's hard for me, and I know it's like kind of dumb and cringe. I don't want to come off that way. I don't say things a lot about it because like I don't want to like come off in like a way that's like gonna upset people. You know, because I care about you guys and I care about what I give you guys and stuff like that. But like, I don't want to like make you guys upset and stuff because I have a fun time playing Minecraft. I fucking love Minecraft, and I don't want that game to be something that I can't play anymore that I enjoy a lot. Because then I'm gonna be honest, guys, I don't know what to play sometimes.
Yeah, we have to pause a lot because of. Oh,
wait. Oh, we're already back in.
never mind.
Nippy!
Race.
Race, yeah, race.
Race. We gotta get that over with before they get the multiplier.
It looks like a lot of people are coming up to race or extraction. I'll go into extract.
Not extraction. Please, not extraction. Yeah. right.
Extraction, late game. Battle, late game.
Oh, we should probably do hunt.
Oh, this way. I don't know what. I think it's this one. I don't know where I am. I don't know where I am.
Me and BTMC are on.
Oh my
Yeah.
god. Yeah, I think it's that one too.
Yo, someone's trying to drop TNT!
Oh.
Come on.
Hopefully.
I think we're okay.
Oh,
We're going
nice.
halfway
Okay.
out. Oh, wait,
Oh,
no,
it's gonna be
no, wait,
extraction.
no, extraction. It's so gonna be extraction. Damn it.
Damn it!
Yeah,
I've never.
damn it.
I don't think we've ever played extraction this early.
This is
This
the
is the
Valorant.
Valorant one.
Counter-Strike.
I know, Sock. I know. It's
Let's just
not.
dominate then, shall we?
It's not.
Fine.
It's not an easy solution, you guys.
Yes, sir.
I have
Yeah,
PTSD
This is
and
gonna be
stuff like that.
definitely
It's
rough.
really hard for me. Like when something gets ruined, I can't pick it back up. And I'm telling you guys, like it's so, that's why I shut you guys down. When you guys were like complaining about stuff. Like,
So what was the
let me
plans
do what
for
I
you
want.
guys in previous teams for this?
like do what I want or I'll kill you.
Together, always go for the HP.
I love you guys. Okay, I like streaming. It makes me happy, but like,
Yeah. that's
you
what I
know,
was
sometimes I gotta
thinking.
bonk
Yeah,
you guys
I
because you
think,
get too much.
usually what we tended to do was just always stick to
I love you guys,
one
okay?
side, a 5-man as a team.
I'm having a
Just
fun
like solve
time,
that
so
side
let's
and win
just
that
drop it
fight
and move on,
together.
okay?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's very. I
Mm.
mean, if you lurk by yourself, it's very easy to get caught.
You're doomed.
Yeah.
Take a one.
I don't want to think about it anymore. I just want to. I'm gonna still play Minecraft.
just call
As
out
I
a
yelled at you
level,
guys, so
right?
you
We
won't,
just
you
try
won't,
rush that side,
you know.
and then we just try to get the
Do
hut,
it.
and then we just fight from the left or right side. Just call out as much as you
I'm
can.
I'm gonna cover
You
flank.
can ping in this game as well. I think it's
Yeah, there's a ping.
Yeah, it's whatever your offhand button. is.
Health up,
Mhm.
health up is crazy, by the way.
There's a really nice thing. Oh, this is in the same map. Never mind. Wait, what is this map? Is this a new one?
Nah,
Yeah, this is new.
Wasn't this played just
new.
last
This was played in the last game, but
Yeah.
All right, this is the explore the map.
Yeah, and this map
Oh,
has a
it
lot of,
was,
like,
yeah.
verticality, to be honest.
Yeah,
it's
it's
crazy.
I always go high because this is way better to not be on the ground.
Yeah, high ground is.
I'll cook on
always
this.
good.
I'll cook on this. I'll be good. I'll be good.
okay, sweet. That's
Boost, we're doing pretty
How
good
many
actually.
arrows
We're
do
in
you get? Is it
third
infinite?
right now.
Yep.
Infinite.
But you have a
Not third
crossbow,
on
so you
this,
have to
but we're
charge up the
not third.
shot,
Like
I
we're
think.
third, fourth
It's
ish
pretty
area.
fast
We're
for
doing
you right
good.
there. Like you can like shoot pretty
Although
fast with the
we're dealing
crossbow.
with phantoms and we've done race and
so, yeah,
Tomb
once it
Titans
charges
or
up,
anything, so
yeah,
they've
it's
gotten like
instant
first
to
the
shoot.
majority of the
And you
time.
can see your pings, right? Can someone ping right now? Can
Yeah.
someone press F?
Yep.
Oh yeah, I can see yours ping.
Mm-hmm.
Normally there's a little sound that happens, but
Yeah, but I, don't, I hear it for myself, but not for you guys. Yeah.
Yeah, I hear
Yeah,
from
you get to see the
myself as well.
extraction cook.
Alright, cool.
Oh, I'm so glad they
Just
don't have
use
the
it
instant
sparingly and
charge
just call
bows
it out whenever you
anymore.
fall.
The instant
putting
charge
my volume
bows
up so I can say
suck.
it
I
first
hate
steps.
those.
Yeah, the health is really on the far end, so we just
Mm-hmm.
gotta pick a side and just rush.
yeah.
I'm gonna
Okay,
split
I'm
off just to kind of like.
All right, charge up
Cover.
your bow. Charge up your bow. Let's
Where are we
go
going?
left side. Yeah.
Left side,
Yeah,
yeah.
left.
I'm gonna run through and get
Is
the
it good to
bomb.
bunch up?
I'm gonna
or
go
should
up
we
high and
split?
cover you guys
I
this flank.
think-
No,
bunch up.
never split.
Yeah, but I think May's gonna play solo because
Yeah,
she's
May's
talented
gonna-
like that.
Yeah, I'm gonna head up. Well, I'm gonna head up because it's good to have someone play flank.
Yeah, sure.
All right, I guess Maze is built different.
Hey, do you want the smoke bomb then? Or should I take
No,
it?
I'm just gonna head up. I'm just gonna head right up. You can grab smoke bomb.
Well, yeah,
I'm going left, I'm going left.
You get help up there. Go crazy.
I think someone's gonna beat me to it. My spot, my guy got it.
Yeah.
Nice.
I hit
Got
him,
one hit?
him once. Oh, Astral Smith is 1 HP. Astral's 1 HP.
I got pizza.
I'm in a bad spot right now.
Got one hit. Small ants 2 HP.
I don't know where I am right now.
I killed one.
Nice. Good job.
I'm in a bad spot.
They're in their spawn.
Oh my god, behind us, I think. Maybe? I don't know. Where the hell did that come from?
Up top, I think. I fell.
Pushing into
Yeah,
the
up,
spawn.
up, up,
Yeah,
up.
Pizza Hut's 1 HP. Pizza Hut 1.
Small ants 1 HP.
Yeah.
No.
There's Muggles.
This is a tough team to fight.
He's one, Caboodle. He's one.
Oh my god.
Oh shit, there's one back in spawn. Yeah. Small one's coming up behind you, Caboodle. Right behind you, Caboodle. There's one.
Oh my god.
Shit.
Sorry.
Ah, sick.
Unlucky.
How many kills we go? Just got 1 kill.
We did good though. It's not only kills, it's also hits too. So we're pretty high up even.
Yeah.
That's all good.
That team was gonna be hard.
Fire it. I thought you always have to full charge it.
Yeah.
You quick fire like right when it like has that like when it tilts down, you can let go.
But you can just like spam rifles.
Mhm.
Oh really?
Yeah,
If
they
it
do
like
that.
if
Small
it like
ant did
right
that
when
to
that
me, I got
animation
muted.
tilts down, you can like rapid fire it. You go down, right click, go down, right click. Like right when the frame changes, you can let go.
Oh, that's crazy.
Yeah, that's how you do it.
I'm going left again.
And you can just spam it across the map and around corners.
Nice.
Right there on the left, right now, right?
all
Yeah.
Right side, right side, right side.
Right side, they're all right side.
Yeah, all right side.
Yeah. Yeah, they're up.
They have high ground.
Up high,
Yeah, they
right
have.
side. Yeah, 1 left side as well. Joba hit 1, Sneak hit once.
Snake hits once.
Yeah.
He's 1 HP.
Yeah,
Sneak's 1 HP, yeah, Sneak's at 1 HP.
I'm down and push left of you. Oh shit, I'm 1 as well. I died.
No, I died.
Got him, I got Snake.
Yeah. There's 3
Astro's
in the
two?
spawn right now. 3 in the spawn fighting towards the right side.
Oh,
You're
fuck.
behind Handsom's in the left corner, but his teammates are fighting him. I reckon you come back. Yeah, 3
Yeah,
in
3
spawn,
guys in
3
their spawn.
Yeah, all 3 in the spawn right now. Where you going? In there. Yeah,
2v2, 2v2.
2v2. They're both in the spawn right now. Yeah,
Nice,
last
1v2,
one,
1v2.
He's like half HP. I think.
They're dead.
Nice, yes.
Yeah. And then hold
Damn, you
crouch.
are good at that. Damn.
Yeah.
Damn, girl. That's impressive.
Well done. Not bad.
Good.
Yippee!
That was awesome.
I got 4 kills that time.
Damn. Damn. Holy shit.
No, it's either 3 or 4. I don't know. You did good.
Not bad.
I did not realize how cracked you were, May. Holy shit.
It's but the first team's hard because Fur and Smalland are really good at fucking extraction.
Yeah. Ed, do you want to grab the smoke bomb as you run past then? As we all go left?
Yeah.
Okay, so.
You will have to worry about what's the one? Fighters.
Yeah, this is fighters.
Oh wait, yeah, we're cooked. These are the fucking FPS players.
Ow.
I got hit. Whoa. Are they behind us?
Yeah, no, we're cooked. They just got my ass. They're flanking behind.
Oh, one behind. Yeah. Back on the left side spawn. Yeah.
One flanking your left.
Half HP.
Two left.
Yeah, I mean not 5 HP. Two.
Three left are flanking you guys. Oh, it's over. Yeah, no, those guys are crazy. They did this last time. Putting Demi, Rainho, and 5 up is crazy.
I got hit twice and I don't even know
They
where.
just like sandwiched us, I think, because they're all.
They pulled behind and they're also just really good at FPS and they played like they all group together and move as like one. It's crazy.
Yeah.
So should we all just move together, one side?
It's good to do that, but you also have to like.
In that situation, they sandwiched us. No. It was
Yeah.
Like, 2 in front, 2 behind, and we got cooked. 'cause
They got
were
me,
trying to
and then like they can move the like pins. It's like a pincer. They move from the left and right,
Yeah.
like move behind us.
That's a smart idea, though. Do you think we have the coordination to do that?
Hey,
I'm not sure.
they also had like the aim and stuff to back it up because I got hit like all my HP went away like at once.
Yeah. Yeah,
I went
they
from
do
4
have it.
HP and they all like
coordinating
4 of them hit
attacks
me
or
at once. Yeah.
Okay.
Going
my
left
first
together
plan.
with Kubido.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Are you
everyone
gonna
go left. Let's go.
are you gonna get the health boost?
I will.
No. Just go
Try my
left. Stick
best.
with the group. I'll grab the smoke bomb.
But I think we'll do okay on the rest of the teams. I'm not super worried. I think that was the one team I'm like, yeah, we're done. Left side, I think? Yeah, they're left side.
Upper one.
Oh. Fuck. Sorry.
Okay.
No way.
Oh wow.
Holy shit, that swarmed us. What the
Yeah,
fuck
that
is
was.
I didn't hit any of my shots.
I haven't fucking seen them yet.
They're all
Me either.
together.
I don't know where they are.
Around. They're all in there.
They're in our spawn.
They're our spawn. 4 in our spawn.
They're all like there's 5 of them. All of them are
Yeah,
like.
Pyro's by himself, but yeah, 3 coming to you, Wally. Those
got
3 are
the-
swarming you, bro. Yeah.
Watch out, May. You're getting double teams.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Please.
Oh my god.
Okay, I might die here.
I've seen you win these.
They're on your left. Like they're where you're looking
They're
right
at the
now.
left. They're on the top. At the left. Yeah.
They're on the top.
Yeah,
Up, up.
Ah, say it close.
You saw
That was insane.
Yeah, well, getting hits matters the most too, because you get points. Like I got 32 points for hitting 8 shots.
Yeah.
Good job.
That's crazy. Well, good thing we're actually getting this out the way now because we have not won many of these. So.
Yeah, I think we'll be fine now. I think we'll be fine. Like
Yeah,
right now, we'll be
okay.
fine. Easy.
Okay, left. May you gonna come left with us? Or we're
I just keep going. Verticality is like king in this map.
Okay.
No one does it. Going up is so nice. Well, I'm getting pincered.
They're like in their spawn right now.
Spawn.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
I need to stop going first.
They jump me. They jump me.
Oh, it's dead.
Two mid. Two mid. They're pushing you. They're pushing you.
Yeah.
Is one just extracting
Yeah,
now?
yeah, Anthos is extract. No, he extracted because it's 1 HP. Yeah, yeah. Oh, no, he's not.
Damn.
And twos. Yeah, dude, I'm not gonna like boots. I'm feeling the ping, bro.
Yeah,
Also,
the pings are really bad on
the
these
crossbow
games.
is really bad.
Yeah, the crossbows are really bad on high ping. Yeah,
Doesn't feel functional.
it's really no, it's really difficult. Yeah, no,
At least it's not the auto fire one. The auto fire one was so bad.
I just got so confused because there's a guy extracting. I'm like, what is he doing?
You guys want to try going up top?
And just
Next time, just like all go up top.
Yeah. We can try that. Yeah.
Wait, someone's still in the game. Like, wow.
No, I think we're just waiting. Oh, 5 ups and Froggy are still alive.
And twos.
It's gonna be hard to beat Phantom Shot. We'll do it. We'll do it. Okay. I think we can do this one.
Up top. We go up top.
Yeah, up top.
Down for that. Yeah.
Okay.
Just go to the center area and you can just like hop up the staircase and you can just split off from there. It's super good.
Yeah, I'm gonna grab the smoke bomb first and then.
Health up's nice, but everyone goes for it, and I think like that causes you just to like pinch off.
You end up losing it anyway, like as soon as you get it.
Yep, left side, left side.
In our spawn?
In our spawn?
Yeah, one. Volley with you.
Go ahead,
One hit.
group up. Be careful.
He's 2 HP.
I hit purple one.
There's 2 pushing me right now. I'm running back.
2 behind in our spawn. Ow, I've got 1 HP.
FB on 1 HP. FB on 1 HP. FBM's in his spawn is 1 HP. He's pushing left side towards you, behind you, mate. Right behind you, mate. There's FBM.
Yeah, oh shit.
What did that? Oh, purple's been chasing me.
These teams are stacked. Oh my lord. We did good though, we did good.
I'm not understanding the timing of this cross though.
It's
Yeah, the cross
so
is really,
you hold
like,
right click and then right when it like changes frame you can let go. Like it'll like lift
No,
up.
But if you don't,
Oh.
I can't fully charge it. It should like fully just shoot, right?
For us, if you don't fully charge it, like it won't be charged at all, and you can't charge an arrow because of the ping difference.
Oh,
It just
yeah,
won't-
no, you guys have to deal with the
you can't
ping,
handle
yeah.
a frame like that, so you have to hold it an extra second or so. But yeah.
I feel that heavy as well. I didn't realize how bad.
How many
it was,
shots have we hit?
28.
13 so far.
Okay, I'm in between you guys. So I just can't tell if I'm like throwing or not. 'Cause I feel like I'm not
No,
doing
it's
anything.
just like they got so many like FPS people on the enemy teams and stuff. It's difficult.
Oh, this guy above us.
And I'm stuck. I keep getting stuck on this fucking. I hate this map.
I'm stuck too, yeah.
I'm getting swarmed.
Nice one.
Thank you. Ah, shit, man. There's 3. Pushing you, behind you, behind you.
Dude,
Nice try, nice try.
Gun, man. What is this, bro?
32. Oh, no, I'm 32. That's not bad.
Okay, so I don't think there's any rapid fire in this. You just have to time it well. If you don't fully charge it, you can't shoot it at all.
Yeah.
The rapid fire was definitely better for the high ping people. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's.
Last time
You
it
gotta
didn't
like
feel
have to
bad.
get the timing down perfectly.
Yeah. Otherwise, it won't shoot at all.
Oh my god, there's so many like FPS people. Oh no. That's
I am
okay, that's
very glad
okay.
We did not leave this to the end.
Yeah.
All good. That was rough.
All good.
It's rough, chat. It's
Okay, we
rough,
can come back from
man.
this, we can come back from this. We got it out the
Many
way early.
teams are stacked.
Good.
It's cool. It's awesome.
do
It's gonna be a
this.
challenge.
Cheeky little blessing in disguise. I'm down for that. Yeah.
Honestly, yeah, we can pull back on 6. We got it.
We totally can, yeah.
Look, we actually do have FPS people where, but like, but the ping is just fucked.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, it's the ping and also like we have.
Valorant main. It's just the ping is horrendous.
Yeah.
It's just the ping is so bad, and you have 2 Australians on the team.
So when a game gets played later, Maka, it's worth a better multiplier. It's worth a better multiplier. So you can see on the top right now. And if you played earlier, it's less multiplier, and that can change a game because some games are worth mad money.
This is the reality of
I'm
our
excited because like I think when the multiplier hits, we can pull back because like that's all the games that like Phantoms are really good at. Like if we get race next, that's gonna be perfect. Because then all the rest of the games are just kind of like up in the air for everybody.
That is true. That is true. That is true. Yes, Spleef I can be pretty good at as well.
I'm really good at Sleep too. Oh, we got like brain energy.
We do have brain energy. We literally have brain energy. It's like the same. We're the same person.
12.
Yeah. You're just like my Australian equivalent. That's fine. I'm your
So
Boston
true.
equivalent. So fucking true. So fucking true.
Yeah, we literally are.
I'm still sick, by the way, chat. Sorry if I've been angry or angsty today, guys. I don't mean to be. I'm just like, I'm really sick today.
What happened, May? What happened?
Froggy, I want you to know something.
She left immediately.
She's getting salty. She's getting salty.
Taunted you and then left immediately.
It's okay, cause this happened to me in comments 11. You know, cause I was the comments and I was there with 2 stacked people, which was Purpled and Cad, man.
Damn.
She's getting the same treatment. She's getting the same treatment. She's getting the same treatment.
Alright. Oh, hello.
Please don't kill me in spleef. Please don't kill
Hey,
me
Froggy.
in
Hey,
spleef.
Froggy.
Please,
Froggy.
please.
Froggy. Froggy, I love you. I just want to let you know. I want to let you know. Watch out. Okay. Froggy, where the fuck is she? I'm going to her chat. Hold on.
I'm so sorry. They keep goading me. They're like, oh, May, we was kind of mean to you. You should go tell
Hey,
May,
Froggy. They're trying to get me tilted, but it won't work. I love you. You're awesome. I just want you to know that, okay? You have purple and fire breath, man, and they're really good at like erasing shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Bricky. And he says funny joke, and then that makes me not tense.
I love you. You're so
I
sweet.
love you too. You guys are doing so well.
You're gonna get hit by a car in the near future, and that's okay.
What the? Yo!
Whoa. For charity. Get hit by a car for charity.
For charity, yeah. Also, Froggy, I just want to say, I looked at the leaderboards. Are you still here?
She left, bro. She left.
Oh, hold on.
Can you calm down?
She's gone.
Hey, can you tame your fucking creature? Your wild creature? Sorry, PG. Can you tame your wild animal that keeps joining my VC and egging me on? Thank you. Oh, hi, Firebreath Man. Good to see you again. Nice to see you again. Hi. Hey, Froggy. Listen, I want to let you know. I looked at the leaderboard and all that trash talk. Yeah, you're at 29. Hey, I'm back. I spit on them.
Welcome back, as you should. I'm trying to think of like any other games that are like gonna be really ping diffy. Trailblazers doesn't happen, right?
Honestly, just anything involving a crossbow is like looking fucked.
Well, there's that party game. That party game with the fucked up cross. That one, I don't know.
That one's annoying. Honestly, low-key, somehow I did like decently last time in that one. So even with ping, so.
That one makes me mad because the instant fire crossbows just don't feel right. They don't feel right to me.
Fair.
They feel so weird.
That is fair. I think is Shockwave crossbows? Because we might be doomed by the narrative of Shockwave as crossbows.
I think crossbow. No, it's a regular bows. I'm pretty.
Regular bow? Oh, thank God. Okay, cool.
I lied.
The regular bow's a bit better than crossbow. I feel like.
Yeah,
it's just not as animation dependent. You can just let it go as it is. You know.
Yeah.
Guys, Froggy's beating my ass right now. I lied to her. I looked at the last game and I used that as the thing, and she said, "I know."
You do. You have to do. Yeah.
What was that?
That's normally
that was tough for us though.
Like hold it for like half a second longer with the ping that we have.
I also don't like that map. I miss the first map we played with like that one just like sucked. I don't like that present map. I don't like that one at all. There's too much stuff that you get stuck on.
It's not actually like even if it like looks immediately, it's not
Tuana.
actually full. So if you let go as soon as the animation finishes, it's not actually done, and then you'd have to do it again. Yeah. So yeah, it's really annoying. It's really annoying, but you know.
Oh, you want us messed up?
That's the reality of 220 ping.
In the party, going on party, and you get the fucking drop down thing. You did like drop down. Killing people is worth so much points, and I just do that. I just punch people all the time. It's so mean, but it's free points. You get like I think you have like +2 points or kill. Yeah.
It's +2. Oh, that's so good.
And you just like punch them off, and they fall to death really easy.
That's so good. Okay, no.
Boy, I'm down to like follow Farnberg and punch that guy. Like screw that guy. He's getting a bit too cocky. Like he's always on the leaderboard. Like that's sort of pissing me off. Let's punch that guy.
Oh my God.
I can't say anything bad about him. I'm playing with Pandora's box like next week, so I gotta be nice to Fiendberg.
Fiendberg.
Fiendberg. Fiendberg.
Fiend.
Fiendberg. He's a
I remember
fiend.
when I saw Fiend originally getting popular, I thought it was like the song. I thought it was a reference to Feinberg, and I was so fucking confused what was going on. It was like Fiend, fine. Why are you saying fine? Oh god. Oh no. Okay, phew.
You okay?
Yeah, we're good. Yeah, sorry. I was flying and then stopped flying.
Oh,
And then
I thought you like
right.
like we're gonna die or something. For I'm like, what the fuck?
I died. I did. You're right. I did die. I perished horrendously.
What if in the future like someone just dies right now, like in Block Wars? Like, what would you do? That's fucked up.
Someone dies in the middle of Block Wars?
In Minecraft, right? In Minecraft.
Well, we're not killing anybody for charity. Someone dies in Block Wars for charity. Ritual sacrifice.
For charity, it's fine then.
Yeah, it's for charity.
It's paused one more time. I'm gonna piss up in my face, bro. What is this, man?
What'd you say?
Sorry, what's going on? No, nothing. Nothing. For charity.
Not what'd you say to me?
It's fine. It's for charity.
The fuck you say to me? PG. PG.
Wait, who we waiting?
Wait, are we not a PG team?
We're not PG. You're PG. Fuck no.
Yeah, alright, bro.
Yeah, you need that fire. Say a swear right now.
Frick.
Oh,
You can't say that. You
too
can't say
far.
that.
Too fucking far. That's. Come on, man.
What? We just too fucking far? Like what? Like what is this?
Too
accent?
fucking far. Too fucking far.
Too fucking far. Oh my god, Prince Am's in my chat.
Wait, have you never heard of Boston person before? This is fucking crazy.
No. It's like I don't know. It's like a Martian. I've never heard of before. It's like strange.
Zam is in my chat laughing at your accent. By
I love Zam. I love Zam. Hey Zam, when are we gonna hang out again, huh?
He's so great. I love Zam too. He's awesome.
Yeah, I was gonna say hi in the chat, but they have like a 6-month delay on when you can talk in the chat, so I'm just waiting for that to be up so I can say hi, Sam.
Zam says hi, by the way. There we go.
Well, that's awesome. Thank you. I didn't forget about him. I just can't talk in his Twitch chat.
Oh yeah, that's fair. Yeah.
Only been people that roommates. Yeah, you go to that guy's room and unplug his PC right now.
Please. Unplug the internet. Unplug the internet cable.
For charity, of course, for charity.
For charity.
I'll donate
The charity.
$1
Oh.
in his name, and then
We don't know yet, Malcolm.
Is Michael what? Okay, they have a sub. Okay, Michael McChill's a sub.
They have a sub?
Yeah.
He was originally in the. Oh, it was Deem. No, she said. Remember when she came in before and she said she was feeling sick?
Oh,
Yeah.
No. Oh, good. Yeah. Who's Michael McChill there? He sounds pretty chill though.
He's pretty chill. He is pretty chill.
He's pretty chill?
He is pretty chill.
What if he's
Dude,
cracked?
yeah.
Oh, hey, you don't have to wait 6 months for my chat anymore. That's my bad. Thank you, Sam. I can say hi now.
Hi, Sam.
Hi, Sam.
Hi, Sam. Oh, I love that guy.
I was like, you know, I was like, damn, I gotta wait that long. All right, I can wait.
I'm gonna sit here and wait very patiently for that. I can wait. Anything
I can wait. I can wait.
Anything for Prince Sam. I can wait.
We get trailblazers in this one. I want to do ice boats so bad.
We don't have trailblazers, I don't think.
I'm gonna
I actually
cry.
like Trailblazers, bro. Those are good.
I like trailblazers more than potty.
Really?
Potty pisses me off. Fuck the fucking paint game mode. We're gonna
too
paint the
much.
shit.
I love. Okay, I'm like a massive Splatoon fan, so I love the paint game.
Oh my god. Well, it's fun, but like, I feel like my bullets like don't hurt
really
people,
shit
and then like
at it,
other
but it's
people
really
like
fun.
fucking destroy
Yeah.
me.
Yeah, that's true. I always do really shit in it, but I think it's too fun. I can't not love it. It's literally Splatoon.
It is nice. It is nice.
It's literally Splatoon.
Dude, last time I did Trailblazers, I had GE on my team, and he kept doing the exact same like route every single time, like the same like medal, and he wasn't getting any points. He was just doing the same one over and over again.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
That's awesome.
Yeah.
That's so tragic.
The last couple of times I did Block Boys, I had my friends Tob and Grimmy on, and they never like played Minecraft before, and like the race things were like they got Tob is really funny. I love her. I wish she could have played this on. Yeah, Twab.
is infamously the GOAT ice boat champion. Like, I'll finish the race.
Do you remember what I saw? I was on I went on the like Lockwoods Reddit because I was curious, and they said this the top 13.
Yeah.
The top 13. I was like, oh my god.
It's funny though. It's funny.
I hope it's the Among Us map again. I like that one, but I don't think it's gonna be. That one was so fun. I don't like the
Talk. Like I want to talk to you. Like talk.
I'm talking to you right now.
No, like that's fake, right? Like you don't actually
No,
say
talk.
That, right?
Yes, I love the way you speak.
Talk. I took a walk to talk. I parked my car in Harvard Yard.
You didn't say talk. Like what? Like what?
Talk.
Wait.
Talk.
Nah, that's just pissing me off. Nah,
I'm saying talk. I'm saying fucking talk.
Awesome. I love it. It's so awesome.
All right, cool.
Let me turn off my accent. Give me a second. Hold on.
Wait, give us your best.
I parked my car in Harvard Yard, and I talk to you tomorrow.
Siri.
Siri? What the hell just happened?
Like the TikTok voice.
Your next destination is on the left.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
What is happening? Yo,
Wait.
I remove my accent, and every time I remove my accent, everybody says I sound like Siri.
You do sound like Siri.
That's kind of fucked up.
You do your best Aussie accent. I'll do the best like Boston one. Wait.
What do you mean?
Talk. Like you do your best so we can like sound like each other. You do your best Aussie accent. I'll do my best like Boston one. Talk.
Can I say the C word, or am I gonna get in trouble? Like, come on.
Are we doing sleep?
My YouTube bottle is
Oh, I need a fucking goon bag. Come give me a goon bag over here. I need to play Goon of Fortune. Do a fucking shoey.
Oh, I'm so glad you know what a shoey is.
I have a lot of Australians in my chat.
Why is there so much knockback? What the f?
It's they're
Ooh, feels bad. Why are they punching me off their fucking square? Oh wait, they want.
No, the cat boat. Return.
I think. Oh wait, it's gonna be close-ish, no? To battle.
No, it's race. It's gotta be race. Yeah.
Oh yeah. All right, never mind. My fault. All right, let's go.
Yeah, which one do you want? I didn't know which one I was voting for.
I'm getting a solid 20th place. That's what I'm getting. I'm aiming for a solid 20th.
I think I can get 16. Last time?
That sounds. That'll be nice.
I have to listen.
Ooh.
Whoa, is this new?
What is this map? I'm pissed.
I don't know.
I'm pissed. What is this map?
Okay, I see. You see that right path over there? I'm going for that. I don't know what that is, but I'm going for it.
See you guys on the other side.
All right, guys, everyone, focus up, mute up. Let's try our best, okay? 3, 2, yeah. For charity,
Hey, Caboodle, I have a question.
Let's go.
Have you ever played Goon of Fortune?
She just deafened. She just deafened.
She locked in. Fuck. Okay, what about you, Schrodinger?
You always just call my name? You're Schrodinger? What?
Schrodinger.
Dude, that just pissed me off. No, I have not played Goon of Fortune before. What is that?
No. I'm locking in. How we get to lock in together. We get to lock in together. You guys ready? Oh, my eyeballs. So we're gonna run, and then we jump over the slow right there. We're gonna head up. That's the plan. That's the plan. I don't know this map though. What did it? I just realized there's only 2 laps, guys. There's only 2 laps.
If that's just how it is, this is how it is. Like.
How long is this map where it's 2 laps? There's no 3.
Long.
Yeah.
Long map.
Oh boy. I'm locking in. Communicate. Here you go, chat. Oh, the music in this one's so cool. I love this one so much. Alright, here you go, chat. No! We're being edged. They're edging me. Please stop edging me. I just want to go. Why needs the resource pack? They stopped because they have the resource pack. Come on. I'm so sad. They edged me so hard. I'm so upset.
Oh my god. Okay.
Okay.
So we're just saying anything these days. Okay.
Hey, listen. We
Hey,
dropped the
Froggy's
filter a
gone.
long time
I'll be
ago.
back. That is. Oh, we can.
Why
only
can't I see Froggy? Yeah.
Hi, Froggy.
Hey, everyone punch Froggy, bro.
Yo.
Yeah, beat up this loser, bro. That's not invisible. Look at this guy.
Oh my god. Hey.
Hi, Lily. Hey.
Hey, girl. Hey. Hey, girl. Hey. Imagine we only could, like, throughout the entire game, we can only see Froggy the whole time.
That would actually be funny.
That'd be so funny.
Wait, what does Froggy see? Does Froggy see all of us?
Froggy, I
No
assume,
one.
sees nothing. Maybe. I wonder, actually. That's a good question.
Guys, I'm trying to load enough. Oh,
yeah,
here we
we're
go.
ready.
Oh,
Okay,
lock
here
it
we
in.
go.
Looking in.
No music? Oh.
No.
Chat, trust the shortcut. Trust the shortcut. Trust in the shortcut. Get that speed boost. Fuck. Oh fuck. I choked so hard. I'll get it back. Ice boats in my game chat. Oh no. I don't know this map, dude. Okay, I wasn't bad. We can catch up. We can catch up easy. Right? We can catch up easy. Okay, we're doing okay. There's so many fucking shortcuts in this. Oh, come on. That's bullshit. I do not know this map at all. That's so fucked up. Are you fucking kidding me? This one's fucking evil, chat. No reason to do that. Shortcut sucks ass. You see that shit? Doing good. We're doing good. I'll take the easy path and bitch out. Oh, this one's so scary. I caught up though, chat. I'm 22nd. I got a lot of overtake bonus there. That's crazy. Oh, we caught up. I'm happy. 20th? Okay, we did good. We cooked. What was that? What? No! Upsetting, chat. Truly upsetting there. Not bad. That was crazy. How did I do that? Dude, Dude, this one's so long. We're gonna do this again? Why am I rubber banding? Help! That's crazy. I just did lantern jumps. I've never done those before. That was horrifying. That was so scary. I don't know if I can do that one again, chat. Looking good, chat. Looking good. Oh, that was a mistake. That's okay. Don't choke on this pot. There we go. Look at that. Okay, we're cooking. That was bullshit. Whatever happened there. No, bro, come on. That's okay. Not too much time lost. Don't hit the water this time. There you go, Chad. Look, we're learning. We're doing this map flawlessly now. Almost flawlessly. Okay. There goes the music again. Awesome. Not the hard path this time. That fucked me up last time. That one's just not worth it. Almost perfect water. That's okay. Let's get in front of this guy in front of me. That was a mistake, whatever that was. I don't know why I did that. All right, chat, we're cooking. It's just not worth taking the because you fuck up the hard path or the secret boost or whatever. That is what people are doing up here. Okay, I see now. That's crazy. Keep it easy. Keep it easy. Keep it easy. We can get 20. A cool 20th is not bad on this. Not bad. I want to get in front of those guys. Okay, maybe ice boats are the way. Hold on. I'm really good at ice boats, chat, so maybe... So close! I'm so close, dude. I'm absolute... Come on. There we go. Come on. We're so close. Oh, not the berries. That's okay. I got speed. I can catch up. I can catch up. And catch up here. It's okay. We gotta do the hard path, chat. You know we do. I fucked it up. Oh shit. It's okay. I didn't lose any time basically anyways. 22nd. Hey, I'll take it. That was tough. That was so tough. Everyone's so good in that spot. Hey, what's up, gang?
Good morning.
What'd you guys get?
I got 20th place.
Nice, I got 20 seconds. Oh, you were in front of me, you bitch. I was like, I can't get in front of this guy.
Yeah, these guys are cracked. They're too good.
Oh, I feel bad for Fat. Okay, this is where Phantoms might struggle a little bit. How are we still last? That's crazy.
What's this?
How are we last?
Are we last?
Yeah, we're last. Despite, oh my
Okay,
god.
I don't think everything's been like updated yet.
It's because
Yeah.
you guys haven't completed their runs.
Yeah.
We're just last so far because everyone else has submitted.
Nothing's been updated. Yeah.
Yeah, I hope so. I'm like, what the hell?
I couldn't put on my Hatsune Miku music, and I'm really upset about it. And I think that that's what screwed me over. I think that is entirely what screwed me over.
Wait, everyone's finished.
Yeah.
We got last?
Yeah.
What?
I don't think nothing's changed. Yeah. I don't think. Oh wait.
No, we got
did
last.
get-
What?
I can.
I think it's because none of us ended up in the top 10.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess that must be worth a lot more than scoring in the middle.
Oh no.
That's crazy though that it does that much points. Holy shit.
Yeah.
It is what it is. It's all for charity, right?
Oh, but Charlie.
Still best place
For
improvement.
charity.
I.
Oh man.
Hey, we're not last in the overall team.
Hey, that's
leaderboard.
good.
what
That's good. That's
matters.
good.
They can make fun of comments.
Bruh.
Yo, I'm back. Yeah, that's my bad. I was just ranting to my chat how fucking bad the lag was, bro.
The lag is really, really bad on these kind of things. Yeah, it's like unbearable. Yeah.
For you, do half the jump pads and the slam boxes don't
They
work?
just
Like
don't
what?
work. Yeah, no, it's really.
I was so mad. I lost 2
Wait, for
places.
the jump pads, you had to press spacebar.
For us, even if you press space, like it doesn't work. It's like a second or two later.
Yeah.
It doesn't work unless you press
It
spacebar.
completely kills my move. No,
yeah,
I'm pressing
even if you
it.
press
Yeah.
spacebar, yeah. It's just because of lag issue. Like you press spacebar and it just doesn't. Like it'll work, but it's like a second or two later than normal. So it's This is why Australians don't do very well at these kind of events.
Yeah, we were all in the middle. I guess it doesn't count for too much. That's so sad. That's crazy, actually, though, because Purple got 3 bottom. Like, oh my god.
Yeah.
That's insane.
Yeah, that's crazy. They came first. Did they come first?
Yeah, I think they did.
Okay, I guess the top 2 were Fire Breath Man and Purple.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah.
That's enough to pick up 3 people. Like, oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Yeah, first place were 500 and second place is 477.
Oh, Twitch Rivals is voting the next one.
Oh. If you want to vote for the game mode, here you go.
True.
True.
Vote for the game mode. You can go into the stream.
What should we try to get for? What are we trying to get voted?
That's a great question.
What game do we want next? It's Battle Hunt and Spleef is next. I think we should honestly leave Spleef till like the end. Or,
Yeah,
like, before the
that's
end
where
of
we'll
the
pull
game.
everything back. I can feel it.
Yeah, I'd say maybe Hunt we want next. I'd say probably.
Yeah.
What's winning? Let's have a look. Where's the poll?
I don't know where the poll is. I've been trying to look. I
I don't know where it is either.
don't think it's up. What are they saying? I want to listen to something out.
This is where you're gonna shine, right?
Yeah,
If you take a look at these standings, let's see it.
Yeah.
Thank you, chat. I like when you guys are nice to me. I love you guys. Thank you. So supportive today. The tribals is fun. I want to do it. I like. So we have another Minecraft thing coming up on the 8th chat too. I'm doing. You guys know that? You guys know that Pandora's box one? That was really cool with the like the cutscenes and stuff. We're doing that one again. I love that one. You guys don't want to miss that one. That one's fucking awesome. It has like cutscenes and like it felt like a Disney movie. I'll probably do like a stream like earlier in the day so I can like get you guys all ready and tucked in.
Oh, okay, I see the poll. You have to use their extension thing. It's on
Yeah,
the
I just
player.
noticed that too. It's an extension. Okay, let's vote for
Yeah.
Party Hunt.
Wait,
I'm not for party.
What did this Twitch chat do it?
Well, we can.
I mean, we are part of the Twitch chat.
We have 9 seconds. Hunt.
What the fuck is Hunt? Oh, Blitz Hunt.
Hunt, yeah.
I'm like, what is Hunt?
Sounds like PvP.
Party is one.
That's okay. Party's fun.
Party is fun.
I think we'll be fine.
Next, actually.
I think we'll do good. We'll do good in Party. We'll do good in Party.
We'll do party. Well,
Let's go.
Yeah. Okay. We'll see how this goes.
I believe.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
I believe.
appreciate- Your faith has motivated me. I've been
As
rejuvenated.
the top frag in the team, we'll be fine. We'll cook. We'll cook. We'll cook.
My headphones are really just fucking died. Oh my god.
In a minute and 30, we'll cook him. No, not potty. Potty. Oh, I'm gonna kill myself in Minecraft.
In Minecraft.
I already said in Minecraft. I just jumped off a cliff.
What? What did I miss? My headphones died for 4 seconds.
someone said potty, like you take it like a poopy. I said no, potty. And I'm like, wait, I said it the fucking same.
Potty.
It sounds the
Potty.
same, yeah.
Maya potty.
What are we waiting on?
46 seconds till the break's over.
Oh, right, I knew that. I was just testing.
I love the Sonic conversation that's happening.
Froggy is on the spectrum. He does like Sonic. It's only natural. Yeah, potty. That's what I'm saying.
This is great.
I need to go let out some steam. Hey, Froggy.
My mouth is open.
What?
My mouth is open.
No. No. I went in there, I spin, she said my mouth was open. Nah.
Oh my
Hell
god.
no. Hell no.
Okay, guys.
In front of the kids.
Wait, do you guys know what the next game mode is?
Party. Party.
Oh, this
Potty, yeah.
Party.
Now I can't unhear it as potty. Oh my god.
Potty.
See?
Same thing.
I want to
Yeah.
partake in a potty.
Okay, now you need to go to the
You have
toilet.
fun with that.
Go ahead.
You have fun with
No,
that,
not
man.
potty. Potty.
Ah, yes.
Like I'm going to a potty. That potty was a real ripper. A wicked pisser.
Oh, interesting choice of words for wicked pisser.
Well, no, wicked pisser's a good thing. Like if you're, you know, you're the wicked pisser.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. I like the loading
Okay,
screen for
potty
this
then.
one. Fuck this game mode.
In game.
Love this game mode. Love this game
For
mode.
charity.
For charity.
What?
For charity.
For charity. Okay, so with
Oh
the dropper
no, this one has
hit
the
everyone off.
dropper.
Yeah.
No.
Dropper's fun. I like that
Don't
one.
beat
No, you
Jess
kill
back, though.
people. You kill people
did
and get
get
so
beat
much
Jess back.
points. You just punch people off while you're going down. You get so many points.
It's hard.
Like, you get like plus
I
one or
didn't
plus
make
like.
it
You
down
need to
to the
slap
first
them.
Checkpoint.
Really?
It might be doomed for me, chat.
Just don't be afraid. Get the bonuses. Get the good stuff. Get the juice.
True.
True. Okay, let's do this. Let's look in. What is going on? I don't like the. Why is there Son Amy roleplay in the chat? Why is this happening?
Yeah, how the hell did people jump in this corner like this? Like, what? Yeah, can you do a Neo, May?
Yeah, I can do that.
And then and then round it with your cursor, like this.
Oh, right. Type shit.
Yeah, that was really close. That was really close.
Wait, where's the Neo?
Wait, let me get that.
Right here.
Oh shit, whoopsie daisies.
Hold on, I got it.
Wait, Willie, you do it? Let me
There.
take notes real quick.
It's not hard.
Sorry, I just lined myself. It's kind of hard. It's like sometimes your hitbox gets caught, but
Yeah.
Oh,
I think I'm too fat.
Neos.
Okay, what about the double Neo? What about the
No,
double
you're
Neo?
not.
Wait, do you guys go for the raw chicken or the raw beef?
Definitely beef.
I was in
jumping that,
Parkour
for sure.
Civilization once.
The chicken, because I'm not the main character.
Wait, so this really isn't not like a voice you're putting on? This is really how you talk? Like,
Yes, that's how I fucking talk.
how you fucking talk?
How you talk?
It gets worse when people point it out too, because like it makes you start doing it more.
Wait, really? They point out like the way that you're talking is.
Yeah, my chat makes fun of me. And you guys keep going, hey, is that the way you're talking? I'm like, what are you talking about? It's like, it's worse.
I love the way that you talk.
So it's not fake. It's not fake.
It's not fake. It's from where I'm from. Hey, is your Australian accent fake, you guys? Is that Australian accent fake?
Yeah.
Wow.
It's gotta be. It's
Is
gotta
that
be.
real accent? Oh, gosh.
Wait, so like, wait, you're from Boston?
I'm from Boston.
And then a lot of people from Boston sound like they say talk and point.
Yeah, they go.
Mikey,
like,
nice to see ya.
That
I
sounds
don't
like New
know
York.
who you are, but
I'm walking
I hope
here.
you're having a nice day
Okay, alright, fair.
in the void.
No, be who you are. Yeah.
I'm just following you. That's really nice.
I don't know how people do the double neo, let alone the triple neo. That's just.
I know how to do a triple neo. I'm just trying to like get it. My friend who's really good at parkour like told me, like go to the very edge of the block and then you line up your crosshair and then you have to press W and space at the exact same time, and it's really
This will
difficult.
be the last thing you
Bro
ever
is ready to
see,
take on the
Michael.
parkour legend.
Your friend is a nerd.
I'm taking
Nothing
on the parkour.
but darkness. Remember that.
What is happening here?
Michael, this guy named Michael fell me into the darkness.
What? Maria. Oh my god.
Hey, you want to hear a tongue twister?
Yeah.
Oh, I guess we have to wait.
Splatoon?
Yeah, it's just Splatoon. It's literally just Splatoon. Yeah.
Handsome.
Oh, Handsome hasn't logged in. Handsome isn't here. Oh.
Betty bought some butter, but she said the butter's bitter. If I put it in my batter,
Ooh, is this
it'll make my
one
batter bitter. But a bit of better butter, that would make my batter better. So she bought a bit of
Get
butter,
it.
better than her bit of butter, and she put it in her batter. And the batter was not bitter, so it was better. Betty bought a bit of better butter.
Yo! Fire
Mo
bars.
butter, mo better.
Fire bars. That was great. Yeah, this is literally just Splatoon. It's if you've ever played Splatoon, it's the exact same thing. It's just that.
I'm pretty sure you get bonus points for killing people as well. So like,
Mm-hmm.
murder them
Dude.
in Minecraft.
Yeah.
For
No, murder
charity.
them for charity. Mods, remove their skulls for charity.
For charity. There's a lot of other people in this world that need skulls. Hmm? You ever think about that?
I'm glad, Todd. I'm glad.
All right. Yeah,
I'm going where no one else is
try and
going.
paint the undersides of buildings
I was
and
gonna
like
say,
the top
yeah,
layers is like.
I'm going west because everyone's going in the corner.
Try to avoid the floor.
Alright, I'm going east.
I'm heading.
I'm going north.
West is empty.
I'm heading to the corner.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go to a corner and just paint everything, bro. I'm just
I'm
gonna
going to the corner where I need.
You're mimicking me. Help.
Nicely.
What do I say? I'm
Try and get a couple
flattered.
Buildings if you can.
Nah, bro.
Okay, well. Wonderful stuff.
Nobody is where I'm at.
That's good. That's really
I'm
good.
getting a lot of free cheese right now. Sneak in your color to replenish? Oh.
Yeah, it's just Splatoon. Yeah.
I don't know how that works.
Oh my god.
Schrodinger, this is the area that I've been in where no one is.
Yeah, that's just
I'm
spawn
painting
me
the
up.
backside.
Yeah, try and get undersides of buildings. It's like a big one.
Wait, is this
Oh
sort
my
of
god,
like...
Furbear's is on me! Stay away from me! Oh.
How do you... Up sneak into your own ink to get into it.
Yeah, you just sneak down.
Oh, you
Just
did?
have to
Alright,
hover over it, yeah.
What is the oh.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay, well.
What does that mean? Counting blocks? Should we not fight anymore?
I ran out of fucking ammo, fiend brag, you motherfucker.
No.
Wait, am I going? Oh, right. It's
Oh my god.
Okay, cool. Nah, it's cool. It's cool. No.
Hey.
Same.
Alright, I don't know.
Oh my god. Ah!
Yo.
Oh my god. Fuck. Oh, wow.
Was it
this is
already
gonna take
over?
much sooner. Wait,
Oh.
no, it's not. Wait, soon. It's, I think that was counting down to a minute.
I just found a whole section that's untouched.
Good, get it.
Damn. It's I just like am confused. I just like stumbled across it.
Hold up.
Like what the frick? I'm gonna have carpal tunnel by the end.
Oh boy. You just hold right click. You don't have to right.
Click. Oh, you can hold right click. I didn't. How have I not known that? Okay, wait, we're almost coming third. Keep going.
No.
Doing good, gang. Doing good.
No. Wait,
Oh, we
what?
lost. Oh.
Yeah, we dropped it last second.
Yeah, someone's been paying over our ship.
Yeah.
Move them
Not
second
bad
to
though. Not
sixth,
bad.
like, instantly.
That was good. That was good. That was good.
Yeah. How did we get
Oh,
Look
look
at
at
that,
me!
man.
Yo!
Damn, May. Damn, May. That's crazy.
I went crazy. I was going sicko
You
mode.
did go crazy. That's awesome.
Mm-hmm. Go down, please. It's my favorite. Yes, I gotta kill people!
Uh-oh.
In Minecraft. In Minecraft. In Minecraft for charity.
Goal.
For charity.
Is that the goal? You literally just hit everyone off.
Wait, so how does this
Well,
work?
so you go down
Just go
without
down.
dying,
Opposite
and you
drop
have to
Opposite
try
drop
to focus on going down, but wait until people drop first and you can punch them off, and when you kill people you get points.
Mm-hmm.
And they're worth money. I think it's like 2 points per kill.
I punched them while falling, or like?
Yeah, no, you just punch them. You can punch them like when they leave the platform.
Yeah.
Just like wait till
Yeah,
everyone
so
drops
really-
first because they will punch you off, and then you just follow them and punch them as you go down.
Come here, Redoons. Come here, Redoons. Come here, Redoons.
Where do I have to land? Is there a water?
No, you have to go down without dying by falling down the blocks.
Oh, you have to walk down.
Yeah, it's 1 point per kill.
I thought I was. Oh my god, I'm stupid, bro.
Oh my god.
Oh, I'm dead. Wait, what?
Nice.
Oh, I got a checkpoint. Let's go!
Killed sneaks back.
Where's the checkpoint? Are the checkpoint the like little block?
It's the glass.
No, it's the checkpoint. It's the giant glass at the bottom.
Oh, what? This is
It's really confusing. Yeah.
Wait, I'm killing people for charity. I sort of like this game, man.
Leave a bit of for charity. Do it.
Did I not make it? Oh my. Okay, I did.
Oh my god!
Oh shit, I fucked up.
You finish the lap when you get to the bottom, and then you just do it again.
Oh,
Yeah, you get points for looping.
It being colorized makes this so weird to look at.
Yeah.
Oh, goodbye.
You get bonus points without finishing a lap without dying too. You get +5.
This is so bad.
I'm here, Sonic. I'm here, Sonic. Sonic the Hedgehog. I'm
What
A.
a fishing rod.
Hey, I'm on my second loop.
Nice, damn.
You're crazy. Do you not heal? I'm really low.
No, you don't heal.
You need green platform to heal.
I'm gonna die if I hit the ground.
Yep.
No.
Sometimes
Oh wait.
you just
Okay,
gotta
I
take the
lived. I
death.
lived. Oh my god.
Oh god. Shucks.
I did my first loop. Let's go.
Oh, good job.
Oh, my bonus points, damn. Fell in a hole by accident.
I just killed Froggy, lol. Where? I got one. Oh, this is the crime.
So true.
I got 2 kills.
Well done.
Hey, we actually went up in place. We're in 5th now.
Damn,
I peeked.
mate.
I also got a lot of kills.
Oh my god.
Wait, we have the griefers. For charity.
Yeah, for charity. Let's go, guys.
We love that.
Done.
For charity. Oh my god.
I still can't believe we have 3 more game modes after this.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're still in the running.
Oh, B-test. Okay, this is the parkour one.
What is this? Where did I
It's
jump back
parkour.
and forth or what?
Yeah, pretty much. You gotta jump back and forth and the parkour gets harder as you go. They added a thing though that you can switch between normal and harder.
Okay.
You can switch between the challenges.
What does harder do?
Reach the other
then?
side before
You
the
just,
beep.
the
and
harder
change
gives you more
direction and go
points.
again.
Yeah.
Oh, I see.
Hey, I'm already inside. I don't know if I'm supposed to be.
Yeah, me too. I'm here.
I'm gonna try harder.
Well, you can switch as much as you want. But the hard gives you more points. I'd recommend doing harder like earlier in the game because they'll be easier.
Okay.
Doesn't matter how fast you like.
As long as you get it before the time limit.
There's a timer at the top.
Oh!
Oh, I see that. I see
It is
that.
definitely better to survive though, so just focus on like whatever you can do.
Dude, the texture pack of this makes it so weird to look at sometimes.
Wait, the easy one's too easy. You don't do the easy one.
No, no, no.
I fell. My slime block jump.
I fell. I didn't realize there's slime blocks.
Oh, okay, yeah, no, I wasn't doing that.
So once you fail, it's over, right?
No, you get 3 lives.
Oh, I backed off. Are you kidding me?
Oh,
That's okay.
no.
I feel like them having to put arrows of where to go is already indicative of that you should
Am I?
Oh, shoot.
I can't tell if I'm in the easy or the hard route.
Orange is hard.
Are you guys in easy or hard?
I'm on easy right now.
I'm gonna swap back because I just lost my second life.
I'm dead.
I'm dead. Goodbye.
When do I swap? Do I swap now?
No. Shit.
I can't believe it has the fitness gram pacer test. That's okay. I died on the last one. It's cool.
Wait, how do you tell me lives yet?
Should I?
Oh my god.
They're hard.
Should I just?
Wait, how many of these are there?
Yeah, probably.
As many until there's no one left.
Oh my god. All right, hold out, guys.
Please. Oh my god, oh my god. I just realized the environment is parkour civilization.
What? No way!
The fucking environment is parkour civ.
Lee, you're kicking ass right now, and you too, Caboodle. Hell yeah.
Oh my god, I'm going back to. Oh shit. No! I thought that was the. Oh.
No, great work, great work. You're doing great. Don't worry about it. You're doing great.
Are there people still in the
Oh wait, there's a jump there.
Where am I going? How do I. Where am I going? What?
Get a jump around, corner jump around the corner.
Oh. No.
Ah, it's okay, it's okay, it's okay.
Don't let it go.
No, Lee's still alive. Lee's cooking right now. I like this one. This one's fun. This can't be infinite though, right?
This feels like it's like mole music.
Lee, you're kicking ass, dude. Hell yeah, keep it up. Holy shit! How many lives do you have, Lee? Holy shit!
He's locked in.
Oh my god, yeah. Hell yeah, keep it up.
Oh shit.
Aw, no worries, no worries. Well, even Fiendberg died, so it wasn't your fault.
Yeah.
Fiendberg.
Oh my god, is it just red?
Yeah. Oh, he's done.
Just red.
I'm second. Okay.
Hey, we didn't do bad on that one. 5th place.
Yeah.
Doing pretty good.
Fiend. Damn, red.
Oh, okay, so your time matters as well. Oh, well.
Yeah.
Yeah. it
Levels
seems like
and
it.
time, but and the difficulty, but we're not that far behind everybody.
Yeah.
Wow. Where it's gonna be.
I wonder what it's gonna be. Whoa.
All right, I'm gonna cook on this one. I'm locking in. I'm locking in. I'm locking in. I'm locked in. I'm locked in, chat. Here we go. I gotta prove myself. Insta-give, chat. Insta-give. Insta-give. I like that other game mode. I like that other game mode. That game mode was awesome. I like beep test. Beep test. Yeah, I'm you see the guy over there? There's a guy right here. Right down there. I'm gonna run around and shoot them. You bitch, Antos! Oh, I hate this game mode so much. Oh, I hate that they get fucking armor. Like, man! Oh gosh, I hate this game mode. You think it really good spot? Like, come on! I hate this one. I hate this one so much. It's the way the spawns work. I think that makes me the most mad about anything. And then I wander around and like no one spawns around me. Thank you, Sloth. I really appreciate that. You motherfucker. Where is everybody? What is going on? Oh, shit, you motherfucker. Shoot where I'm aiming! I hate the bows in this. It doesn't it doesn't shoot where I'm aiming. I swear, I hate the auto fire crossbows so much. Oh my god, that's such a bad spawn. Hello? Stop spawn! I hate this game mode. Where is everybody? I hate this game mode. I hate that fucking game mode. You spawn, I always spawn near nobody, and then the crossbow doesn't aim where I'm shooting. Like,
yeah.
I got 25 kills though.
I couldn't. Dang, that's not bad.
Dude, that's crazy.
Well done.
Holy crap. Nice.
Good stuff.
Hey, BTMC, I see that.
I was stressing. I kept getting horrible spawns and wander around for like 30 seconds with nobody, then I just get shot.
Third place overall for that one's not too bad.
Oh.
Yeah, I got 17 kills.
Is that the game as a whole?
Yeah.
I think so. Yeah, because that's the end of.
Oh, nice.
Buddy.
Oh, Oh yeah,
That is
game
good.
individual.
What? Okay, well.
Not last.
Sure.
No, yo, we can catch green, blue, and aqua. We can catch them.
We're gonna at the end. I'm telling you, at the end, it's gonna happen. It's gonna fucking happen.
Osu, I'm American. Reddards. Freaking Reddards.
I'm gonna write a big complaint in the feedback channel about those goddamn auto fire crossbows.
No, they're so good. I need them, bro.
They don't fire where I'm looking. They shoot and the arrow comes out from behind me. It's like, it pisses me off. I'm 15.
I'm 20th. Middleman.
I'm catching up. I get top 10 on this one. I got 9th on party. Holy shit. Oh my god, BMC got 8th. Holy shit. Abby got 34. Schrodinger and Wally got 22 and 23.
Not bad.
Yeah. You got 3rd place in that one, Maka. Oh my god, I'm gonna make a big write-up about those goddamn auto fire crossbows. Those shits don't work. I swear on it.
That crossbow felt way better than the other one though. At least for us.
I think it's good for like lag, but like I swear, because whenever I shoot, the bullet doesn't come out in front of me, it comes out from behind me and like messes up the aim. You know what I'm saying? Like
But I guess for us, it's just like we just get to play with press right click and that's like chill. Like, that's like pretty chill. I'm down for that.
Yeah, I like that. Better.
Yeah,
So much better.
We should
the only time it stresses me out is like, because I like getting up close and personal to crossbows. If I shoot somebody close to me, I can't hit them because it comes up behind me.
Yeah.
They've already moved. It's like, oh my god.
I felt like I spawned in between people so many times.
Yeah, I would walk. I would like
I
instantly get the thing off and I would
find
walk.
anybody.
JoJo on them.
Yeah.
I walked and I spawned and there was nobody around, and then I would get shot from my back, and I'm like, dude, are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would either have so many people around me or nobody around me. There's no in between.
Nah, I'm still cheesed about those jump pads on race, bro. I'm not gonna lie. I'm extremely chedded about that. Yeah.
I don't like race because like
to cheese you.
it doesn't matter how good you score if like the enemy team got 1 or 2 first places. It's like, oh my god, or like top 10.
Yeah.
Damn, you can fish in the lobby. That's crazy.
How many games left? 3?
Well, I need to go throw some shade real quick.
Oh, have fun. Okay.
Hey, besties.
We're getting the increased XP thing points.
Mhm.
Yeah. It's gonna start speeding up a bit.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
That's right, team.
Okay, imposter in my VC.
Well, I'm just here to come to my friend Froggy and say, hey, Froggy, how are you? She's spaced out.
I'm
Sorry. I'm sorry.
ignoring you entirely.
No, I'm so sorry.
She hates me.
You're not actually allowed to talk to her.
We're planning some stuff for this weekend. Somebody and I, because it's my birthday, so we want to like do something.
Oh, let's go.
Your birthday is Sunday. It's my birthday this Sunday. Happy birthday,
Froggy, happy early birthday! You know, I was gonna come in and I was gonna trash talk you because you trash talked me, but I'll let you slide. It's your birthday. You're the birthday girl.
Thank you.
Wait, have you shown these guys Jennifer Cool Rands?
No, I haven't.
Can you? Can you?
What's going on?
I don't know. How many Costco hot dogs is in it for me?
What's happening?
The fuck was that?
Sometimes, if I think about Cool Ranch or hot dogs,
sometimes
the
I think
spirit,
coordinated ranch.
the spirit of Jennifer
Have fun with that.
Coolidge possesses me.
Hi.
Hi.
She pulled the birthday card. I couldn't yell at her.
Is it a birthday?
Well, it's a Sunday. It's her birthday.
Aww. Happy birthday, Froggy.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Kind of like stacking your guys' like pictures in my thing, like you know, the human centipede.
What the?
Yeah, my little Fuji's.
Your little guys.
Okay, hold on, take
Why
a
do you
picture.
need an example of human centipede?
Well, because it's like I kind of like, because I have like a little face cam thing that I use. That I'm like, I kind of stuffed you guys together in that.
Did you get a new VTuber model recently?
I did actually, yeah.
Yeah, good stuff.
Wait.
Whole new setup.
Looks
Yeah, I'm really happy with it. Needed to change.
Yeah, how recent was that?
Actually, like a week and a half ago.
Oh, bad. Damn. Oh, that's hella recent. Nice.
Yeah.
Suits you well. Good stuff, man.
Thank you. It's been good for me. It's got a hood too. Got a little put on the hood.
God damn. All right. Got drip.
Oh my gosh! Wait, you look so cute.
I have this whole like setup, and it's like I have like a little face cam on the top, but I also have like this like.
Check hood. Aw, I love it. That's adorable.
I screenshot my whole setup. There we go.
Do you use like your phone to capture or like?
Yeah, I use iPhone.
Oh shit. Okay, fair. Does it work with like a webcam or not really?
Webcams are nice, but like I just bought an iPhone on eBay for like a decent amount, so it was like nice.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Damn. Okay. Cool.
Oh no.
I'll find my. Oh, this where it is.
Oh. Sometimes the trident just doesn't. Trident. It just doesn't work, and I don't understand why.
This is my whole background and everything. Looks like it. Sorry, it's got piss color on it because I have a color thing that colors over with my game. This is what it looks like normally. It takes the color from what I'm like looking at in the game and puts it over my model and stuff.
Oh, that's cool. That's really cool, actually. You look so cute. I love it.
I'm gonna boil you in like pasta.
What just happened?
Hey, spam, get in my room.
Hold on. Sorry, I think. What?
What just happened?
My dog fizzed me, or my roommate's dog, or dog. I don't know.
Wait, so
dog.
were you talking to me?
Oh, boil you in pasta? Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Boodle and noodles.
Cool. Oh, okay. Sorry, that came from nowhere. I was so confused.
Sorry, that's my go-to threat is like, I'm gonna boil you. I'm gonna boil you. Is that I just say.
You're VTuber.
Yeah, when people compliment me, I don't know how to react except for like, I guess like cute aggression. So I just kind of like, I'm like, okay, you're sweet to me. I'm gonna boil you to pasta.
Fair enough. No, okay, that's fair. Sorry, I was incredibly confused.
I just be saying shit, dude. You know, like.
Just saying stuff.
There's a fishing minigame? No fucking way. There's a fishing minigame?
It's so cute. It's road game.
Yeah, come to the fishing mini game.
Oh, I missed it.
Okay, what's next?
Multiplier. Let's get battle out of the way. Hunt. A hunting?
Hunt?
You know, game mode, I'm sad that they got rid of party. Heist. I loved Heist. I made so much points last time.
I want to stab someone.
No, why is my cat leaving me, you pussy?
Guys, Spleef is my worst game. It's over.
Good, handsome fellow.
I'm going battle. I'm tossing up battle. There's like.
Maria! Let me go! They stole me.
Why are the cats not coming?
Because they have the lures. They have
Definitely
the lures.
Spleef.
Yeah.
All right, split time. Time to lock in, gang.
It's over.
Oh, it's Spleef time. All right.
It's over.
Your babe's clock.
Okay.
Oh, guys, how do you win Spleef?
Get kills, survive.
Be good.
You mine the ground, you have snowballs, you can throw people?
Okay.
This
all
game's
of us go on
awesome.
one side, we all stick
People in this,
together.
or is it like, do they break
So
walls?
it's
Target purple.
hit
Target purple.
people with snowballs, and you have a
Mhm.
shovel, and then you break the snow and you get snowballs. You hit people with snowballs. You can't hit people with shovel. I don't think.
Yeah, you can dig the block under them with the shovel, and I think it counts too.
Yeah, but you can dig them under, but you can't. And with the TNT, you get a bow. The crossbow you use to launch yourself up a level if you want to, because you can like put it below you and that will launch you up. And then there's a regular bow as well. But that's just TNT. Oh, hi Froggy.
So, I'm just coming in here to say that Spleef is my weakest.
You're gonna fucking die. You're gonna fucking die. You're gonna fucking die. I'm gonna kill you for charity. For charity! For charity! She's gonna die for charity!
No, I'm the little birthday guy. I'm a
For
little
charity!
birthday guy.
Your birthday defense only worked for your fucking trash talk, bitch. It's on Spleef, alright? Go fuck yourself, you motherfucker. For charity! For charity! For charity! For charity!
Okay, everyone come to the far. Okay.
Where is she? Where is she? I'm gonna look for her. I'm gonna go kill her.
Everyone,
Where is she?
Guys. Oh wait, no, it's paused. It's okay. It's paused.
Guys, why do they keep pausing? I'm freaking.
Alright, so we're going like.
Okay, go far. Go far near Wally is. Yeah, everyone meet over here, and then we all jump.
Let's just spleef each other.
Yeah, it's a good idea.
No, let's definitely not do that. Let's not do that. Yeah.
Let's not do that.
Spleef masters.
That's a good idea. Okay. Ah! Okay, well. Oh yeah, spleef above you as well. You go down a level. Excuse me?
Dude, this guy just punched me. That just pissed me off. What's Ben like?
Can you punch
Oh my god.
Yeah, you can. It seems like you can.
Oh my, I
thought you couldn't. That's crazy. Loki! Okay. Don't start attacking people until like
too late.
Floor because yeah.
Jeez.
Okay. Oh, we are not doing good. Oh well.
I always no, it's okay. For charity!
For charity. Whoa, whoa!
Someone's below us.
Shit, pizza. Okay.
Lee, we have a slight advantage because the block we stand on lasts for like half a second longer.
Yeah.
Lag, so.
Okay. Sure. Oh my god, people are so rude. Let's just like be friendly and shit. I'm down to be friendly for charity. Let's go.
Facts. That's facts. That's facts.
For charity.
I got froggy. Dude, they're trying to dig me out from underneath.
I'm just a chill guy running around.
Get hand frost. Oh my god. Okay, that was really mean. Okay, nah, I'll remember that.
Joe Bart, you want some, bro?
Maria.
Miss you, Maria.
Oh fuck! I'm on the last layer.
Okay, I'm on. Yeah, I'm last one too. Going for kills at this point.
Yeah, let's go for kills. Yeah.
I just fell 2 floors.
That does happen. Hey Wally, that's me. Please be careful.
That's okay. I got 2 kills. Not bad. Guys, dude, we're doing great. Keep going. Keep going. We're doing good. You're doing good. You're doing good. Awesome. Great work, Kat. Great work. Good job. Good job. Get some kills. Let's go, guys. No. Nice try. Honestly, hey. We did good though. We did good. Honestly. Because I got 2 kills. Kills are worth 12 points per kill.
Damn.
It's insane. Getting kills is like just as good as surviving.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Okay, I placed 8th. We placed 5th overall. Oh, that's rough. Okay.
Yeah.
Looking. Okay, same end. Come to the same end as before. Where me and they are.
Yeah.
Wait, it works.
I got targeted so hard. I made too many enemies, you guys.
Oh.
It's just from previous games and stuff. Froggy's gonna kill me. This bitch. I'm gonna.
Did you just get Froggy down? Nice.
I did.
Sorry.
That's me. I'm trimming the edge, by the way, behind us.
Yeah. We have our own island and shit here. I'm down for that.
Don't make an island.
Oh, it's over for me. It's over for me. It's over for me.
We're hard chilling in this area.
Yeah, as long as people don't look up, we're good.
Yeah. Oh, this guy.
You can shift to hide your name, right?
You can still see it, like, kind of. It gets less visible, but not completely. Be careful of the border when it starts closing in, Lee and Molly.
Yeah, fair. Nah, this is pretty chill. It's like a date spot. I fuck with this. Yeah. I freak with this.
You will for a few more seconds.
Woo!
No, this is calm. This is oh shit. Oh shit.
Coming in.
No.
Oh, it's you. I'm sorry. I'm being jumped.
I'm just mining these blocks so we can get them before they disappear.
Yeah, sounds good. Nice comms. Good comms.
Good job.
Great comms. Oh shit.
Yeah, I'm chilling. Yeah.
I'm mining these ones over here.
Fair. Oh shit, I'm pretty calm and demure right now, I'm not gonna lie. It's just like pretty chill.
I made too many enemies. I attacked someone I shouldn't have attacked.
I hate this game.
Bro, I'm getting targeted so hard! Get off my butt!
Fuck you, Redoons.
I'm being jumped, dog. I'm being fucking jumped from like every angle.
I fell 2 floors.
I'm dead. I made too many enemies.
Yeah, I also made too many enemies.
Light Shoe was targeting me because I killed them last time. They were jumping me.
That's funny. They got me too, actually.
It's my fault though, because I killed like 8 people in one game. Like I think in like 3 block wars ago, and it was like, oh, people don't like me on this one.
Yeah, what you want, boy?
That dude's up top, just chilling. Now he's fouling. Great work, guys. Holy shit. You're killing it, dude.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Oh, good.
Fire Breath Man's up top. He's targeting you. He wants you dead. He wants you dead. No, he's so mean.
That is still really good.
Yeah, honestly, we're still doing 4th, honestly, too.
Yeah. We came 3rd in that round as well. Okay.
I gotta lock in. This is my mode.
This is what you can launch yourself up, right?
Yeah, so you have a regular bow and you have a crossbow. The crossbow hits a bigger area. You can also use it to launch yourself back up to the level above, but just make sure you're not gonna hit something above you, because if you hit something above you, that's annoying.
Oh, right.
You can also shoot people with the bow too to hit them off near the ledge.
Hit them off.
Yo, chill.
I'm sorry, I just see people, I start shooting. It's like a habit.
Ah! Okay.
Good kill.
What?
I dropped it later. It's over.
You can jump boost back up, like shoot.
Oh my God, you're right.
Yeah. Oh, just make sure you don't hit something above you like I just did.
I just fell so far.
The comms?
Bro, oh my God.
Oh. Sorry.
No, it's okay. Okay, yeah, that was no point in doing that. Okay, well. I'm trolling, it seems. Bro, okay. Ah, my God.
Oh shit. What? What? What did I hit? What? I looked up, there's a hole! What? Did I clip something? Huh?
Purple. Not very cool of you. What'd I just say?
What? Did I clip it?
Hi, Captain.
Wait, I'm so confused. Was I right here? What did I clip? Huh? It's okay. Yeah, I guess I hit an edge. I guess I did. I didn't. But I didn't look up. I barely. Yeah, I was like, I had a lot of clearance there. Oh, it's okay. Is Meteor's Sleep still in this one, or did they get rid of that still? I love Meteor's Sleep.
I have absolutely no idea. I'm so sorry.
Oh no.
Sorry, Sneak. Oh my god, I killed Sneak. Oh my. What happened there?
Yeah. Oh, that makes you sad. That makes you sad. I was doing so good. Meteor's Sleep's benched. Oh, that's my favorite one. That one's so fucking nice.
Oh, I hit a.
Fourth is not bad.
I hit a block, bruh.
We're doing okay. We're fourth. We're solid fourth. That's not bad.
Is this the last one?
No.
Yeah, Meteor's Sleep is benched. I'm pretty sure.
Fine, we're just.
I did so bad that one. I was just getting targeted in like the first two ones by like enemies that I guess I have.
Wait, we're still moving on.
Oh, let's go!
Not bad, not too shabby.
Bandits and Knights fell off.
This game or what? Is that this game or the whole thing? I think that's just.
That was this game, yeah.
Oh wait, that was only this game.
Wait,
Yeah,
oh.
guys, that's this game, guys. Okay.
Wait, oh. I thought we did better than that. We got fourth every time. Damn. Oh.
That's overall.
Still not last.
Not last.
Still not last. Better than last. We still got two games after this. We can take it back. Right, guys? Let's go.
Yeah.
If we
ENT run would be so fun.
somehow make it to finals, I'll strip butt naked and for charity. Let's go.
No, I was doing fine. I was just being like.
Take off my skin for charity.
I had people like jumping me half the time. It was scary.
In Minecraft.
Oh, I just okay. 21, I'll take it. Solid.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Different accessories and stuff like helmets. Yeah.
Wally, I want to congrats you on being top frag and being 15th place. Not bad. Not bad.
Alright, I'm gonna go back to fishing.
I actually really want to join that.
Yeah, me too. Go fish.
Join what?
Maybe that's a secret. Maybe you fish up and get better luck.
Yeah, maybe.
I'm in the 20s. No.
No, I'm getting a boat. It's the real strat for fishing.
Not lost, but charity indeed. Oh, you got the real strat.
Uh-huh. Come get a boat. Come get a boat. Yeah. Yes, in with me. Oh, cute!
Look at us! Aww.
Well, that was someone else's. I got you baited. I do respect the social game. I just have a lot of enemies in Spleef.
Hey, listen, if you gotta make enemies, you gotta make
Well,
enemies.
it's my fault. I trash talk and he's kind of all cute. Caught a salmon.
Whoa! F Sky Mara, thank you so much.
Problem.
No problem, man.
No problem. Congrats.
No problem.
Hey,
You're
Sky
welcome.
to go. Sky to go.
I got a flounder.
For
Have a
charity.
great time for charity.
Flounder for charity. Ow.
I'm a flout on it.
Oh, I caught a tuna. Let's go.
Nice. This is peak content right now.
Yeah.
Peak content. We all sat here fishing.
This is pretty much web fishing.
Why haven't I caught anything yet, man? Come on, pay up. This better be something good. If I'm gonna get mad. And I love fishing. That wasn't even mine. I'm so sad. I watched this guy catch 2 fish now. Yes! It's a flounder.
Oh, shucks. Oh, wait, the admin's here fishing with us.
Yeah.
Is this guy named TRadMO2? Is this a spectator camera?
got a cod.
I kept getting in his face. So he went, I kept getting in his face, so he went invisible. He definitely is a spectator.
That's so funny.
Well, he was like
That's
shaking
so
his head
funny.
no at me, and then I was like square up.
Aww.
And then he went
Thank you,
invisible.
Morgan. Yeah. Oh, Morgan, thank you so much. We had a bunch of changes, so like the arms actually wiggle and stuff. So I kind of fixed the rigging because I didn't. I saw like just how like weird it looked and stuff like that. So I was like, okay, I'll get some things changed and stuff, and so it doesn't twist as much. It feels a lot better.
What do we
Like the arms wiggle too.
Battle. Hunt?
Let's do hunt, I guess. Yeah.
I don't know what hunt is, but let's do that.
It's over.
Where we like do sections of hide and seek.
Here, kitties, come over here. Come get some catnip. Come on, gang. Ow!
Oh, it's pretty 50-50. But is anyone viable for battle?
Oh,
No,
dude.
I'm dead.
Oh shit.
I'm gonna vote battle actually.
It took my cats.
Wait, I'm gonna vote battle.
Wait,
actually.
why? Why?
It seems to be battle anyway, regardless.
Yeah, it's battle anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's over. It's over.
Alright, let's do it.
No blitz
What
hunt.
does everyone play? So we do 2 healers. I'll go fairy and you go medic or something.
Yeah, I'm gonna go medic. So for medic, just like before we take off, everyone wait for the absorption in the beginning. Because I get an absorption potion, which gives us like a bunch of extra
Does the
HP.
absorption have like? Does the absorption have enough time for that? Because we don't want to get to
Yeah.
the finale and then not have absorption. Okay.
Yeah, it doesn't like wear off for the whole time. We're gonna lose it anyways,
Okay.
basically. So it's good to get the because we
Are
gotta
you guys interested in taking the point near us?
Yeah, that's the main thing to do. Yeah, run.
Yeah, so
run
that
the
bonus
point,
HP is
definitely.
good for us, right?
Yeah. Last time I did
The penguin, the one
battle.
where like you can throw the trident infinitely.
The trident's really bad.
Really? I thought it was
Of
good.
what I've been told, it's really it's been.
Well, I think that's gatekeeping because some guy wrecked my shit with the trident. Oh, this is a new map.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
I'm just going off what Hannah Rose told me last time, and we did really well last time. So I'm just trying to remember what she told me.
Also, Mystic Cat, or was it Fur? I think it was Fur used the trident and they kicked ass.
Oh, really? Okay, you can try it then if you want.
Nah, I'm medic. They added in the one thing I asked for, which was healing points.
Wait, that was your. Thank you. I'm
Yeah,
so glad
because
to hear that. Okay.
Because like I asked that because I'm like I like playing healer because like it's nice to be a benefit of your team, and I saw, oh, I placed 35th despite like keeping my team alive.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go ask for that. They just said, oh sure, it's a good idea.
No kits. Yeah, we have 0 kits. We just have to go punch everyone.
Awesome.
Actually, that sounds fun.
They should have an MMA mode in like the party mode. That'd be so fun.
MMA mode.
Yeah, like it's
Yeah,
just
and
like
all it is you fist fight someone. You go get someone and you fist fight them.
All right, let's have a look.
When you win, you get 1 point. If you lose, you get 2 points.
yeah, the absorption lasts 3 minutes, so I'm gonna toss that right away.
What's everyone playing?
Medic.
I'm playing fairy. So pretty much if you need a heal, just come over to me and then you'll automatically get healing near me. But I also have
If
a
you need
heal boost
immediate
as well.
healing, I have instant health 1 potions and lingering health potions too.
I'm going lumberjack just because it has the most survivability.
The double.
you guys
Oh,
wanna get
actually, that's a good
someone else.
idea to get like high survivability with healing.
That's the one that I'm used to.
That's not a bad idea, actually.
Yeah.
Does anyone know how much damage you deal with your fist with strength 1?
Oh. Fist with strength 1.
Hit hard. Depends on if you crit them or not.
Either or. Does it do 1 heart?
I'm gonna ask Redu and he'll know.
How does this guy have a bow? Oh wait, do we pick our kits right now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, you gotta go. You gotta go.
Oh, 25 seconds. Yeah, 25 seconds.
Which one should I play? Which one should I play?
I feel like you're a PvPer.
Okay, so what? Skeleton?
Maybe. I mean, if you're good with the bow, sure. Assassin, you can teleport. You can place down the place and then
Yeah.
teleport back to
Assassin
it.
is if you you want to run into situations.
Yeah.
Scout if you like speed.
I think skeleton's better.
All right, go
Skeleton's
skeleton.
overall, yeah. Having like a bow.
1 second. 1 second.
Really good.
I have it.
All right, let's
Awesome.
go.
So before we take off, just stand by the corner. Stand by the corner. Like, yeah, gather around me, like right here. I'm just gonna throw the instant health right here. Right, or not instant health,
Wait, BT,
absorption.
come closer. Come closer. Come closer. Come like
true.
inside them.
Here you
Oh,
go.
I got it.
Cool. Let's go.
Are we going? This way.
What's the
Alright.
point?
Is this way?
Are we fighting? Are we fighting?
Yep.
Yeah, we're fighting.
Apparently.
I threw in a lingering health pot if you need health back up. Really works for our team too, so.
Is anyone dead?
No, we're good. They're taking point.
Where's the crystal thing?
Yeah, I got them.
Let's contest.
Yeah.
Get launcher.
I'm healing, guys.
Oh my god. Fuck, did they get it?
No, they got 15 points left on it.
Yeah, you guys come move to me for healing.
Yeah, I might die. Oh, I died.
Yeah.
Oh, you're
It's
dead.
okay, I got
Oh,
healing. I got lingering pot up over here.
We need to pull out this fight. We need to pull out this fight.
Yeah, we need to go. We need to go. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm already dead.
Yeah. Come back over to me.
I can't. I'm stuck. Oh my god.
I'm coming to you, sure.
Yeah.
Literally turn around.
Yeah, I'm going down here.
Oh, it's a bad idea to attack purple.
That's the middle. Okay, yeah, we're completely alone. We screwed that up completely.
Wait, oh, I didn't know that. I didn't know those phantoms. We made a mistake.
Yeah, we should not have fought phantoms.
That's okay. Round 2 and 3 we'll pull it back.
Lee, it's just you, by the way. So just try and live as long as you can. Do not try and kill anyone.
Being a rat, like for charity, I'm down. Let's do it.
Yeah, be a rat for charity. Oh yeah, that's such a rat spot. Holy shit.
Close behind you, so just be careful.
Watch out, borders. Yeah, just walk. There you go.
Yeah, I'm chilling. No
I'm
worries.
watching you.
I'm a little rat for charity. I'm down for that. I will not be taking.
I got my
any
ass
engagements.
stuck in a corner and beat me.
Oh man. Yeah, we should not have taken phantoms though.
That's okay. We're doing okay. We're doing okay. We're doing good.
Rat spot.
I'm just a rat.
Okay, they'll know.
Oh yes, I'm just a rat.
Little ratty boy.
Oh yes. Ooh.
Can you get out?
Yes, I can. Over
Yeah, you
here.
can go out the water.
Yes.
Wait, so okay, wait.
Oh yeah, you have water. That's crazy,
Wait,
actually.
can I can't walk through the border? Like you're kidding. I just want to look at the map. So are these capture points, the 5 on the edges, the only one?
So the thing on the edge is
Four?
that's capture points.
And there's one in the center too.
So there's 4 on the edge and there's 1 in the middle.
Yeah.
Capture points are
Those
nice, but
honestly
like
not worth that much. Yeah. What really? I thought capture points are like super important.
they're nice, but like at the end, kills are worth 15 points, right? So there's a lot of
Oh, at
people
the
alive.
end, yeah. At the end, kills are important. Well,
Yeah.
kills are only worth 15 points now. At the beginning, they're like 5. So you should try and push for that capture point at the very start. I'd say. It's like
Mhm.
the
That was just
it's
bad
just
luck
unfortunate
in
that
the
we got
in the
pulled right into
phantoms, yeah.
How the hell are you still alive? That's amazing.
Just calm, just like calm little rat.
Yo, don't get trapped by the
Don't
wall.
go up there yet. Blue is a
The spiders see you, dude. The spiders see you. Oh, run!
Run!
Just run. Just go. Oh shit! Oh, let's go! Hey, not bad, not bad.
That's crazy.
Hey, shows the go.
Wait, Lee, you pop.
Wait, so are the I think the points are worth a lot. The capture points.
The capture points are worth a lot, yeah.
Mhm.
Okay, so we should just run straight to 1 or whatever. Like, was
It's
the way that we
150,
went
I
the
think,
way
for a
to go?
capture point.
It's like,
Basically, the issue we should continue to try and push for capture points, and we just got really unlucky that purple was our opposition, who was like the team with the best PvPers.
Yeah.
Is that the way we were supposed to go? Like,
Yeah. So you're meant to go through there, yeah.
okay.
I mean, we could have gone the opposite way, but like that's away from the totem.
Yeah, there is.
Wait, did they not heal? Then I probably didn't heal enough. I'm
Looking back on the
guessing.
situation- Looking back at the situation, we shouldn't have gone for the totem because it's purple, but only because it was purple. But
Maybe we should have. I'm gonna try something.
Try scout.
We're down to fight. So we're down to fight red, or we're down to fight green.
We can fight red, green. We can fight most of them. I think it's just purple that's really, really strong in terms
Like,
of
we can't
PvPers.
fight purple, we can't fight aqua, and we can't fight.
Really? We can't fight
I'm checking
aqua.
out the other kits right
No,
now.
I don't think we
I
can
think we
fight
can
aqua.
fight aqua.
Okay.
I think if we actually if we use stay as a group and we make sure we stick together, comms are gonna be really important if someone's getting 2v1. So yeah, or if you're in a 1v1, just if you're in a situation where you are you're gonna die, just run back to the group.
Oh,
and then have someone.
well, I guess I'm summoner now. All right.
Uh-oh.
Did you not pick
I was looking at the
your kit?
skin. That's okay. You wanna? We're to cook.
Okay, it's okay, yeah.
It's fine. It's fine.
okay, it's okay,
Looks
it's okay.
good. Anyway.
Health up in the corner.
Yeah,
I don't have that. Oh, you guys got it?
Oh.
Come into the corner. Come into the corner.
Okay,
I don't have it.
We don't have absorption. Yeah.
I made a mistake, but that's okay. We're gonna make it work, guys. We're gonna make it work. I gotta get good. That's purple. Oh no, that's phantoms. That's phantoms. Oh, it's pink. Okay.
It's pink.
Don't worry, guys. I got a ranged weapon now.
I'm looking
Do my arrows recharge?
They do slowly. Pyro's here. Pyro's here.
I need health. Oh, Red's getting us behind, guys. Watch out, Red. I'm backing up.
Yeah, we should good.
Fall back.
Yeah,
Coming.
come back to you guys. Come back to you guys.
Do we have any heals or no?
Do we have any healing?
Yeah, we do. Yeah, but come over to me. Come close to me. I have healing boost in 3, 2, 1. Alright, there we go. We all healing now.
Yep.
Yeah. Alright, we just chill
That's
here.
so annoying.
Just let red and pink fight, I'd say. Actually, never mind. We're no.
We can try to third party this afterwards.
Oh god. Okay, pink and red are gonna come for us. We should go.
Yeah, we should go right. Go
that way.
right. I
Yeah.
think we should go further right now.
For charity.
They're
They're jumping us, yeah.
I'm throwing my skeletons over there.
Run.
Yeah, it's sure. Come down here. Come over here. Yeah, I know you guys
Do we have healing? Do we have healing?
Yeah, we do.
Am.
Okay, heal.
Red's up top. Oh, we're in the middle. Oh shit.
We should
Okay, we need to go in the middle. Yeah.
I think we do.
This is bad.
How do we get underneath the ice?
Guys, come over to me. Come down.
No, I'm dead. Who's hitting me? The bow?
Wait, did the 2 of us die? Oh shit.
Yeah, 5 up shot me. Oh, they gotta. I'm gonna play it. I might play with the archer next time.
The border's about to hit you.
Brat strat.
Does healing still give points? I didn't get any points for healing last time.
It should do. Maybe also though. You can also an admin. Well, be careful, yeah. Actually, they can't even get to us even if they know that we're here. So.
Yeah.
So, what's up, guys?
Hey. What's up, guys?
I might do the bow next time, Tab.
What's up?
I might do the bow next time. And see if I can paint some people off from a distance. Because that bow is crazy.
This team.
I think I might play with the bow next time.
Bow? Okay. Do you want me to go heal them? I can take the healing kit. But,
If you want the medic.
Yeah, I might.
The pain in my booty.
Card chilling. Alright, so we're just gonna check out some kills at the end.
Wait, what kind of sword does it? Yeah, what kind of sword does a medic have?
I think it's a wood sword.
Oh, okay. I'm going trickster.
It's okay. Everyone's taking mad damage.
Yeah.
That's a straight off on medic because it's really strong.
Getting trickle damage in.
Purple's on your, or pink's on your left, and orange is on your right.
Okay, which way do we go? Left or right?
Right.
Up and then right.
Right? Okay.
I'm in the middle.
I want to open up my menu. Nice.
Damn, Lee. Okay. Oh my god, they're jumping. Oh, okay.
What is going on?
Oh my god.
Holy shit.
How did you do that?
I have no idea. Okay, that is just a mess at the end.
Damn.
Wait, so the points you get per kill goes down as the game progresses.
Well, it goes up and then goes down, I think.
It went up. Oh.
I'm gonna play skeleton. You get a wood sword for medic, and I can't. I don't remember being a wood sword. I'm like, damn, this is hard now. Like,
with a lumberjack.
The duck quacks if you jump on it. Oh my god.
I think summoner is actually pretty good because it forces your opponents to like.
So do we not have a
go
heal
on
kit?
cooldown?
Do we have a heal
No,
kit?
I'm healing. Yeah.
Lee is healing.
What should I take?
It quacks.
Scout?
Oh,
This
cute.
guy is fast and does damage, yeah. Up to
Well, you don't hear it, man?
No, I said, oh, cute.
Oh.
Should I just take summoner? Yeah, should I just summoner?
I feel like you didn't get points for healing anymore.
Yeah, like I.
Yeah, I think they got
Do
rid
you
of
still
it. Yeah.
get points for?
You asking people?
Yeah, I was like, I don't know, maybe you don't. Yes.
Oh,
Oh,
you do?
cool.
Okay, apparently. Alright, bet.
Yeah, I don't know who was showing up.
Let's see who's on the right side here.
BT, be careful, you're alone, Ed.
It's red.
Red, we can definitely fight that. We can
Oh, we can definitely fight that. Yeah, take that, take that.
For sure, we'll take
Oh,
that.
they're not even
Take-
trying. Okay, cool.
Yeah,
Oh, they're going straight for mid, I guess.
yeah. Alright, cool. We have captured.
Oh my god, we're gonna finally do something.
We're gonna get a point, yay. Okay, let's go.
I think we should third party.
I think we should stay up here.
Third party, third
Let's get
party.
middle, let's get middle.
Wait, no, wait, we're split up. BT, Ed, we're split up. Ed, we're split up. Ed, we're split up.
Guys, I'm capturing middle. Middle. Just take it, take it.
Yeah,
Oh, we need the middle. Yeah. Okay, the middle one.
Yeah. As I saw, like, I'm not waiting. No one's here.
People are following us.
And then we rad strat. And then we rad strat.
It's okay.
Yeah, I'm down to it.
2. Okay, let's go.
Okay.
Go rad strat.
That's right. Let's go, guys.
Rad strat.
Back in.
Hey, down here. Red. We can definitely kill red. We can kill red.
We can definitely kill red here, yeah.
Yeah. I'm heal boosting us. Yeah. We have any AoE for this corner? Wait, one
Yeah, I do.
6 HP.
But it doesn't work. The AoE doesn't work on ice. It's fire.
Yeah. Yeah, they're sort of trapped in the corner. They're like,
Yeah, trapped in the corner.
Yeah, DMC are in there, bro.
Don't go out. Don't.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, they pushed us up.
Oh, where he did. Yeah. Okay. I'm going back down.
Yeah, I'm going back down as well. Let's all go back
Red
down.
is too hot, so.
Yeah.
Red Owens, fuck you! Free beat of life steal! Sorry.
Good work, guys. Good work.
Wait, it's not here.
Wait, we need to stick together. We need to stick together.
Yeah.
Ow, what am I getting hit by? Oh god. Okay, guys. Yeah, group up.
I think we need to go on there, go out this way.
May, no!
Shh, it's okay.
It's calm.
It's okay. I'm safe.
Yeah.
We're gonna get this, okay? Me and you.
Yeah. Type shit. Get over here, caboose. I'm healing you.
No way, Carl. That's crazy.
Wally, are you okay?
No, I'm stuck.
Uh-oh. Okay. Should we go up and help him? I feel like we should stick
Let's do
together.
it. Fuck it.
I don't think he's.
Okay, let's go.
Okay.
Too late. We're here. Okay, we can stay here, yeah.
Wait, Aqua's walking off of this thing. I'm gonna walk up onto it. Here, come here. Find me.
Where are we
Find
going?
me.
Okay, follow me.
Yeah.
Right here.
Okay.
Kill all those mobs. Kill these mobs.
Yeah.
Can I load my crossbow, please?
The skeletons walking outside of the border is so annoying.
Yeah.
Now I know to only summon skeletons. Just these are annoying.
Okay, be careful. I'll drop down last limit. Absolutely last limit.
Yeah.
Drop down.
Hannah's 1 HP.
Okay, drop down to run.
Drop
down.
it. Oh, okay.
Just stay away. Just don't go too far.
Yeah. We stay on this left side, yeah. Firebugs.
Yeah, down the left
9
side.
HP.
Don't get greedy. Don't get greedy.
Yeah.
If anyone's low, yell. I have a smoke bomb.
Yeah, but this is sure. Yeah, last team to go in wins this sort of fight, by the way.
Yeah.
I have heal. We have all 5, right? We actually have 2.
Yeah.
Yeah, but wait. Don't go to it.
Yeah.
No, wait, killed by
There's a stray behind us.
Wait, how did I kill you?
You're straight.
Yeah, your stray shot us.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
You can shoot your teammates? That's crazy.
It's all good. We can still like clicky. Yeah. Last second. We have to be the last people to fight. We have to be the last.
Do not jump on. Yeah. Wait till like the last moment that you can.
Okay, we're also low now.
Ed, DMC, you are fucking a crazy cunt, bro.
Okay.
No. This is
Go in now. Go in now. Oh my god, guys! No way!
Let's go! We took that back, guys. That's crazy. Let's. Well, we got 5th place at the end too. That's not bad, honestly.
We ended up in 5th after that round?
Yeah,
What? That
yeah.
is so
We went from
funny.
last to
Oh my
5th.
gosh, imagine if we had our bearings sooner.
Yeah.
That would be that's crazy.
Wow.
Next time.
That's crazy. How did we win that? I can't believe your stray shot me off. That's so unlucky.
Yeah. Put us up at it's not 7. Let's go. We're so close to bandits. We can. Next game. Next game's the one. Can we do it?
It's Hunt.
It's Hunt. We got it. I'm really good at ice boats. Drop them.
Hide and seek.
All you gotta do is when the gold courses come up, just do them. Just do them immediately.
That's not what Hunt is. Hunt is the.
Hunt is the hide
and
and
seek.
seek.
Oh.
Oh,
Hide
that was
and
muted
seek,
the
yeah.
entire time. Damn.
Oh, yeah,
Oh,
Hunt is hide and
wait.
seek.
Fuck. Wait, where's where's Trailblazers then? No.
Trailblazers
Oh,
wasn't on
Race,
this
I
game.
forgot.
They didn't
I get
yeah.
confused. I'm gonna go. Why do they bench Trailblazers? That's like the best minigame ever. I love that one.
Yeah, no, I got benched this game.
Bench battle. Give me Trailblazers.
Yeah, you got 2 bench games that you like. You got Heist got rid of too, huh? Aw.
Yeah, Heist is my favorite. And then they put up that one. Oh my god. It's good, Stale. How are you? It's good to see you. Hope you're well. It's I'm good. Heist is nice. I made so much money. I got 145 points that one game I did. I was like, so good.
I will say, Heist in concept is maybe not the best for a charity event, which so that might be
That makes
slightly
sense. That
why.
makes sense. Yeah. But neither is killing people, which we've killed a lot of people for charity.
Granted, everyone in Minecraft explodes into fireworks.
Yeah.
So I
Yeah,
don't
that's
know.
true.
Yeah.
Oh, the Block Wars statue looks at you at the fucking fountain. That's gross. I don't like that.
It's 2, yeah.
Wait, so like unironically, if we have like an insane one, like we can.
Yeah. We probably can't come in top 2, but we can. Probably...
Yeah.
Damn.
Maybe pull in like a cheeky little 5th. Yeah, I'm down for
Anthems
that.
and fighters are just like cracked out teams.
Yeah, we're actually so close to bandits. If we get a good game, we could even take.
Yeah, we can
what's
take
it,
giants.
4th?
Yeah. We can get 4th fam.
Fighters, yeah. Sorry, what? That's good.
A respectable 24 this game. What's the last game? It's Blitz Hunt, which is hide and seek. I'm not that good at it.
Disparity is actually insane. Like what?
Yeah, they do this thing sometimes. They're like they get the really like when they have like they get 2 really good players like Purpled and Fire Breath Man, and then they're like, okay, we're gonna get 3 small little guys. But I don't think it works. I don't think it works because like when you have a race and stuff like that, just gives you such an advantage.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go back to fishing. Enjoy life.
Down for that.
Fishing is nice. Any fishes? Any fishes in chat?
I'm gonna go do Elytra and Sadness.
Do we have any strats with Hunt? Does anyone know like how to?
I'm a rat.
Split up like when you're hunting, like usually you just have like 4 people run in each direction and one person just do whatever, and then go to the left. Like you all leave the room in the left area and like that we can circle back.
Wait, these guys are sweat as hell, bro. They started putting on dirt block skins so they can hide better inside them. Wait, what? Nah, that just pissed me off. Mods banned
Well, you
these
can see
guys, bro.
everyone's name tags. So.
Yeah, I don't know. You can't see name tags in Hunt.
Oh my god, they did put on dirt. Well, there's not. Okay, the map's on dirt, so I think it's okay.
Yeah.
I wonder what game we're playing.
This is a fun block where it's I'm tired, guys. Oh my god, I didn't get much sleep last night, guys. I've been sick, so I was just gonna chill today and just hang out. So it was nice to just do a block wars and chill. I'm taking tomorrow off, chat. And then I'll be
Alright, let's do it.
I'll be doing
Alright.
stream Thursday and Friday, and that'll be fun. I have a collabs and a tournament. Fuck, there's a tournament. There's some shit I'm doing this week. Like it's a lot.
Okay.
All right, it's blue.
Oh, this is hide and seek.
It's hide and seek, yeah. Okay, the desert one can be pretty good actually.
My favorite one's the tree one, which I'm gonna go to.
The tree one is good.
Wait, did they actually change their skins to dirt?
Yeah, they did.
Damn. This is my favorite room because of the spot you can get that's really like cheap. Yeah, I mean, I think I said fun blockwares. I like doing these. I know like they don't pull in viewership, right?
Oh yeah,
But, like,
basically it just tells you if someone's.
it's
like,
just
within
fun to
10
do
blocks of
them.
you.
It's just fun to do them, and it's like fun to meet new
Yeah, if you're
people. Like I met so many wonderful friends through this and stuff. So like I just do them anyways. You know, they're fun. I like mind fart. What am I doing on the 6th then? What day is the 6th? You guys know what's on that day?
Trying to play ABI after this.
I'm gonna take a fat nap after
Trying
this.
to play Arena Breakout after this.
I'm trying to sleep off of this, bro.
Yeah.
I'm down to sleep soundly off of this, yeah.
I'm gonna try go west. We should all.
Oh, they're getting called out.
Ooh.
Yeah, what? Oh, Saturday?
They randomized the map
Shit,
every
I
single
gotta.
game, yeah?
Yeah,
Damn.
they
Then
do.
I guess I gotta move my days around because I'm doing a thing on Saturday. Which, oh my god, I might practice for that. I told you guys I didn't want to spoil this, but I'm doing an FPS thingy on Saturday. I think. The 6th. I have some on the 6th and I have some on the 8th. Oh, I'm such a busy bee. Okay, maybe I'll take Sunday off. Because I have a thing on the 8th, a thing on the 6th that are like tournaments and fun stuff again, and then I have a thing on the
maps have verticality.
The 4th?
For some of the rooms. I think anyone with any room that's like tall is gonna be so good.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Especially like people don't look up a lot of the time. I've noticed as well.
That's why I like the tree room because there's a really good spot you can parkour up to.
There is a really good spot you can parkour up to. That is true.
Yeah, if you want to go to the right, it's over there. That's where I'm going to. In here and to the right because it showed us in the preview a little hint.
Ooh, she's been paying attention. Okay.
Well, they changed it up. It's a crusty crab. Fuck the
will
crusty
say-
crab.
Yeah, I will.
They changed
say
that shit up.
Everyone knows the tree spot a lot.
What's the tree spot?
It's the parkour one. It is very difficult to parkour too, but it is known. Uh-oh, I'm kind of cooked, low-key. Oh no. A piece of dirt just found me.
Lolly boy. They won't know. I mean, whoever this is struggling to get up here. No way they're gonna check every single one, right? No, they left. This is so simply, it's so stupid.
Wait, where are you guys?
We're just in the room adjacent. We're in the room adjacent to the center.
I see. No, I see. I can teleport to you. Oh my god, you're there with Tubbo.
Well, there's now another hunter about to be in here. Uh-oh. I think. I never really do good in this game. Why is there 2 of them in here now?
They see the sonar pulse and they're like, wait.
I got a great spot, low-key.
I'm just gonna go to it.
Oh, they left. Thank God. Oh my God. Dude, look at my spot. This one's so nice, actually.
Where are you? Oh, that's so good, actually.
Bro, they found all of us right at the end. That's so cringe.
Oh, it's such a good spot.
That was good. That was good.
How did you get to that spot?
You hop on the wall. There's a little trap door. And it blends in with the wall because
That's
it's
good.
trap
You gotta
doors.
get
So
two
like I was like,
survivors.
yeah.
I'm gonna try and do something. I don't know how
All right, we're
well it's gonna
cooked.
work,
This
but
one
I'm
we're
gonna try
cooked.
it. It's phantoms, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
Captain, what are you doing?
Whoever this is right next to me is throwing my spot.
Dad, thank you for the 2-3. Thank you so much. I hope we're doing well.
least they would be. If...
If I don't move, they won't see me. I'm very lucky that my skin is blue. Because I blend in with the ice in the starting area.
Shit. Maybe I should do that too.
Yeah, you're.
Is that where you've been the whole time?
Just now, yep. I have been here the entire time.
Wait, you
and
hide?
No one has
Wait,
found me.
wait, that's kind of genius. You like
Fire
run
breath
back
man
into the
walks
room.
straight past me.
You run back into that room when you're done.
Yeah.
Oh my god!
No, shucks.
I actually could have warned you, but I was too busy like.
Oh, I lived. Oh my god.
That's okay. I knew it was coming, but I was just hoping that.
Oh my god.
No!
Dude, that's 2 in a row.
Nice. I'm gonna try that strat.
No,
go
don't.
back into the center.
They'll be aware of it now because I've used it once and other people were using it.
Okay.
But you can try it if you want. But I think
I'm gonna try the adjacent to the center room strat.
I'm gonna try this one. There's a little place in here. I'm curious if it still works.
Okay, guys.
Actually, no. This is like the spot everyone checks. Okay. Ooh.
No, I'm so bad.
Wow.
Oh, I'm so bad. I'm so bad. I'm literally terrible.
Oh my god.
Oh shit.
No.
Damn. Oh, we were in the safe place, Wally. We were doing so good. They wouldn't fuck off though.
Yeah.
I was hoping that person that ran away would they chase him, but they didn't.
I'm so bad at this game.
It's okay.
Nah, that's okay. I picked the bad
This
room.
game has been like every boss I've played, and I've only gotten like 2 survives.
Jump scare, bro. Holy shit.
Well, we're doing good as a team. I'm pretty sure. Like. Nice, guys. Let's go.
Wait, that spot is goated, Caboodle.
Oh my
that
god.
spot
Thanks.
was nasty.
Thanks.
I just don't be finding spots like that. Like.
Where's? I don't know where to go. Okay.
I'm gonna go here. This room looks hard to navigate, so they're gonna avoid it.
We'll see.
Yeah, we'll see.
Oh fuck.
Oh, it's over for me.
Oh god, high sneak. Oh no.
Oh, it's over for me.
Oh, we're cooked. We might be cooked, man.
I'm actually so screwed. Oh, it's over for me.
Eggman is staring at me. How the fuck did I make it out of that alive?
No, no way.
Uh-oh.
Oh god, I think you saved my life.
And then they came back. May, where are you?
I'm in this blue building in the corner.
That's such a good spot. Oh my god.
Yeah, I saw this and I went for it. And if they go in, I'm gonna run out and just run out, you know?
Do you have a good spot or not?
No, it's trash.
Okay,
Please just leave. Go away, man. There's nobody left. I promise you. Go away. It's not worth it.
Like the same spot. I'm gonna be honest.
Hey, I'm okay. I had to juke somebody though, but if somebody runs back in here...
it's gonna be coming. This guy coming.
Please, man. Oh, he heard me drop down. Oh, these people don't let up.
Oh, go in circles, Wally.
No way he saw me.
He did, yeah.
How did he see me?
Because it is like a red background and you're bright blue. So
I don't know how I lived, dude. I should not have.
Yeah, that was crazy, Ed.
Wow, how did that spot work? No one went into the tree room.
Hi, Aura.
Oh, hi, Red.
I thought I lost them.
I don't know where to go here. I'll see.
Ooh, I found the gamer room. Let's go.
You found the gamer room.
If you find the bunker room, go in it.
Ooh, I found
So free.
something. Hoping my back isn't clipping through the wall right now. Oh, yeah, I think it's not. I think I'm good. Uh-oh.
It's a really nice corner over here. I like this room. All three of us are in this room. Yes, they left. Yes.
Yo, what's up, guys? Yeah.
Yo. Oh, don't come back. Don't come back. No, 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 no.
Oh no.
This is being a rat for charity. I'm down. Let's go.
Uh-oh.
Bro, Fruitberry just rolled.
That could be banned if I spam right click the trap door and jump on top of it.
No, you can if you want to.
That's fucked up. I get a really nasty
I
spot.
think all 5 of us are gonna survive.
Oh, I can't believe it.
All of us survived. All of us survived.
Oh my
we're so
god. That's the best.
Let's go.
We're moving up. We're moving up.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay.
Taking it back.
Where should we go? Where should we go? That's the craziest spot.
You know
Oh my
what?
God.
These at least been my luck charm this game. I followed them twice and won both time. Come here.
What? Oh.
And he leads me to the goat room.
I'm in a room. Where am I?
Is this the goat room?
I don't know. It feels goatish.
Oh no. Oh. Okay, Purpled. I'm gonna follow you. Okay, or I'm gonna mess up the jump. That's fine too. Hello, dirt lady.
I feel like this room is not that good.
It's
Oh,
awful.
This spot's banger.
Oh no. Oh no, I've made a mistake. Oh no. Yeah, I fell. Whoops. Purple is just so good at parkour, he can just like juke everyone. This is so upsetting.
That's a Tom and Jerry ass scream. The fuck?
That was, damn.
Sort of like raising my blood pressure a little bit, you know.
Ow! What?
Me? Yeah, I'm just trying to find a spot, dude. I don't want to rat you guys out, but they're not even coming in here, so I'm just like fucking around at this point.
Come in this spot that I'm in.
No, I'm gonna sit right here.
I'm right here.
I'll
That's
be.
a good spot.
Yeah,
I'll
like.
come in here, I think.
See, Purple has the strat. He's just running around.
Are you following him?
Yeah, I'm following him right now. He's literally just moving between rooms and just like staying out of sight where he can. That's so smart.
Not bad.
Good work, gang.
Hey.
Damn.
We'll take those. Good stuff, guys.
Is that a hunt run? Yeah, it is.
Oh, it does.
I'm going east. I'm going east.
I'm gonna kill everyone.
For charity.
For charity.
Okay, I'll
In
go
Minecraft.
north.
I'm going south.
I'm gonna move to the
Seems
left
like
so
a
we
lot
can
of
I
guys
clear your
going
turn to the
east, I'll
left
go
that we can
east.
like sweep them.
I'll go west then.
Hey, someone's standing on the top right
I
ice
see that
block
guy
up
to
there.
our
I don't
right?
think she realizes that we can see her.
Don't look at them. Don't look at them. Oh.
Yeah, I'm going for the green girl on the
Yeah,
left.
go for the green
That side.
girl.
Yeah, I'm going for the green girl.
Wait, oh wait, no, they totally can realize that we see them.
Wait, how did she get up there?
Parkour.
I killed her.
Oh shit. Oh, poor Fiendberg.
Where are the? Okay.
Are we not faster than everyone?
We will be, but not
You
right
get to
now.
it later.
Yeah.
Oh, no way.
Where am I? Yeah, this map's way too easy.
No! These guys are too good! Thank you, Lee.
I got you.
Just a one player here.
I haven't. Oh, he's in the middle. There's a guy in the middle. It's Sneak Snack. It's Eggman. Eggman's in the
Oh,
middle.
thank you. You got him for me.
Went on a killing spree.
Okay, he's gone. Damn, I have not found literally anyone. Actually, I found Tubbo at the very beginning.
I'm not bad.
There's really no one in here.
I
Damn.
killed so many people. I killed Fiendberg with Papa Latte right at the beginning.
I only got 5.
Greenberg.
It's not too
I
bad.
only got 5
Fiendberg.
kills.
Greenberg.
I feel like I'm
Okay,
like
wait, I'm curious if they're going to. I'm curious if they're gonna kill
I'm
people.
trusting Lee. I'm trusting Lee. Lee, I'm trusting you. You did it last time. You're gonna do it again.
I'm gonna trust them.
I'm just the rat.
You just know how it is. You're just a little fucking rat.
Yeah. This is the rat.
I don't trust this room. I don't trust this room. But I trust you.
I trust this room. Yeah. Yeah, this is like a... Wait, do I trust this room? Yeah, I might have just led us to our demise. Perhaps. Chance? Yeah.
Oh no, hold on. We can cook. We just gotta avoid them.
Oh. Redoons is doing stuff. Okay. Oh wait, they're conga lining. I want to join.
Man!
Just
Red
red.
Red.
It's just red.
It's
They're going
red
around
and
killing
CPK.
everyone.
Dude, they can see you through the window. They're coming. They're coming.
Yeah, they're coming. They're coming.
He saw you. He saw you. Just fucking run.
Oh, he's not gonna kill me. He didn't kill me.
I think it's anyone that joins in the little activities doesn't get killed.
Oh, I see.
Cool.
I should have joined.
I think Redoons at the end is about to run in here and kill everyone.
That does sound like something Red would do.
Yeah, that's what I think is about to
Wait,
happen.
are you
Should have
guys,
followed the lead up.
playing with the hunters?
We're literally
They are.
going
I'm
around in
standing next to
circles.
them.
Yeah,
What?
Charity.
for charity.
I'm
Wait,
scared
that's so
Redoons are in here,
See? Peace and love. Oh, okay.
Oh no! Bad guy. Boo.
I knew he was gonna do that. I knew it
Yep,
too.
yeah.
I tried to trust him.
Honestly, there's a lot of people alive.
Yeah. We all died except for BTMC and Lee.
I don't know what we got. I'm so
Yeah,
curious. We
right.
have to be. What if we got number 1? I don't know if we did that good, but I feel good. I feel good.
Men, Wally.
Well, disabled.
Wait, was that the last game?
Yeah, that was the last game.
Yeah.
No! I had so much fun.
Oh.
And in first place, purple. Or it's actually fighters. One of the,
Yeah, I think
one of those
it's
two.
one of them. They're both gonna be like the finale.
They did so good. They did so good.
They did do very good.
Gumi.
Okay, good.
Okay.
Crazy.
Fuck that guy. Hey, what?
Yay,
Hey.
go red. Go red. Oh my god, and Hannah! Yay! It's my friend, yay.
Sleepy.
I am
You
glad
boy.
you have friends. That's so cute.
Wait.
We're getting 5th. That's on Brent. Nice.
Yeah. Fighters is crazy.
Beanberg.
And first, it's 100% gotta be fire. Yeah.
Yeah, it's fire, brother man. It's always fire, brother man.
Come.
Yeah, 17 that one. That's not bad at all. The Redditors thought I was gonna get 30.
Meg.
Redditors.
Not us, not us, not us.
Oh,
We're so back. We're so back. Fifth, please. Pull fifth. Fourth? Maybe. Hold on. Let's go.
Not bad.
We did so good.
We pulled that back. I want to know what we did.
We did pull that back. What?
Wow.
Gosh, what a climb that was.
Not bad.
Let's go.
Wow.
It was an honor, guys.
Surprising.
Tommy did it.
Wait, Asha's in the final duelist? Wait, someone didn't make it. Who didn't make it?
Phantom.
Oh, Fighters didn't make it? Damn.
Yeah.
That's surprising.
That's really surprising, actually. Yeah.
Oh, wait, what? Oh.
Oh.
Wait,
Oh,
the
Phantoms
Phantoms
didn't make
lost.
it.
I thought they would have made it.
Wait, what? Phantoms didn't make it?
Wait, Phantoms fell
What?
off.
Didn't make it.
They fell
Phantoms
off.
fell
They
off.
fell off. What happened?
At 300 points.
By yeah, barely. Wow.
Yeah.
We did good. We did
Right.
good.
That was fun. Yeah, that was fun. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, that was so fun. It was so nice meeting you guys.
Thanks for the carry, Wally.
It was great to
Yeah,
meet you
nice
guys.
seeing you again, Cab.
We did all
You're
right.
so sweet. You're so sweet.
You're so sweet.
You're so sweet. The fuck? That's crazy.
You're so sweet. Oh, stop. You
Oh my
flatter
god.
me. Oh my god.
I'll see y'all later. Thank
What's
you guys.
going on?
What?
Let's have intercourse. What's going on?
Whoa!
Like what? You guys were getting zesty. Like what's happening? I want to get zesty as well. I'm down.
Oh my god. Get zesty.
charity.
Wow. For
I'm
charity.
down.
Oh, for charity.
Get a little fruity for
Just me and
charity.
Yoes, what, boys can't be boys. Let's go.
He's got a point though.
Oh,
Alright,
Hannah's
guys.
we gotta be
7
break.
minutes.
Oh, it's interview time.
Bro, I
Interview
gotta-
time? Are you kidding me right now? Alright,
I'm hungry.
I need to go to the
We
party.
don't have to stick around for this match, do we?
We don't. No, we don't. You can leave if you want to.
All right.
I'm down to watch that. I'm gonna watch it.
I'm gonna
Let's see what
watch
happens.
because Hannah Rose is in the finales, and I love her a lot, and I want to make sure she wins. So I'm gonna sit and watch her.
I'm gonna
Let's see
watch
if my
because
group is
my
on.
my friend Rain.
Which team
I'm
are
rooting
you
for
guys
Rain.
going for? You guys
I'm
go
rooting for
Ooh,
Rain.
we're on opposite sides.
Also,
mate.
I'm gonna be honest.
Ooh.
I think Orange is gonna win.
Really?
Yeah, Rain and 5-ups and
Yeah.
all those people. They're really good at
That
fucking
is
like
true.
Does
like
not seem fair. Not gonna lie.
crossbows. That's the team that mowed us down.
Yeah, that is true.
They did lose Deme though, who's like really like FPS crazy.
Mm-hmm.
I want to order food, but I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna save my money. I'm gonna
Fair
make
enough.
chicken. I'm gonna make chicken, potatoes,
Make chicken.
mm-hmm, and some mozzarella sauce or something.
Yum.
Hell yeah.
That does sound really good.
Direct
actually. I
mention
really want
on
pasta
Twitch
now.
Rivals Twitter. What?
What? Wait, what?
What does that mean?
What?
Wait, what even is the Twitch Rivals like broadcast?
Okay.
Like, I want to watch it.
It's a stream.
Twitch/Twitch Rivals.
There you go.
Twitch Rivals? Oh, fair. Cool. I knew that. I was just testing you. Let's go. I'm down. And they're playing a car game. Miracle.
Yeah.
Are they actually?
They're setting up stuff, I think.
Oh yeah, our team got a direct dimension.
Feinberg is playing OC.
Oh, and it's my POV. Nice. Yeah, they mentioned our win on battle on there apparently.
Wait, really?
Yeah, you
Oh
want to
my
see it?
God.
Here, I'll post the link.
Yeah. Wait, send it to me.
I don't know if they edited it or just my POV.
Oh my God.
Wait, put it. Oh yeah.
Oh my God. They did.
Oh, it's so cute.
The swearing bleep.
Oh my god, they bleeped my swear. No. Oh my god.
Wait till like the law remedy.
We're also low now.
Ed,
DMC,
that
you
was
crazy
crazy.
guy.
Okay.
No, this is
Go in now. Go in now.
They bleeped your swear.
Oh my God, guys. No way. Let's go. Do not jump on. Do not jump on.
You are crazy, bro. You just jumped into the mess like 10 seconds before, I swear.
Bro, you gotta go out with a bang. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, pretty alpha. All right.
Nah, you guys gotta be alive though. Yeah.
I'm gonna turn on music. It's just kind of weird sitting here in
Gosh,
silence. Like, they need wait music. They need like, you know, a little elevator music. Bye.
See you, man. Have a good one.
Yeah, peace out. Thanks for playing.
They didn't want to get zesty. They didn't. They want to. I'm sorry, Lee.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
All right. Do we know when this is gonna happen? I think I might wait. I'll be right back. Give me 2 minutes.
Sure. Fair.
Purple VC's empty. I want to yell at Froggy.
Oh no.
Damn.
I'm actually so surprised that Phantoms didn't win. Holy shit.
Froggy!
Huh? 5th place? Well, Froggy, you know, I don't think you should be talking bad. You know, big and famous May here, Froggy. You know, big, absolutely massive, absolutely famous streamer, May. Yes, May. Famous, absolutely famous. Is on the Twitch Rivals Twitter.
I'm
I'm
a peace out as well.
Bye.
All right, good night, yo. Yeah.
Bye.
Thanks for you're hella good, bro.
Hey, you're good too. You too.
No, bro. No,
Little zesty, yeah.
Wait, I'm a little bit. Wait, what? You just call me zesty?
What?
That's just.
I said you are a little bit zesty.
Nothing wrong with that. Yeah, you're a little bit
Yeah.
zesty as well. All right, cool.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right, I'm
Yeah, we're zesting up the place. See ya.
Peace. Have a good rest of your stream. Later.
You too. Alright, child, look.
Do not jump on. Do not jump on. Yeah.
Look,
Like the
Froggy.
last moment that you have.
This could have been you.
Do not jump on. Do not jump on. Yeah.
This could have been you, Froggy.
Ed.
Froggy, I think to say to this.
Okay.
They bleeped, I swear.
Ed.
Crazy guy.
Okay.
No. This is
Go
good.
in.
They bleeped, I swear. I didn't even do anything good that game. I was like, what the hell?
Guys, no way. Let's go.
Why'd they pick my POV? Is it too fresh? Chat, is it the setup? Is it the setup? Is the setup too fresh? Is the setup too fresh? We didn't have to raid me. Thank you. How are you guys? How are you guys? I want to share something with you. I don't know who drew this, but can I even find this? Was it this one? I talk to my friends too damn much. I talk to my friends too damn much. I want to share this. Thank you. That's all. I'm gonna sit in here. I'm gonna chill with you guys in here because it's Christmas. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas. Wow. Hello everybody. How are you guys? How was fun? I don't know if I'm gonna sit around and watch this. Like, a 7-minute break's a lot of time. That's a long time. What was that? That was you know, Escargot from not Family Guy. Chowder. Chowder. That guy. That one? That one. Yeah, that one. Chowder. Chowder. That's it. It's a little big, but I can definitely toss it on. I don't know what I'm gonna do. I didn't. Thank you so much. I had a lot of fun playing with everybody and hanging out with Cab. I didn't get. I want to say goodbye to Cab though, but they're deafened, so I don't know. You take the moon and you take the moon. Hi guys, it's nice to meet you guys. Hi, my name's May. I'm here. I'm a person. I worked so hard in this one. I was stressing. My hands are cramping. Oh, they didn't get us any fucking heads up, man. Oh, okay. Oh shit. Oh, I wasn't ready. I'm ready. Now I'm ready to watch the action. Holy shit. I'm voting for Rain. My money's on Rain. Rain's a nice lady. I miss Froggy. Froggy.
I think we're gonna head out, just like letting you know.
Hey, I want to say goodbye too. It was nice hanging out with you. Bye.
Lovely knowing you. Bye.
Bye. Well, nonsense does. How's that feel, guys? How's that feel? Do you guys like the new move in the model, by the way? Because like I asked Val to update my model a little bit because it was a kind of like being a little funky. What's your friends saying? I did have a fun time. I want to see. I just know. Did it go for the record for narrative? Oh, I should go for the record. I'm out the spammer. Fuck you, that's me. I'm the spammer. I can spam my own goddamn channel. I say any goddamn Wednesday, please. This is my safe space. About gaming controller but make us that. That'd be cool actually. Oh fuck. Can I partner with a company that does like game controller skins? Because that would be awesome. You wanna know what, guys? I might reach out to my friend May and see if we can do that as a product, because I'd love to do that. Or like get some sort of like rappa, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, people do Switch rappas and stuff. Like, I would love that. I'd love them. I'd love to have like a pro controller like skin or something. You know what I'm saying? You know, like the shells they can like clap around your thing. I'd love to do that. I'd love like a little like shell to put around your controller or something. Maybe. I say I could 3D print them, but you can't print the design on it. You'd have to do it in another way. I don't know how that shit works. I'm dumb as bricks. This is my team. Chat, who's your team? This is my team. Is color 3D printing? Yeah, but does it like print the full like design on it? Actually, how do they print designs on plastic? How do they do that? Honestly, Sleep Pie, Rain, and 5UP are cracked at FPS games, so I'm gonna say it, guys. There's no diff on this one. There's no diff on that. Like Doki's good, right? But like Rain's also really good. Water slave with paint pools. No, I know I can just feel it. I don't talk like that. I don't say, oh, fuck, I need to get my dunks and get wicked drunk on Sam Adams and cure my hangover with some water before I get some wicked knowledge from Harvard. I don't talk like that. That's bullshit. I do not talk like that. Not a single fucking soul talks like that. Rain might go. Might go. Let's go. Okay. Come on. Go Team Rain. Oh, wait. Blue's got a... This is a crazy setup. Oh! Come on, guys. Come on. My goats. My goats. Yeah, second place or first place. Wait, Lowell. Oh, my God. You know... There's that place. There's, I know a lot of people from Quincy. Oh, they got a res. They got a res off. No way. Aw, nah. Aw. No way. This is so sad. Wait, the res? I got 10 seconds to break that charge. Oh, wait. Oh my God, my goats. My goats. My goats. This setup was so fucking sick. My goat. Come on, my goat. You got this. I believe. Oh, they're doing B? I've never seen someone do B before. B's a hard sight, I think, for them, honestly. Wait, these motherfuckers changed their skins. Oh my God. The massacre? Michael's getting rezzed. Michael's getting rezzed. Oh, Rain, no. Oh, wait, they're gonna win. They're gonna win. There's 2 people. Come on, please. My goats, come on. It's like, this is like fucking watching like a CS tournament. Okay. Look at that fine ass camera work. I feel like a real cameraman. All right, my goats have my goats. My goats. My absolute goats. Now, who do you think is gonna be it? Blue? Blue or orange? Blue or orange? I think it's orange. I think it's orange. I'm feeling orange. I think it's orange. You just gotta believe. Interview. What? Interview? Are they doing interviews now? Oh, that means... Oh. Oh. Oh my God. Oh, there. It's over. Lemon stuff? Lemon stuff. We're talking about Worcester. Worcester, Leominster, Quincy. Billerica. Keenum. No, I am from Boston. Like I saw someone saying like, I think May's accent is fake on YouTube one time, and I'm like, huh? Lemon stuff. Go on, quiz me. Quiz me. Quiz me. Quiz me. You want me to prove it? Quiz me. Gonks, Cumbies. What's another one? Fucking, I don't fucking know. It's natural. It don't seem weird to me. Yeah, my brother's the scout from TF2. Wow. I can't say that because that's technically a slur, but it's a cigarette store. Like where you get like scratches. Where you get scratches, your liquor. So you get scratches and liquor. It is technically a slur for people from Pakistan. It's not a known one, but I don't say it on stream because like someone could misconstrue it. Banging a Yui, a rotary. Rotary? Banging a Yui? What do you want? It's real. It's real. It's real, guys. It's fucking real. Of course, you guys like make me do it more and I ham it up for fun, but like, it's real. Damn, really? My goats, dude. My goats are losing. Yeah.
I talk fucking normally, man. Like, I don't say anything weird. Hold on. Water. I park my car in Harvard Yard and drink a nice glass of water. How do I sound without the accent, guys? Wow. I can kind of remove it for some things. I love water. I love drinking water. It doesn't pop up out of nowhere. It's always there. It's always there. You guys just don't hear it until you start thinking about it. Because like some words I say like don't really, like if I say words is always words. Water is always water, right? Normal death better. I hope you fall off a cliff. Oh, did you mean normal? Wait, hold on. Did you mean normal as in my non-accent or accent? Because that's my normality for me. I don't know. Everyone speaks fast. I have to slow down on Twitch because like I have a lot of people that aren't English speakers. Damn, Archers? That's crazy. That's crazy. Hi everybody, my name is May. I'm a VTuber with no distinct accent. Archers. Archers. I really love watching archers beat their game. Congrats, archers. Congrats. I'm out of here. That was a fun game. That was a fun game, Ty, honestly. I don't know if I want to keep streaming. I'm fucking tired. Maybe I'll do something. Maybe I'll do something. I don't know. I am hungry, but maybe I'll do something. I don't know what I want to do, though. I want to see my score. What's my score? Wait, I got... Me and Schrodinger got 4th on fucking hide and seek. I've never gotten 4th place on hide and seek. That's crazy. Damn, I cooked. Oh, it's cute. And 17th. 17th, not bad. 17th ain't bad. Look at that. Hell yeah. I'm getting better at hide and seek anyways. Hey, that's not bad. We did good, chat. We did good. Bye. I was gaming. What do I do now? Guys, what do I do now? I'm like sleepy, but... An iced regular. It's just it's a coffee. I think it's 1 cream, 1 sugar. I don't drink coffee. I just know I go in and Dunkies and I say, hey, can I get an iced regular? And they give me like a coffee that tastes like kind of shit. I don't know. I get hot chocolate. I get hot chocolate when I go to Dunkies. Yeah, no, that was crazy. Honestly, well, you know, the Reddit people chat, the Reddit people, they don't like me. They don't like me, those Reddit people. Those Redditors. You guys want, hold on, I'll look it up. I can show you guys. Oh my God. Gulp. Anyways, here we go. I gotta see the predictions. You guys want to see the predictions? Hold on, I gotta see the predictions. Let's see how good I did against the predictions. Okay, you want to know what? That guy's right. Okay, that guy got it on the money. Wait, people think I'm this good? Damn. Okay, you wanna maybe? I was gonna yell at the predictions chat, but they predicted me right. They predicted me right. That's crazy. Okay, anyways. You guys like the new rigging? I got 17th. Yeah, 17th. That's not bad. You guys like the new rigging update? It's a little bit more fluid and a lot less like turny. I don't know if you guys saw that. I saw that. And I was asking Val, and Val did it last night, and so like, you know, it's kind of like I bump my arms around when I do this really fast and look like I'm dancing. Na, 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 na. But yeah, it's really more fluid now. Yeah, cause like I was like, why am I leaning so much? You know, now I lean properly. Did you win? Boostful, we went from last place to 5th place at the end, and I got 4th place in hide and seek and 17th overall. I top fragged on my team. I think. Maybe.
It's not. That was harder than the fucking Pandora's box. Oh, I'm doing Pandora's box again. Oh fuck. Is it with Boostfoot too? Are you in my fucking team for that too? I think you are. Yeah, you are. Fuck, I completely... Dun, dun, dun. Why did I say it like that? Well, you know, when you're like... How do I say this? When you're like... You know... Green... When you're like green, it's just how it is, man. The streets are tough, Boostfur, you know? The streets are tough. Are you gonna get to a community night if you actually you guys wanna play games for like 2 hours, shot? Not a long time, but you guys wanna play games for a couple hours? Maybe? Unless I get kidnapped. Maybe I could do that. Oh my god, it's 7? It's 7? It's 7? Okay, let's do a community night. Let's hang out and do community night. Let's do community night. Oh, they're going. Oh wait, hold on. I want to see this real quick. I'm curious. They have like a highlight reel going on. I want to see this. Hold on, I'm curious. Give me 1 second. I'll pull this up for you guys. They got a highlight reel. What they're doing? They got like a little highlight reel going on. I want to see some of this.
Speaking of the archers.
This is wait, they did this so quick. The fuck?
Oh yeah, Gumi just had a great.
Is that the end? Oh my god, you can. This person's stressed out. You can tell they're shaking. Look at them shake. Holy shit!
What a nice snipe.
Insanity.
Yeah, that was really, really good.
One charge bow and
Yeah, I didn't realize how late it was. I was like, Zen DM me early and she's like, "What are you doing?" I'm like, "I'm busy." I love her. She's so sweet. She's always thinking about me.
Well, wow, those were nice.
I want to watch. Oh, come on! I missed the highlight. Let me see the highlight reel.
Finalists.
Where am I? I gotta watch this. I gotta watch this. I want to see it.
And for our semifinal, either of.
Let me see the highlight reel. I don't give a fuck. Like, see the highlight
teams
reel.
will face off in Shockwave. Any team member important to know.
That was insane.
Having.
Wait, how long ago was this?
What a shot from Michael.
Was this now?
Oh yeah, that was great.
Stop. Stop. Twitch, please. Oh, it was like a minute-long thing. I thought it was like a bigger thing.
Very.
Smoke cloud?
This is
What's
the
that?
morale boost.
No, that
Select
that was
today's
not
golden
my
cat
POV.
select. This is the morale.
It's me
boost.
dying.
Okay, morale boost. This is the fighters cheering.
No, that's us dying.
What a beautiful.
Yeah, this was. Oh my gosh.
Damn, I don't know how they did it.
Oh, and it gets the kill.
Amazing.
That was really, really clean. FBM. Oh my gosh.
Is that it?
Oh my gosh. Oh yeah, Gumi just had a.
FBM. Oh.
Yes.
It wasn't even a highlight reel. It's just
With
3
elevation
things.
here.
Yep.
No, I thought it was a big
Oh my
reel
God,
or
this
something.
is
That would have been so
up
cool. It's only
above.
3
It's so
clips.
funny.
Damn, and it's us dying. It's us
Great
dying
play
again.
from FBM. Oh my gosh.
Boy. Yep. Fire breath.
I see how it is. I see how it is. I see you.
Really, really clean.
I see you.
Breath mans.
Oh, and here we go.
I got excited. I'm like, oh, they're playing clips. Nah, all right. Let's hang out on top for a little bit together, okay? We're gonna do our community night tonight. We're gonna do like a couple hours together. Is that cool with you guys? Just like 2 hours though. I'm really hungry, so I might put something in the. I'll put something in the oven in like an hour or so, okay?
May, cute. May,
May,
cute.
cute. You're gonna die in a fire.
Cute.
May,
May,
cute.
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 cute.
May,
May,
cute. You're gonna die in a fire.
May,
May,
cute.
cute.
May,
May,
cute.
cute. You've done 5
May,
already?
Cute.
I've done 5
May,
hours already? Oh my
cute.
goodness.
May, cute.
I did have a good turkey day. I just don't want to end too early for you guys, right? Although I kind of pushed myself. I'm not feeling the best today, but I've been doing a lot, Sean. I've been doing a lot. Low-key. I'm gonna go DM Froggy that I love her. I love you so much. Thank you so much. I'm okay. Then rest me. But we won't get to do Key Night for a little bit, chat, because
I think we just blew up an orphanage.
I don't know, like, I could. Let me just figure out what I'm doing, okay? I do feel a little sick, and I'm hungry. I normally just order food. I'm gonna call her. I love you so much. Thank you for being my friend. I want to team with you again. I missed you. Why am I getting Dance from Sign Home? Congrats on the rival wit. I didn't win. I won a round. You going to start a subathon? I don't need money. I have a spending budget, right? And I had to buy a bunch of stuff for my vacation, and I booked a hair appointment because I was talking to my friends, right? I was talking to my friends, and I was like, what kind of thing should I get? And my friends are like, May, get calico hair. And I'm like, are you sure? And they're like, do it. So I'm booking a hair appointment, chat, because I want to get like, I don't know if this will fit me, but I want to try it out. I want to try it out. I want to try calico hair out. So do you guys know what that is? I'll show you guys. It's cute. I might get my like bangs dyed blonde with it and then do like the rest like random like twist of blonde. It's like this. Hold on. I got a picture. This is calico hair. So it's like a calico cat. So you got blonde, like reddish, orange, and then I have dark hair already. So it'd be cute. So I want to do something like that. So I don't know. I might do that. That might be cute. So I booked a hair appointment. I don't know if I want that or if I wanted like full like blue hair. Blue hair might be cute. But yeah, I don't know what I'm gonna do. I could play games or I could go to bed. I'm just gonna figure out my schedule, guys, because so let me tell you guys, I'm kind of made a mistake. I kind of made a mistake. And you know, so let's go over what we're doing. Tomorrow I have a collab on my day off. I'm collabing on my day off. I'm not going to stream my POV. On the 5th, I think my 5th is my one free day this week to do whatever the fuck I want. On the 6th, no, wait, let me look at my schedule because there's shit everywhere. Hold on. I didn't even post my schedule this week because it's so busy. I forgot. I'm sorry, guys. Let's see. Link on my to-do shine. Or not my to-do, my thing. Okay. I Pandora's Box on the 8th. An unannounced tournament on the 6th for a video game, an FPS video game. I won't tell you guys what yet. And then we have a collab on the 4th. So the 7th, I have some for the 7th too. What's on the 7th? Do I have something on the 7th? Is the 7th normal? Okay. I think the 7th is normal. I think the 7th is normal. Let me just check real quick. Let me check because is Pandora's Box on? Hold on. Okay. 7th is movie night. So that's a day off. So I have a thing tomorrow. We doing a normal stream on the 5th. A tournament on the 6th, I believe. Let me just make sure that's still happening. Yeah, 2 p.m. on the 6th. 2 p.m. on the 6th. So I don't know how that's gonna be.
I'm not gonna say anything yet, but it's gonna be cool. There's a lot of people I know there in that, so that's gonna be fun. So I don't know who's gonna be teaming with me and things like that, but you guys will see. It's gonna be super cool. Super cool. I'm excited. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I just didn't have a chance to. I guess I can head out, but I don't want to head out. I want to play games some more. I'm just hungry. I can't order things though because I gotta save my money. Because I have a vacation in January that I take. I take a small, not a week, but I'm taking off. Hold on. Let's see. I think I'm taking off the 22nd to, hold on. The 22nd of January to, I think the 28th, about a week, maybe. Do you travel or is that difficult? I travel. I'm going to MagFest next month. I'm going to MagFest. I got my hotel booked and paid for. And I wanted to save a bunch of money. Because I want to get some things. Because last year I went top, but I wasn't making what I made now, and my vacations are like I saved like $600 to spend, but this time I can treat my friends. I can do stuff. It's so thanks to you guys. You're so sweet. You made my life. Fuck you, Tot. Fuck you. I can take vacations without worrying about it now. Yeah, I'll be doing that. I had to prep for Kitsmas, which I have my background for already, obviously. You're gonna prep for Kitsmas. Yippee! That's gonna be fun. I have to do some things for that. I'll do that in a couple weeks and set up for that. And then I have to... That's gonna be a little bit of money. I want to spend some money for you guys and get some cool things. And then... I want to keep streaming, but I'm also tired. No, I don't need any more money. You guys, too much money. Too much. They give me way too much. Would I'm bad? I could. I tomorrow's my day off. I haven't taken like a night off for myself. Like, it's all been like for health reasons and stuff. I don't make that much money. Well, I make a decent amount of money on Twitch, but it's not like, I don't know. I'm happy. And if I keep making what I'm making, I can keep putting stuff in for you guys. Keeping my vacation. Depends how much it is. Alright, I'll go to bed. I don't want to, but I will. I should get some work done anyways and prep for stream stuff. I have to do thumbnails and things, so I'm gonna eat first. I'm hungry. No, I make around $2,000 to $4,000 off Twitch regularly right now. I don't know. That's not like my permanent amount, obviously, because like things could drop down realistically. I don't know if they will. I just always tend to look on the more like realistic side of things and like not rely fully on that and just like still work on things. And I put a lot of stuff back into stream. I put a lot of love back into stream. You know, when we rest at the stream and we're still working, take care. I guess I could rest, but just thank you guys for everything, honestly. We'll be back on our normal schedule soon, and then after that I can relax a little bit. Okay, we'll take a rest. Let me find something to read. Okay. I'll eat food. I'll be lazy today. I can't order no fucking pizza, but I'll be lazy today. Let me open up Twitch. I'll be late. Okay, I promise you guys. Henya win. I'm rating Henya. I'm rating my Kami Yoshi. No diff. Henya, the genius. Miss Henya, my love. No, Miss Henya, have a nice day, Miss Henya. It's It's go. Oh, here you go. Or else. Hold on. Or else. Be nice to my Kami Yoshi, okay? If you guys want to hang out with me in Discord, I'll be there. I cleaned up the joint recently. I punched down, you know, taught some knuckleheads some lessons. You guys are being a little bit too horny. Things are good now. Things are good now. That was fun though. That was a lot of fun, honestly. La, la, la. But yeah, I had a good time. I had a good time. I hope you guys had fun. I'll see you guys Thursday, okay? I'm taking Wednesday off. I'm going back on my normal schedule, finally. I'll do a collab with some friends. But I'm not gonna stream it. I would stream it, but guys, I don't want to overwork myself. I don't want to overwork myself. So yeah, I won't stream it. I'm gonna be hanging out with Froggy, Ruben, and Sino tomorrow, and doing buckshot with them. So that'll be fun. I'll probably ping you guys that. Bye, chat. Bye. Get the fuck out of here. I'll see you guys later. Peace out.